This is Audible.
Remote Control by Andy McNab. Read by Paul Thornley. Gibraltar, Sunday the 6th of March, 1988. We didn't know which of the three was going to detonate the bomb. All Simmons had been able to tell us was that it was a big one, and that it would be initiated remotely. For now, though, there was nothing to do but wait. The security service had triggers out on the checkpoints with mainland Spain. Until the players were sighted, Pat, Kev and I were to stay exactly where we were, sitting outside a cafe just off Main Street, drinking coffee, looking and listening. The spring air was crisp and clear under a blindingly blue Mediterranean sky. The morning sun just starting to make it comfortable enough for shirt sleeves. The trees that lined the square were packed with birds so small I couldn't see them amongst the foliage, but they made enough noise to drown out the sound of traffic going up and down the main drag, just out of sight. Through my earpiece, I heard Ewan make a radio check to the operations room. Everything he said on the nets was very precise, very clear, very calm. Ewan was the tidiest man in the world. If you sat on a cushion, he would puff it up again the moment you stood up. Dedication was his middle name. I heard a loud hiss of air brakes and looked up. A tour bus had turned into the square and was parking up about 20 metres away. The sign in the windscreen said, "Young at Heart." I didn't pay much attention. I was bored, looking for things to do. The lace on one of my trainers had come undone. I bent to do it up and got a jab in the ribs from the hammer of the 9mm Browning. The holster was covert, inside my jeans. That way, only the pistol grip would be in view if I pulled open my black nylon bomber jacket. I preferred to have my pistol at the front. A lot of the blokes wore theirs on the side, but I never could get used to it. Once you find a position you like, you don't change. You might be in the shit one day. Go to draw your weapon, and it isn't there. It's several more inches to the right, and you're dead. I had an extended 20-round magazine protruding from the pistol grip. I also had 3 standard 13-round mags on my belt, reckoning that if 59 rounds weren't enough, I shouldn't be doing this for a living. The senior citizens began disembarking from the bus. They were typical Brits abroad. The men dressed almost identically, beige flannels, sensible shoes and a V-neck sweater over a shirt and tie. Most of the women were in crimpoline slacks with elasticated waistbands and a sewn-in crease down the front. They all had flawless, blow-dried, jet-black, white or blue-rinsed hair. They spotted the cafe and started to move as a herd towards us. Pat muttered, "Fuck me. Pyro must be getting desperate. They've sent the Barry Manilow fan club. Friends of yours, Grandad?" He grinned at Kev, who offered him a finger to swivel on. Whether you like it or not, you have to quit the SAS at the age of 40. And Kev had just a year or two of his contract to run. The young at heart settled down at nearby tables and picked up the menus. It was now big-time decisions for them. Whether to have cakes or go for a sandwich. Because it was halfway between 11s and lunchtime, and they didn't know which way to jump. The waiter came out, and they started talking to him in one syllable at a time. He looked at them as if they were mad. On the net I heard, "Hello, all call signs. This is Alpha. Radio check over." Alpha, who was located in the ops room, was our controller. When we'd flown in 36 hours earlier, our team of 8 SAS soldiers and support staff had requisitioned rooms in the accommodation block at HMS Rook, the British naval base in the docks, and turned them into living space. Kev responded quietly into his concealed microphone. "Golf. Pat. Oscar. I heard Ewan. November. My turn came. Delta." The elderly Brits started taking pictures of themselves. Then they were swapping cameras so they could appear in their own photographs. Slack Pat got up and said to one of them, "Here you are, love. Want me to take one of all of you?" "Oh, you're from England, are you? Isn't it nice and warm now?" Slack was early 30s, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, good-looking, clever, articulate, funny. He was everything I hated. He was also 6'2", and one of those people who naturally shit muscle. Even his hair was well-toned. I'd seen him climb into his sleeping bag with it looking groomed and perfect, and wake up with it in the same condition. Pat's only saving grace, as far as I was concerned, was that when he stood up, there was nothing where his arse should have been. We used to call him Slack, because he had lots of it. He had just started doing a David Bailey when we got stand by, on the net from one of the female triggers. That's a possible. Bravo 1 towards the town square. Alpha came back. Roger that, Delta. Acknowledge. I got to my feet, gave 2 clicks on the radio pressel that was wired into my jacket pocket, and started walking. It was pointless, all 3 of us moving at this stage. Families on their Sunday paseo strolled across from my left. Tourists were taking pictures of buildings, looking at maps and scratching their heads. Locals were sitting down enjoying the weather, walking their dogs, playing with their grandchildren. There were 2 men with comfortable-looking beer bellies, old and not giving a fuck, smoking themselves to death. Trousers with big braces, shirt and vest, soaking up the March sun. I wondered how many of them would survive if the bomb went off just here. I was just starting to get in my stride when a very excited male trigger shouted, Stand by! That's also a possible Bravo 2 and Echo 1 at the top end of Main Street. This got me quite sparked up. I listened for Ewan. His task in this operation was the same as mine, to confirm the possibles with a positive ID. I imagined him sauntering along the pavement like me. He was short, with an acne-scarred face and the world's biggest motorbike, which he could just about keep upright because his toes only brushed the ground. I liked to take the piss out of him about it as often as I could. I knew the guy like a brother. In fact, probably better. Hadn't seen any of my family for over 20 years. Ewan and I had been young soldiers together. We'd passed selection at the same time, and we'd been working together ever since. The fucker was so unflappable. I always thought his heart must have only just about ticked over. I'd been with him in Hereford when the police arrived to tell him that his sister had been murdered. He just said, I think I'd better go to London then, and sort things out. It wasn't that he didn't care. He just didn't get excited about anything. That sort of calm is contagious. It always made me feel secure to have guys like him around me. I hit Main Street and pinged Bravo 1 straight away. I got on the net. Alpha, this is Delta. That's confirmed. Bravo 1, brown, pinstripe on faded blue. He always wore that brown, pinstriped suit jacket. He'd had it for so long that it sagged in the pockets, and there were constant creases in the back from where he'd been wearing it in a car. And the same old, faded and threadbare jeans, the crotch halfway down between his bollocks and his knees. He was walking away from me. Stocky, slight stoop, short hair, long sideboards, but I recognised the gait. I knew it was Sean Savage. I followed him to a small square at the bottom end of Main Street, near the governor's residence, where the band of the resident British Infantry Battalion would fall out after the changing of the guard. It was where Simmons suspected the Pyra team might plant their bomb. Alpha, the base station controlling the operation for now, repeated the message so that everyone knew which direction Savage was walking in. I knew that Golf and Oscar, Kev and Slack Pat would soon start moving up behind me. There were 6 or 7 cars parked up against the wall of an old colonial building, taking advantage of the shade. I saw Bravo 1 push his hand into his jacket pocket as he headed towards them. For a split second, I thought he was going for the initiation device. Without checking his stride, Savage focused on one vehicle in particular and headed towards it. I moved slightly to the right, so I had a clear view of the number plate. Alpha, this is Delta, I said. That's Bravo 1 now at vehicle Mike Lima 174412. I pictured Alpha with a bank of computers in front of him in the control room. He confirmed. Roger that. Mike Alpha 174412. That's a white Renault 5. It's on the right. Third car from the entrance, I said. That's nose in. By now the keys were in Savage's hands. Stop. Bravo 1 at the car. He's at the car. I was committed to passing him quite close now. I couldn't just change direction. I could see his profile. His chin and top lip were full of zits, and I knew what that meant. Under pressure, his acne always blew up. Savage was still at the Renault. He turned, now with his back to me, pretending to sort his keys out. But I knew he'd be checking the telltales. A sliver of sellotape across a door. Things arranged in a certain way inside the vehicle, whatever. If they were not as he had left them, Savage would lift off. Kev and Slack Pat would be somewhere near the entrance to the square, ready to back. If I got overexposed to the target, one of them would take over, or, if I got in the shit and had a contact, they would have to finish it. And we'd all worked together long enough for me to know that. As mates, as well as colleagues, they'd let nothing stand between them and the task. The buildings were casting shadows across the square. I couldn't feel any breeze, just the change in temperature as I moved out of the sunlight. I was too close to Savage now to transmit. As I walked past the car, I could hear the keys going in and the click of the lock. I headed for a wooden bench on the far side of the square and sat down. There were newspapers in a bin next to me. I picked one out and sat, watching him. Savage made a suspicious movement, and I got back on the net. Alpha, this is Delta. That's his feet outside. He's fiddling underneath the dashboard. He's fiddling under the dashboard. Wait. I had my finger on the trestle, so I was still commanding the net. Could he be making the final connection to the bomb? As I was doing my ventriloquist act, an old boy wandered towards me, pushing his bike. The fucker was on his way over for a chat. I took my finger off the trestle and waited. I was deeply involved in the local newspaper, but I didn't have a clue what it said. He obviously thought I did. I didn't want to stick around and discuss the weather. But I wasn't gonna just fuck him off either, because he might start jumping up and down and draw Savage's attention. The old boy stopped, one hand on his bike, the other flailing around. He asked me a question. I didn't understand a word he was saying. I pulled a face that said I didn't know what the world was coming to, shrugged and looked down again at the paper. I'd obviously done the wrong thing. He said some angry shit and then wheeled his bike away, arm still flailing. I got back on the radio. I couldn't exactly see what Savage was doing, but both of his feet were still outside the Renault. He had his arse on the driver's seat and was leaning underneath the dash. It looked as if he was trying to get something out of the glove compartment, as if he'd forgotten something and gone back to get it. I couldn't confirm what he was doing, but his hands kept going into his pockets. Everything was closing in. I felt like a boxer. I could hear the crowd. I was listening to my seconds and the referee. I was listening for the bell. But mostly I was focused on the boy I was fighting. Nothing else mattered. Nothing. The only important people in the world were me and Bravo 1. Through my earpiece I could hear Ewan working like a man possessed, trying to get on top of the other two terrorists. Kev and Slack Pat were still backing me. The other two boys in our team were with Ewan. They'd all still be satelliting, listening on the net so as to be out of sight of the targets, but always close enough to back us if we got in the shit. Ewan closed in on Bravo 2 and Echo 1. They were coming in our direction. Everybody knew where they were. Everybody would keep out of the way so they had a clear run in. I recognized them as soon as they turned the corner. Bravo 2 was Daniel Martin McCann. Unlike Savage, who was well-educated and an expert bomb-maker, Mad Danny was a butcher by trade and a butcher by nature. He'd been expelled from the movement by Gerry Adams in 1985 for threatening to initiate a campaign of murder that would have hampered the new political strategy. It was a bit like being kicked out of the Gestapo for cruelty. But McCann had supporters, and soon got himself reinstated. Married with 2 children, he had 26 killings linked to his name. Ulster loyalists had tried to slot him once, but failed. They should have tried harder. Echo 1 was Mairead Farrell. Middle class and an ex-convent schoolgirl. She was at 31 one of the highest-ranking women in the IRA. See her picture and you'd think, oh, an angel. But she'd served 10 years for planting a bomb in Belfast and reported back for duty as soon as she'd been released. Things hadn't gone her way. A few months earlier, her lover had accidentally blown himself up. As Simmons had said at the briefing, that made her one very pissed off Echo 1. I knew them both well. Ewan and I had been working against them for years. I got on the net and confirmed the ID. Everybody was in place. Alpha would be in the control room with the senior policeman. People from the Foreign Office, people from the Home Office, you name it. Every man and his dog would be there. Everybody wanting to put their tuppence worth in. Everybody with their own concerns. We could only hope that Simmons would be looking after ours. I'd only met the Secret Intelligence Service desk officer for Northern Ireland a couple of days earlier, but he certainly seemed to be running our side of the show. His voice had the sort of confidence that was shaped on the playing fields of Eton, and he measured his words slowly, like a big-time attorney with a meter running. We wanted the decision made now, but I knew there would be big debates going on in the ops room. You'd probably have to cut your way through the cigarette smoke with a knife. Our liaison officer would be listening to us on his radio and explaining everything that we were doing, confirming that the team was in position. At crunch time, it was the police, not us, who'd decide that we went in. Once it was handed over to the military, Kev would control the team. The frustration was outrageous. I just wanted to get this over. By now, Farrell was leaning against the driver's door, the 2 men standing and facing her. If I hadn't known differently, I'd have said they were trying to chat her up. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but their faces showed no sign of stress, and now and then I could hear laughter above the traffic noise. Savage even got out a packet of mints and passed them round. I was still giving a running commentary when Alpha came back on the net. Hello, all call signs, I have control, Gulf acknowledge. Kev acknowledged. The police had handed over. It was Kev's show now. The targets started to move away from the vehicle, and I clicked the pressel 4 times. Gulf came back. Stand by, stand by. That was it. We were off. I let them walk towards the main square, and then I got up. I knew we wouldn't lift them here. There were far too many people around. For all we knew, the players might want to go out in a blaze of glory and start dropping the civilians, take them hostage, or even worse, go into kamikaze mode and detonate the device. Alpha came back on the net. Hello, all call signs, cancel, cancel, cancel. I do not have control. Cancel. Gulf acknowledge. At once, I heard Kev's not-so-formal reply. What the fuck's going on? Tell me what's going on. Wait. Alpha sounded under pressure. There were voices in the background. All stations, the police need another ID. They need to be sure. Gulf acknowledge. What do they want? Introductions? Hi, I'm Danny, bomber and murderer. I enjoy travelling and working with children. We were in danger of losing them if we didn't act soon. Alpha came back. All stations, ATO is moving to check the vehicle. Delta, we need that confirmation. I acknowledged. There was obviously some flapping going on in the ops room. The boss was getting a hard time from the police, and it sounded like a chimp's tea party in there. The terrorist team would be crossing the border within minutes. Once they were on the other side, they could detonate the bomb with immunity. I was now on the other side of the road, and wanted at least to get parallel to them so that I could see their faces again. I had to reconfirm the players, then stick with them. More activity on the net. I could hear the tension in Alpha's voice now. Telephone lines ringing, people milling about. Kev cut in. Fuck the ops room. Let's keep on top of them until someone somewhere makes a fucking decision. Lima and Zulu, can you get forward? Zulu came on the net for himself and Lima, very much out of breath. Zulu and Lima, we can do that. Roger that, move up. Tell me when you're there. Kev wanted them beyond the health centre. They were running hard to get ahead of the targets. They didn't care who saw them, as long as the players didn't. But we still hadn't got control. Kev came back on the net. Alpha, this is Golf. You need to get your finger out now. We're going to lose them. What do you want us to do? Golf, wait. Wait. I could still hear noise in the background. Lots of talking, more telephones ringing, people shouting instructions. Everything went quiet. Wait! Wait! All I could hear now was the background noise of Alpha on my radio, plus my pulse pounding in my head. Then at last, the voice of Simmons very clear, a voice you wouldn't argue with. I heard him say to Alpha, "Tell the ground commander he can continue." All call signs, this is Alpha, I have control, Golf acknowledge. Kev got on the net, and instead of acknowledging said, "Thank fuck for that. All call signs, if they get as far as the airport we'll lift them there. If not, on my word, Zulu and Lima, how's it going?" They came back on the net. "That's our static at the junction. We can take..." They were at the intersection of Main Street and Smith Dorian Avenue, the main approach road to the crossing into Spain. The players were moving towards them. I could lift off soon. I'd done the job I'd been brought here to do. I prepared myself for the handover. But then they stopped. Fuck. Stop, I said. That's Bravo 1, 2 and Echo 1 static. Everybody was closing in. Come on, let's lift them here and now. Savage split from the other two and headed back the way they'd come, towards the town centre. It was all going to rat shit. We had two groups to control now, and we didn't know who had the initiation device. Kev arrived to back me. On the net, I could hear the other two players being followed towards the border by the rest of the team as I moved in to take Savage. He turned left down an alleyway. I was just about to get on the net when I heard a police siren, followed by gunfire behind me. At the same instant, Ewan came on the net. Contact! Contact! Then more shots. Kev and I looked at each other. What the fuck was going on? We ran round the corner. Savage had heard the shots too and turned back towards us. Even at this distance I could see his eyes, big as plates, and jerking like he was having a seizure. There was a woman pedestrian between us. Kev shouted, "Stop! Security forces, stop!" With his left hand, he had to push the woman over to the side and bang her against the wall to keep her out of the way. She was going down, blood pouring from her head. At least she wouldn't get up and become a target. She began screaming. We had Kev hollering and screaming at Savage, and all the people in the area were starting to scream. It was turning into a gang fuck. Kev flicked back the right side of his sports jacket to reach the pancake holster over his kidneys. We always put a bit of weight in a pocket. A full mag is good, to help the jacket flick back out of the way. But I wasn't really looking at Kev. I was looking at Savage. I could see his hand moving to the right side of his jacket. He wasn't some knuckle-dragging moron from the back streets. The moment he saw us, he knew the score. It was decision time. Kev drew his pistol, brought it up and went to fire. Nothing. Stoppage! Fuck! Nick! Fuck! Fuck! Trying to clear his weapon, he dropped on one knee to make himself a smaller target. Now is when everything seems to go into slow motion. Savage and I had eye to eye. He knew what I was going to do. He could have stopped. He could have put his hands up. My bomber jacket was held together with Velcro, so at times like this I could just pull it apart and draw my pistol. The only way a weapon can be drawn and used quickly is by breaking the whole movement into stages. Stage 1. I kept looking at the target. With my left hand I grabbed a fistful of bomber jacket and pulled it as hard as I could towards my chest. The Velcro ripped apart. At the same time, I was sucking in my stomach and sticking out my chest to make the pistol grip easy to access. You only get one chance. We still had eye contact. He started to shout, but I didn't hear. There was too much other shouting going on, from everyone on the street and the earpiece in my head. Stage 2. I pushed the web of my right hand down onto the pistol grip. If I got this wrong, I wouldn't be able to aim correctly. I would miss and die. As I felt my web push against the pistol grip, my lower 3 fingers gripped hard around it. My index finger was outside the trigger guard, parallel with the barrel. I didn't want to pull the trigger early and kill myself. Savage was still looking, still shouting. Savage's hand was nearly at his pocket. Stage 3. I drew my weapon, in the same movement taking the safety catch off with my thumb. Our eyes were still locked. I saw that Savage knew he had lost. There was just a curling of the lips. He knew he was going to die. As my pistol came out, I flicked it parallel with the ground. No time to extend my arms and get into a stable firing position. Stage 4. My left hand was still pulling my jacket out of the way, and the pistol was now just by my belt buckle. There was no need to look at it. I knew where it was and what it was pointing at. I kept my eyes on the target, and his never left mine. I pulled the trigger. The weapon report seemed to bring everything back into real time. The first round hit him. I didn't know where I didn't need to. His eyes told me all I wanted to know. I kept on firing. There was no such thing as overkill. If he could move, he could detonate the bomb. If it took a whole magazine to be sure I'd stopped the threat, then that was what I'd fire. As Savage hit the ground, I could no longer see his hands. He was curled up in a ball, holding his stomach. I moved forward and fired 2 aimed shots at the head. He was no longer a threat. Kev ran over and was searching inside Savage's coat. "It's not here," he said. "No weapon, no firing device." I looked down at Kev as he wiped the blood off his hands onto Savage's jeans. "One of the others must have had it," he said. "I didn't hear the car go up, did you?" In all the confusion, I couldn't be sure. I stood over them both. Kev's mother came from southern Spain, and he looked like a local. Jet black hair, about 5 feet 10 inches, and the world's bluest eyes. His wife reckoned he was a dead ringer for Mel Gibson, which he scoffed at but secretly liked. Right now his face was a picture. He knew he owed me one. I wanted to say, "It's okay, these things happen," but it just didn't seem like the time. Instead I said, "Fucking hell, Brown. What do you expect if you have a name the same colour as shit?" As I spoke, we put our safety catches on and Kev and I swapped weapons. "I'm glad I won't be at any inquest," I grinned at Kev. "You'd better start getting your shit together." He smiled as he got on the radio and started to send a sit rep. It was all right for him and the others, but Ewan and I shouldn't have been here. We had to vanish before the police arrived. The ops room was about 15 minutes away on foot. I tucked Kev's weapon inside my jeans and started walking fast. The mood was subdued aboard the C-130 as it lifted from the tarmac at 11 p.m. that night. Spanish police found Pyra's car bomb in an underground car park in Marbella, 30 miles away. 145 pounds of Semtex high explosive and an unattached timing device preset at 11:20 a.m. The time the Gibraltar guard-changing ceremony ended and the soldiers dispersed in the square. The white Renault had been a blocking vehicle after all. When Simmons came over, Pat said, "As far as we knew, they had the means to detonate a bomb big enough to separate Gibraltar from the mainland. All it would have taken was one press of a button. If there's going to be an inquest, fuck it. Better to be tried by 12, I say, than carried by 6. For you and me, there would be no guest appearances at any inquest. We were undercover in Northern Ireland with 14 Intelligence Group. It was illegal for its members to operate anywhere else. If either of us had been caught in Gibraltar, there would have been a shitstorm." Deafened, suddenly, by the roar of the C-130's engines, I glanced at Kev, Pat, Ewan, and tried to forget what I was going back to. A house isn't a home when there are no pictures on the walls. In the Gulf, Pat had a battle cry. "All for one, and one for all." We'd laughed when he used it, but he was spot on. Any one of us would put his life on the line for the others. I cracked a smile. With these guys around me, who needed family? Without a doubt, I thought, this was as good as it was ever going to get. 1997. Chapter 1. If you work for the British Intelligence Service and get formally summoned to a meeting at their headquarters building on the south bank of the Thames at Vauxhall, there are 3 levels of interview. First is the one with coffee and biscuits, which means they're going to give you a pat on the head. Next, down the food chain, is the more businesslike coffee but no biscuits, which means they're not asking but telling you to follow orders. And finally, there's no biscuits and no coffee either, which basically means that you're in the shit. Since leaving the regiment in 1993 and working as a K on deniable operations, I'd had a number of interviews at every level. And I wasn't expecting a nice, frothy cappuccino to be on the cards this particular Monday. In fact, I was flapping quite severely, because things hadn't been going too well. As I emerged from the tube station at Vauxhall, the omens weren't exactly with me either. The March sky was dull and overcast, preparing itself for the Easter holiday. My path was blocked by roadworks, and a burst from a jackhammer sounded like the crack of a firing squad. Vauxhall Cross, home of what the press call MI6, but which is actually the Secret Intelligence Service, is about a mile upstream of the Houses of Parliament. Bizarrely shaped like a beige and black pyramid that's had its top cut off, with staged levels, large towers either side and a terrace bar overlooking the river. It only needs a few swirls of neon, and you'd swear it was a casino. It wouldn't look out of place in Las Vegas. I missed Century House, the old HQ building near Waterloo Station. It might have been 1960s ugly, square, with loads of glass, net curtains and antenna. And not so handy for the tube, but it was much more homely. Opposite Vauxhall Cross, and about 200 metres across the wide arterial road, is an elevated section of railway line, and beneath that are arches that have been turned into shops, 2 of which have been knocked through to make a massive motorbike shop. I was early, so I popped in and fantasised about which Ducati I was going to buy when I got a pay rise, which wasn't going to be today. What the hell? The way my luck was going, I'd probably go and kill myself on it. I'd fucked up severely. I'd been sent to Saudi to encourage, then train, some northern Iraqi Kurds to kill 3 leading members of the Ba'ath Party. The hope was that the assassinations would spark everything up and help dismantle the regime in Baghdad. The first part of my task was to take delivery in Saudi of some former Eastern Bloc weapons that had been smuggled in. Russian Dragunov sniper weapons, a couple of Makarov pistols and 2 AK assault rifles, the parachute version with a folding stock. All serial numbers had been erased to make them deniable. For maximum chaos, the plan was to get the Kurds to make 3 hits, at exactly the same time, in and around Baghdad. One was going to be a close-quarters shoot using the Makarovs. The idea was for the 2 boys to walk up to the family house, knock on the door, take on whatever threat presented itself, make entry into the house, zap the target and run. The second was going to be a sniper option. The target saw himself as a big-time fitness freak. He'd come out and have a little jog round a running track, all of about 400 metres. He emerged from his house every day in a lime green, fluffy velour shell suit, did one lap, and that was his training for the day. The boys were going to hit him just as he started to sweat and slow down, which, by the look of him, would be after about 100 metres. I would be on this one to coordinate the hit so that both fired at once. The third target was going to be taken out on his way to the ministry. 2 bikes would pull up at traffic lights and give him the good news with their AK-47s. I landed up in northern Iraq without any problems and started the build-up training. At this stage, not even the Kurds knew what their task was going to be. The Dragunov sniper rifles were a heap of shit. However, the weapon is never as important as the ammunition, which in this case was even worse. Indian 7.62mm. Given a free hand, I would have wanted to use Lapua. Manufactured in Finland and the best in the world for sniping because of its consistency. But Western rounds would have given the game away. The Indian ammunition was hit and miss. Mostly miss. On top of that, the Dragunovs were semi-automatic rifles. Ideally, you need a bolt-action weapon, which is not only better at taking the hit, it also doesn't leave an empty case behind because it stays in the weapon until you reload. However, it had to be Russian kit that they were zapped with, and it had to be deniable. Once all 3 jobs went down, the weapons were dumped in a hide and should have been destroyed. They weren't. On the AK there is a forward leaf sight, and underneath that is scratched a serial number. I had been told that all serial numbers had been removed at source and had taken the information at face value. I didn't check. I fucked up. The only way to retrieve the situation as far as London was concerned was to kill the Kurd teams I'd been training. It was damage limitation on a drastic scale, but it had to be done. Detailed counts. If the Iraqis could trace the weapons back, they might make the UK connection. If they then captured the Kurds, who just happened to mention the fact that they had been trained by a Westerner called Nick Stone, it wouldn't take a mastermind to work out which country he came from. It actually pissed me off to have to kill them, because I'd got to know these boys really well. To this day, I was still wearing the G-Shock watch one of the snipers had given me. We'd had a bet when we were on the range, and he lost. I knew that I could beat him, but still cheated because I had to win. I'd really got to like him. Back in the UK, there had been an inquiry, and everybody was covering their arse. And because I was a K, they could land it all on me. The armourers and technicians from the intelligence service said it was my fault for not checking. What could I say? I didn't even exist. I was bracing myself to take the hit. I entered Vauxhall Cross via a single metal door that funneled me towards reception. Inside, the building could be mistaken for any high-tech office block in any city. Very clean, slick, and corporate. People who worked there were swiping their identity cards through electronic readers to get in, but I had to go over to the main reception desk. 2 women sat behind thick, bulletproof glass. Through the intercom system, I said to one of them, "I'm here to see Mr. Lynn." "Can you fill this in, please?" She passed a ledger through a slot under the glass. As I signed my name in 2 boxes, she picked up a telephone. "Who shall I say is coming to see Mr. Lynn?" "My name is Stamford." The ledger held tear-off labels. One half was going to be ripped off and put in a plastic badge container, which I would have to pin on. My badge was blue and said, "Escorted everywhere." The woman came off the phone and said, "There'll be somebody coming down to pick you up." A young clerk appeared minutes later. "Mr. Stamford?" I said, "All right, mate, how you going?" He half smiled. "If you'd like to come with me." He pressed the lift button and said, "We're going to the 5th floor." The whole building is a maze. I just followed him. I didn't have a clue where we were going. There was little noise coming from any of the offices apart from the hum of the air-conditioning ducts, just people bent over papers or working at PCs. At the far end of one corridor, we turned left into a room. Old metal filing cabinets, a couple of 6-foot tables put together and, as in any office anywhere, the kettle and cups, jars of coffee, packets of sugar, and a milk rotor. None of that for me, though. In free-fall talk. I'd just stand by and accept the landing. Lieutenant Colonel Lin's office was off to one side of the larger area. When the clerk knocked on the door, there was a crisp and immediate call of, "Come." The boy turned the handle and ushered me past. Lin was standing behind his desk. In his early 40s, he was of average build, height and looks, but had that aura about him that marked him out as an absolute flyer. The only thing he didn't have, I was always pleased to note, was plenty of hair. I'd known him on and off for about 10 years. For the last 2 years his job had been liaison between the MOD and SIS. It was only as I walked further into the room that I realised he wasn't alone. Sitting to one side of the desk, obscured until now by the half-open door, was Simmons. I hadn't seen him since Gibraltar. What a switched-on boy he'd turned out to be, sorting out the inquest and basically making sure that Ewan and I didn't exist. I felt a mixture of surprise and relief to see him here. He'd had nothing to do with the Kurd job. We might be getting the kettle out after all. Simmons stood up. 6 feet tall, late 40s, rather distinguished looking. A very polite man, I thought, as he extended his hand. He was dressed in corduroy trousers the colour of Coleman's mustard, and a shirt that looked as if he'd slept in it. "Delighted to see you again, Nick." We shook hands and Lin said, "Stone, would you like a brew?" Things were looking up. "Thanks. Coffee, white, no sugar." We all sat down. I took a wooden chair that was on the other side of the desk and had a quick look round the office, while Lin pressed the intercom on his desk and passed the order on to the clerk. His office was at the rear of the building and overlooked the Thames. It was a very plain, very functional, very impersonal room. Apart from a framed photograph on the desk of a group which I presumed were his wife and 2 children. There were 2 Easter eggs in wrapping paper on the windowsill. Mounted on a wall bracket in one corner was a television. The screen was scrolling through CFAX World News headlines. Under the TV was the obligatory officer's squash racket and his jacket on a coat stand. Without further formalities, Lin leaned over and said, "We've got a fastball for you." I looked at Simmons. Lin continued, "Stone, you're in the shit over the last job, and that's just tough. But you can rectify that by going on this one. I'm not saying it'll help, but at least you're still working. Take it or leave it." I said, "I'll do it." He'd known what I was going to say. He was already reaching for a small stack of files containing photographs and bits of paper. As a margin note on one of the sheets, I could see a scribble in green ink. It could only have been written by the head of the firm. Simmons still hadn't said a word. Lin handed me a photograph. "Who are they?" "Michael Kerr and Morgan McGear. They're on their way to Shannon as we speak, then flying to Heathrow for a flight to Washington. They booked a return flight with Virgin and they're running on forged Southern Irish passports. I want you to take them from Shannon to Heathrow and then on to Washington. See what they're up to and who they're meeting." I'd followed players out of the Republic before and could anticipate a problem. I said, "What happens if they don't follow the plan? If they're on forged passports, they might go through the motions just to get airside, then use their other passports to board another flight and fuck off to Amsterdam. It wouldn't be the first time." Simmons smiled. "I understand your concern, and it is noted. But they will go. Lynn passed me a sheet of paper. These are the flight details. They booked yesterday in Belfast. There was a knock on the door. 3 coffees arrived, one in a mug showing a Tasmanian devil, one with a vintage car on and a plain white one. I got the impression Lynn and Simmons were on their second round. Simmons picked up the plain one. Lynn picked up the car, and I was left with the Tasmanian devil running up a hill. Who's taking them from Belfast to Shannon? Simmons said, Actually, it's Ewan. He has them at the moment. He'll hand over to you at Shannon. I smiled to myself at the mention of Ewan's name. I was now out of the system and basically just used as a K on deniable operations. The only reason I did it was to finance other things I wanted to do. What they were, I didn't know yet. I was a 37-year-old man with a lot on his mind, but not too much in it. Ewan, however, still felt very much part of the system. He still had that sense of a moral responsibility to fight the good fight, whatever that meant. And he'd be there until the day he was kicked out. Simmons handed me a folder. Check that off, he said. There are 13 pages. I want you to sign for it now and hand it over to the aircrew when you've finished. Good luck, he added, not meaning it at all. Am I going now? I said. I don't have my passport with me. Fastball isn't the word. Lynn said, Your passport's in there. Have you got your other docs? I looked at him as if I'd been insulted. Passport, driver's license, credit cards are the basic requirements for giving depth to a cover story. From there, the K builds up his own cover by using the credit cards to buy things, or maybe paying direct debits for magazine subscriptions or club memberships. I had my cards with me, as always, but not my passport. The one Simmons handed me had probably been specially produced that morning, correct even down to visas and the right degree of aging. I didn't have time to finish my coffee. The clerk reappeared and took me downstairs. I signed for the documents in the outer office before I left. 13 bits of paper with the information on, and I had to sign each sheet. Then I had to sign for the folder it was in. Fucking bureaucracy. A car was waiting for me outside. I jumped in the front. When I was a kid, I'd look at people being chauffeured and think, who the fuck do they think they are? I talked shit with the driver, probably bored him rigid. He didn't really want to talk, but it made me feel better. A civilian squirrel was waiting on the pad at Battersea Heliport, rotors slowly turning. I had one last job to do before boarding. From a wall phone, I called up the family who covered for me, people who'd vouch for me if I was ever up against it. They'd never take any action on my behalf, but if I got lifted, I could say to the police, "That's where I live. Phone them. Ask them." A male voice answered the phone. "James, it's Nick. I've just been given a chance to go to the States and visit friends. I might be a week or two. If it's more, I'll call." James understood. "The Wilmots had a break-in next door 2 days ago, and we're going to see Bob in Dorset over the Easter weekend." I needed to know these things because I would if I lived there all the time. They even sent the local paper to my accommodation address each week. "Cheers, mate. When you see that son of yours at the weekend, tell him he still owes me a night out." "I will. Have a nice holiday." As we skimmed over the Irish Sea, I opened the briefing pack and thumbed through the material. I needn't have bothered. All they knew for certain was that 2 boys had booked tickets to Washington, and they wanted to find out why. They wanted to know who they were meeting and what was happening once they met. I knew from experience that the chances of failure were big time. Even if they kept to the script and went to Washington, how was I going to follow them around? There were 2 of them, and 1 of me. As a basic anti-surveillance drill, they were sure to split up at some point. But hey, at the end of the day, the firm had me by the bollocks. Judging from one of the documents, it seemed that we'd reached the time of the year when all good Pyra fundraisers headed for the dinner circuit in Boston, New York, Washington, even down as far as Tucson, Arizona, to catch Irish-American sympathizers who'd retired to the sun. It seemed that the seizure of 10 tons of explosives and weapons during the search of a warehouse in North London in September 1996 had produced a financial crisis. Pyra weren't exactly asking their bank for an overdraft yet, but the increase in legitimate fundraising in Northern Ireland was an indication that they were flapping. There were also other, less public ways of raising cash. I was sure my new friends were part of that. Apart from that, I was still none the wiser about the job. I had no information on the players' cover stories or where they might be going, within or outside Washington. All I knew was who they were and what they looked like. I read that Michael Kerr had been a member of the South Armagh ASU. He'd taken part in 4 mortar attacks on SF bases and tens of shoots against the security forces and prods. He'd even got wounded once, but escaped to the south. A hard boy. The same could be said for Morgan McGeer. After a career as a shooter in the border area of South Armagh, the 31-year-old jobbing builder had been promoted to Pyra's security team. His job there was to find and question informers. His favoured method of interrogation was a Black & Decker power drill. Chapter 2. The helicopter was operated by a civilian front company, so the arrivals procedure at Shannon was no different than if I'd been a horse breeder coming to check the assets at his stud farm in Tipperary, or a businessman flying in from London to fill his briefcase with EU subsidies. I walked across the tarmac into the arrivals terminal, went through customs and followed the exit signs, heading for the taxi rank. At the last minute, I doubled back into departures. At the Aer Lingus ticket desk, I picked up my ticket for Heathrow, which had been booked in the name of Nick Stamford. When choosing a cover name, it's always best to keep your own Christian name. That way, you react naturally to it. It also helps if the surname begins with your real initial, because the signature flows better. I'd picked Stamford after the Battle of Stamford Bridge. I loved medieval history. I headed straight to the shop to buy myself a bag. Everybody has hand luggage. I'd stick out like the balls on a bulldog if I boarded the aircraft with nothing but a can of Coke. I never travelled with luggage that had to be checked in, because then you're in the hands of whoever it is that decides to take bags marked Tokyo and send them to Buenos Aires instead. Even if your baggage does arrive safely, if it then reaches the carousel 5 minutes after the targets, you're fucked. I bought some toothpaste, and other odds and ends, all the time keeping an eye out for Ewan. I knew that he'd be glued to Kerr and McGeer unless they'd already gone airside. The departure lounge seemed full of Irish families who were going to find the Easter sun, and newly retired Americans who'd come to find their roots, wandering around with their brand-new Guinness sweatshirts, umbrellas and baseball caps, and leprechauns in tins and little pots of grow-your-own shamrock. It was busy, and the bars were doing good business. I spotted Ewan at the far end of the terminal, sitting at a table in a cafe, having a large, frothy coffee and reading a paper. I'd always found Ewan a strange name for him. It made me think of a bloke with a skirt on, running up and down a glen somewhere, swinging a claymore. In fact, he was born in Bedford, and his parents came from Eastbourne. They must have watched some jock film and liked the name. To the left was a bar. Judging by where Ewan was sitting, I guessed that was where the players were. I didn't bother looking. I knew Ewan would point them out. There was no rush. As I came out of the chemist's, I looked towards the coffee shop and got eye to eye. I started walking towards him, big grin all over my face, as if I'd just spotted a long-lost pal, but didn't say anything yet. If somebody was watching him, knowing he was on his own, it wouldn't look natural for me just to come up and sit next to him and start talking. It had to look like a chance meeting, yet not such a noisy one that people noticed it. They wouldn't think, "Oh, look, there's two spies meeting," but it registers. It might not mean anything at the time, but it could cost you later. Ewan half got to his feet and reciprocated my smile. "Hello, dickhead. What are you doing here?" He gestured for me to join him. We sat down, and since Ewan was sponsoring the RV, he came up with the cover story. "I've just come to see you from Belfast, before you fly back to London. Old friends from school days." It helps to know you both have the same story. "Where are they?" I said, as if asking after the family. "My half left, and you got the bar. Go right at the TV, they're sitting. One's got a jean jacket on, one a black 3/4 length suede coat. Kerr is on the right-hand side. He's now called Michael Lindsay. McGear is Morgan Ashdown." "Have they checked in?" "Yes, and luggage only." "For 2 weeks in Washington?" "Suit carriers." "And they haven't gone to any other check-in?" "No, it looks like they're going to Heathrow." I walked over to the counter and bought 2 coffees. I could tell they were the only Irishmen at the bar because everybody else was wearing Guinness polo shirts and drinking pints of the black stuff. These 2 were on Budweiser by the neck and watching the football. Both had cigarettes on the go and were smoking like 10 men. If I'd been watching them in a bar in Derry, I'd have taken it as nervousness. But Aer Lingus have a no-smoking policy on their flights, and it looked as if these boys were getting their big hit before boarding. Both were looking very much the tourist. Clean-shaven, clean hair, not overdressed as businessmen, not underdressed as slobs. Basically, they were so nondescript you wouldn't give them a second glance, which indicated that they were quite switched on. And that was a problem for me. If they'd been looking a bag of bollocks, or at all nervous, I'd have known I was up against 2nd or 3rd division players. Easy job. But these boys were Premier League. A long way from hanging around the bogside on kneecapping duty. There were kids everywhere, chasing and shouting, mothers screaming after 2-year-olds who'd found their feet and were skimming across the terminal. For us, the more noise and activity, the better. I sat down with the drinks. I wanted to get as much information as I could from Ewan before they went airside. On cue, he said, "I picked McGear up from Derry. He went to the Sinn Féin office in Cable Street, and presumably got the brief. Then to Belfast. The spooks tried to use the listening device, but didn't have any luck. Nothing else to report, really. They spent the night on the piss, then came down here. Been here about 2 hours. They booked the flight by credit card and their cover names. Their cover's good. They've even got their Virgin cabin luggage tags on. I don't want anything to go wrong." "Where are they staying?" "I don't know. It's all very last minute, and Easter's a busy time. There are about 10 Virgin-affiliated hotels in Washington, and it's probably one of them. We haven't had time to check." "Is that all?" I said. "That's your lot. I don't know how they're going to transfer from the airport, but it looks like they're off to DC, big boy." Subject closed, as far as Ewan was concerned. It was now time to talk shit. "You still see a lot of Kev?" I took a mouthful of coffee and nodded. "Yeah, he's in Washington now. He's doing all right. The kids and Marsha are fine. I saw them about 4 months ago. He's been promoted and they've just bought a plastic mansion on this naff estate. It's what you'd call executive housing." Ewan grinned, looking like Father Christmas with white froth on his top lip. His own place was a stone-walled sheep farmer's house in the middle of nowhere on the Black Mountains in Wales. His nearest neighbour was 2 miles away on the other side of the valley. I said, "Marsha loves it in Washington. No one trying to shoot holes in the car." Marsha, an American, was Kev's second wife. After leaving the regiment, he'd moved to the States with her, and had joined the DEA. He had 3 grown-up kids from his first marriage, and 2 from this one, Kelly and Aida. "Is Slack Pat still over there?" "I think so. But you know what he's like. One minute he's going to learn how to house build, and the next minute he's going to take up tree hugging and crocheting. Fuck knows what he's doing now." Pat had had a job for 2 years, looking after the family of an Arab diplomat in DC. It worked out really well. He even got an apartment thrown in, but eventually the children he was minding grew too old to be looked after. They were off back to Saudi, so he binned his job and started bumming around. The fact was, he'd made so much money during those 2 years he wasn't in a hurry. We carried on chatting and joking, but all the time Ewan's eyes flickered towards the targets. The players ordered another drink, so it looked as if we were going to be sat there for a while. We carried on spinning the social shit. "How's year 10 of the house building programme?" I grinned. "I'm still having problems with the boiler." He'd decided that he was going to put in the central heating himself, but it was a total balls up. He'd ended up spending twice as much money as if he'd got someone in. "Apart from that, it's all squared away. You should come down sometime. I can't wait to finish this fucking tour, then I've got about 2 more years and that's me out." "What are you going to do?" "As long as it's not what you're doing, I don't care. I thought I'd become a dustman. I don't give a fuck, really." I laughed. "You do? You'll be scratching to stay in. You're a party man. You'll stay in forever. You moan about it all the time, but actually you love it." Ewan checked the players, then looked back at me. I knew exactly what he was thinking. I said, "You're right. Don't do this job. It's shit." "What have you been up to since your little Middle Eastern adventure?" "I've been on holiday. Got some free fall in, did a bit of work for a couple of the companies, but actually not much. And to tell you the truth, it's great. Now I'm just waiting for the outcome of the inquiry. I think I'm in the shit, unless this job gets me out." Ewan's eyes moved again. "It looks like you're off." The 2 boys must have started to sort themselves out at the bar. I said, "I'll give you a ring after this is finished. When are you back in the UK?" "I don't know. Maybe a few days." "I'll give you a call. We can arrange something. You got yourself a woman yet, or what?" "You've got to be pissed. I was going out with someone from the London office for a while, but she wanted to make me all nice and fluffy. She was starting to do my washing and all sorts of shit. I really didn't get into it." "You mean she didn't iron a crease in the front of your jeans?" Ewan shrugged. "She didn't do things my way." Nobody did. He was the kind of guy who folded his socks instead of putting them inside each other, and stacked his coins in their denominations. Since his divorce, he'd turned into Mr. I'm going to have the best of everything. People even started to call him Mr. Habitat. You name it, spotlights, 3-piece suite, the lot. The inside of his sheepshagger's house was like a showroom. I could tell Ewan was watching the 2 players pick up their kit and walk from the bar. I took my time. No need to get right up their arse. Ewan would tell me when to move. "Do a 180, he said. "Look half right. Just approaching the newsagents." I casually got to my feet. It had been great to see him. Maybe this job would turn out to be a waste of time, but at least I'd seen my bestest mate. We shook hands and I walked away. Then I turned, looked half right, and pinged them. Suit carriers over their arms. The departures lounge looked like an Irish craft fair. I was starting to feel out of place. I should have got myself a Guinness hat. What was I going to do once I got to Washington? I didn't know if somebody was going to pick them up, whether they were taking a cab or the bus, or if they'd managed to get a hotel, whether it included a transfer. If they started moving around the city, that would be fun too. I knew Washington a bit, but not in any great detail. They were still smoking like beagles in a lab. I sat in the lounge and picked up a paper from the seat. McGear started scrabbling about in his pocket for change as they talked to each other standing at the bar. He was suddenly looking purposeful. He was going to either the fruit machines or the telephone. He got out a note and leaned over to the barman, and I could see him asking for change. I was sitting more or less directly behind them and about 20 feet back. So even if they turned their heads 45 degrees either side, I still wouldn't be in their peripheral vision. McGear walked towards the fruit machines, but carried on past. It must be the telephone. I got up and wandered over to the newsagent's, pretending to check the spinning rack of paperbacks outside. He picked up the phone, put a couple of pound coins in and dialed. He got the number from a piece of paper, so it wasn't one that was well known to him. I looked at my G-Shock. It was 16:16. The display was still on dual time. If there were any Iraqis in the lounge needing to know the time in Baghdad, I was their man. I checked my pockets for coins. I'd about 2.5 quid. I would need more for what I was going to do. So I went in and bought a newspaper with a £20 note. The woman behind the counter looked well impressed. McGear finished his call and went back to the bar. These boys weren't going anywhere. They ordered another beer, opened their papers and lit another fag. I gave it a couple of minutes, then strolled over to the phone McGear had been using. I picked up the receiver, threw in a couple of pound coins and looked for a number on the set. I couldn't find one. Not to worry. It would just take a bit longer. I dialed a London number and a woman's voice said, "Good afternoon. Your PIN number, please." 2422. The digits were etched into my memory. They were the first half of the army number that I'd had since I was 16. She said, "Do you have a number?" "No, this line, please." "Wait." I heard a click, then nothing. I kept my eyes on the players and fed the phone. Within a minute, she was back. "What times are you interested in?" "I'd like to book it from 16:13 up till now." "That's fine. Do you want me to call you or will you call back?" "I'll call back. 10 minutes?" "Fine. Goodbye." And that was it. No matter where you are in the world, you can dial in and the firm will run a trace. I phoned back 10 minutes later. We went through the same PIN number routine. Then she said, "Nothing until 16:10 hours. A Washington, D.C. number, 703-661-8230. Washington Flyer Taxis, USA." I jotted down the number, hung up, and immediately dialed it. "Good morning, Washington Flyer Taxis. Jerry speaking. How may I be of assistance today?" "Yes, I wonder if a Mr. Ashdown or Lindsay has booked a taxi. I just want to check they're going to get to a meeting on time." "Oh, yes, sir. We've just had the booking. Collect from Dulles. Arriving on flight number—" I cut in. "Are you going to drop them off at the hotel? Or are they coming straight to me at Tyson's Corner?" "Let me see, sir. They're booked for the Westin on M Street." "All right, that's fine, thank you." Now all I had to do was try to get to the Westin before them. Everything seemed to be going to plan. Either that, or the fuckers had pinged me and were putting in a deception. The flight to London Heathrow was getting ready to board. I watched them get up, find their passes and walk. I followed. On something like this, you always travel club class, so you're at the front of the aircraft. Then you can choose either to sit down and watch people boarding, or let them through ahead of you and come in later on. At the destination, you can wait for the target to come off the aircraft and naturally file in behind, or get out of the way beforehand so that you're ready to do the pickup once you're out of arrivals. I thought about a drink, but decided against. I might have to start performing as soon as we got to the other side. These boys seemed switched on and professional, so chances were they weren't going to be doing any work after all the bud they'd been putting away. But still, no drink for me. As I settled into my seat, I started to think about Kev and his family. I'd been there when he'd first met Marcia. I was best man at their wedding and was even godfather to Aida, their second child. I took the job seriously, even though I didn't really know what I was supposed to do on the God front. I knew I'd never have any of my own kids. I'd be too busy running around doing shit jobs like this. Kev and Marcia knew that and really tried to make me feel part of their setup. I'd grown up with this fantasy of the perfect family, and as far as I was concerned, Kev had it. The first marriage went a bit dodgy, but this one seemed absolutely right. His job with the DEA was now mostly desk-bound in Washington. He loved it. "More time with the kids, mate," he'd say. "Yeah, so you can be one," I'd reply. Luckily, Marcia was the mature and sensible one. When it came to the family, they complemented each other really well. Their house at Tyson's Corner was a healthy, loving environment, but after 3 or 4 days it would get too much for me and I'd have to move on. They'd make a joke of it. They knew I loved them, but somehow couldn't handle people showing so much affection. I guessed that was why I'd always felt more comfortable with Ewan. We were both from the same job lot. As for Slack Pat, he was completely off the scale. Half the world seemed to be his best friend, and he was still working on the rest. Even when he opened the fridge door and the light came on, he'd have to launch into some sort of chat-up routine. When he started the BG job in Washington, a real estate agent took him out to look at an apartment in Georgetown, by the university. The way he told the story, he saw a building with people coming in and out. "What's that then?" he asked. "One of the best restaurants in Washington," she said. "Half of Congress seems to go there." "Right, I'll take it," he said. The moon was in a new quarter or some shit like that. And I thought for a while that he reckoned he'd turned into Terence Conran. He told me he used to eat there every day and knew every waitress by name. He'd even started going out with one of them. Maybe it was her that got him into drugs. I hadn't seen it myself, but I'd heard he had a problem. It made me feel sad. We'd all seen the results of addiction during our time in Columbia. Pat had called them losers. Now it seemed he was one himself. Hopefully, it was just one of his phases. Chapter 3. The transfer at Heathrow had been easy. The boys didn't get stopped at the security checks, probably because Special Branch had been informed and the flight to Washington had taken off on time. Now, as we started the approach, I put on my belt, made the seat upright, and looked out of the window at America. The view always made me feel good. There's such a sense of opportunity and space, of all things being possible. And it's contagious. I hoped McGear and Kerr were going straight to the hotel. I hoped they'd be playing the good tourist boys and wouldn't blow it by not booking in. If I ever lost the target, I'd look in all the places where he might be. His place of work, the pub, where the kids go to school, even the betting shop. I needed to know as much as I could about them, because once you're inside your target's mind, you can second-guess every movement, even understand why they do what they do. Unfortunately, all I knew so far about McGear and Kerr was that they liked drinking Budweiser and must be gagging for a fag. So I had to start with the hotel. I needed to get forward of them. That shouldn't be a problem, since Club had its own shuttle bus to get us to the terminal ahead of the herd. However, since they'd pre-booked a transfer, I'd need to grab a cab pretty sharpish if I was going to beat them to M Street. I could have booked one of my own when I spoke to Washington Flyer, but I tried to do that in Warsaw once in similar circumstances, only to come out and find the two drivers fighting over who to take first, me or the target. It was the taxi rank for me from then on. I came out of Arrivals through 2 large automatic doors and into a horseshoe of waiting relatives and limo drivers holding up nameboards, all held back by steel barriers. I carried on through the bustle, turned left and walked down a long ramp into heat and brilliant sunshine. There was a queue at the rank. I did a quick calculation and the number of passengers didn't go into the limited number of cabs. I wandered towards the rear of the rank and waved a $20 bill at one of the drivers. He smiled conspiratorially and hustled me inside. A further $20 soon had me screaming along the Dulles access road towards Route 66 and Washington, D.C. The airport and its surroundings reminded me of a high-tech business park with everything green and manicured. There'd even been a lake as we exited the terminal. Suburbia started about 15 miles from the airport, mainly ribbon development on either side of the Beltway. Vast estates of very neat wooden and brick houses, many still under construction. We passed a sign for the Tyson's Corner turnoff, and I strained my neck to see if I could see Kev's place. I couldn't. But, as Ewan would have said, executive housing all looks the same. We crossed the Potomac and entered the City of Monuments. The Westin on M Street was a typically upmarket American hotel. Purpose-built, slick and clean, and totally devoid of character. Walking into the lobby, I got my bearings and headed left and up a few stairs to a coffee lounge on a half landing that overlooked the reception area and the only way in and out. I ordered a double espresso. A couple of refills later, Kerr and McGear came through the revolving door, looking very relaxed. They went straight to the desk. I put down my coffee, left a $5 bill under the saucer and wandered down. It was just a matter of getting the timing right. There was a bit of a queue at the desk, but the hotel was as efficient as it was soulless, and now had more people behind the reception desk than were waiting to be served. I couldn't hear what McGear and Kerr were saying, but it was obvious they were checking in. The woman looking after them was tapping a keyboard below desk level. Kerr handed over a credit card for swiping, and now was the time to make my approach. It makes life far easier if you can get the required information this way rather than try to follow them, and there was no way I was going to risk a compromise by getting in the lift with them. I only hoped they were sharing a room. To the right of them, on the reception desk, was a rack of information cards, advertising everything from restaurants to trolley bus rides. I stood about 2 meters away with my back to them. There was no big flap about this. It was a big, busy hotel, and they weren't looking at me. They were doing their own stuff. I made it obvious I was flicking through the cards and didn't need help. The woman said, "There you are, gentlemen. You're in room 403. If you turn left, just past the pillars, you'll see the elevator. Have a nice day." All I had to do now was listen to their conversations while they were in their room. And to make that happen, I went to the bank of payphones in the lobby and dialed the firm. A woman's voice asked me for my PIN number. 2422. "Go ahead." "I'd like a room, please. The Westin on M Street, Washington, D.C. 401 or 405, or 303 or 503. "Have you a contact number?" "No. I'll call back in half an hour's time." They would now telephone the hotel using the name of a front company and request one of the rooms I'd specified. It didn't really matter whether the room was above, beside, or below the targets, as long as we could get in and plant surveillance devices. I went back to the raised lounge area and read a few of the leaflets and cards I'd picked up, all the time watching the exit onto M Street. I ran through a mental checklist of surveillance equipment to ask for. I'd fit the first wave of kit myself: wall-mounted listening devices, phone line devices, both voice and modem, and cables that fed into the TV in my room to relay pictures. That'd only take me about 3 hours to rig up once the firm had dropped them off. The second wave, once McGear and Kerr had vacated their room for the day, would be fitted by technicians from the embassy. In their expert hands, a hotel room TV could become a camera, and the telephone a microphone. Half an hour later, I rang the contact number and again gave my PIN number. There was a bit of clicking, and then the strains of a string quartet. About 5 seconds later, the woman came back again. "You are to lift off and return today. Please acknowledge." I thought I'd misheard her. There was a conference at the hotel given by the Norwegian Board of Trade, and all the delegates were exiting for coffee. "Can you repeat, please?" You are to lift off and return today. Please acknowledge. Yes, I understand. I am to lift off and return today. The phone went dead. I put the phone down. Strange. There had even been a memo in green ink from the head of the service about this. The fastball job that had now come to a sudden halt. It wasn't unusual to get lifted off, but not so quickly. Maybe Simmons had decided these people weren't that important after all. Then I thought, so what? Who gives a fuck? At the end of the day, they wanted me to do the job, and I've done it. I called the booking agency and tried to get a flight out of Washington. The only one I could get on was the British Airways at 21:35, which was hours away. Kev and Marcia were only an hour down the road towards the airport, so why not? I dialed another number and Kev answered. His voice was wary, then he recognised mine. Nick, how's it going? He sounded really happy to hear me. Not too bad. I'm in Washington. What are you doing? Nah, I don't want to know. You coming to see us? If you're not busy. I'm leaving tonight, back to the UK. It'll be a quick stop and hello, okay? Any chance of you getting your arse up here right away? I've just got the ball rolling on something, but I'd be interested to know what you think. You'll really like this one. No problem, mate. I'll hire a car at the hotel and head straight over. Marcia will want to go into cordon bleu overdrive. I'll tell her when she gets back with the kids. Have a meal with us, then I'll take you to the airport. You won't believe the stuff I've got here. Your friends over the water are busy. I can't wait. Nick, there's one other thing. What's that, mate? You owe Ada a birthday present. You forgot again, dickhead. Driving west along the freeway, I kept wondering what Kev could want to talk to me about. Friends over the water. Kev had no connection with Pyra that I knew of. He was in the DEA, not the CIA or any anti-terrorist department. Besides, I knew that his job was far more administrative than field work now. I guessed he probably just needed some background information. I thought again about Slack Pat, and made a mental note to ask Kev if he had a contact address for the arseless one. I got on the interstate. Tyson's Corner was the junction I had to get off at. Well, not really. I wanted the one before, but I could never remember it. The moment I left the freeway, I could have been in leafy suburban Surrey. Large, detached houses lined the road, and just about every one seemed to have a 7-seater people carrier in the drive and a basketball hoop fixed to the wall. I followed my nose to Kev's estate and turned into their road, Hunting Bear Path. I carried on for about a quarter of a mile until I reached a small parade of shops arranged in an open square with parking spaces, mainly little delis and boutiques specialising in scented candles and soap. I bought sweets for Ada and Kelly that I knew Marcia wouldn't let them have, and a couple of other presents. Facing the shops was a stretch of waste ground, which looked as if it had been earmarked as the next phase of the development. On and around the churned-up ground were porta cabins, big stockpiles of girders and other building materials, and a couple of bulldozers. Far up on the right-hand side amongst the large detached houses, I could just about make out the rear of Kev's and Marcia's deluxe colonial. As I drove closer, I could see their Daihatsu people carrier, the thing she threw the kids into to go screaming to school. It had a big, furry Garfield stuck to the rear window. I couldn't see Kev's company car, a Caprice classic that bristled with aerials. Such an ugly model only government agents use them. Kev normally kept his in the garage, safely out of sight of predators. I was looking forward to seeing the Browns again, even though I knew that by the end of the day I'd be more exhausted than the kids. I got to the driveway and turned in. There was nobody waiting. The houses were quite a distance apart, so I didn't see any neighbours either. But I wasn't surprised. The commuter belt of Washington is quite dead during work and school days. I braced myself. On past form, I'd get ambushed as soon as the car pulled up. The kids would jump out at me, with Marcia and Kev close behind. I always made it look as if I didn't like it, but actually I did. The kids would know I'd have presents. I'd bought a little Tweety Pie watch for Aida, and Kelly's was a handful of Goosebumps horror books. I wouldn't say anything to Aida about forgetting her birthday. Hopefully she'd have forgotten. I got out of the car and walked towards the front door. Still no ambush. So far so good. The front door was ajar, about 2 inches. I thought, here we go. What they want me to do is walk into the hallway like Inspector Clouseau. And there's going to be a Cato-type ambush. I pushed the door wide open and called out, "Hello? Hello? Anyone home?" Any minute now the kids would be attacking a leg each. But nothing happened. Maybe they had a new plan and were all squared away somewhere in the house, waiting, trying to stifle their giggles. Once through the front door there was a little corridor which opened up into a large rectangular hallway, with doors leading off to the different downstairs rooms. In the kitchen to my right, I heard a female voice on the radio singing a station logo. Still no kids. I started tiptoeing towards the noise in the kitchen. In a loud stage whisper I said, "Well, well, well. I'll have to leave, seeing as nobody's here. What a shame, because I've got 2 presents for 2 little girls." To my left was the door to the lounge, open about a foot or so. I didn't look in as I walked past, but I saw something in my peripheral vision that at first didn't register. Or maybe it did. Maybe my brain processed the information and rejected it as too horrible to be true. It took a second for it to sink in, and when it did, my whole body stiffened. I turned my head slowly, trying to make sense of what was in front of me. It was Kev. He was lying on his side on the floor, and his head had been battered to fuck by a baseball bat. I knew that because I could see it on the floor beside him. It was one he'd shown off to me on my last visit, a nice, light aluminium one. He'd shaken his head and laughed when he'd said the local rednecks called them Alabama lie detectors. I was still rooted to the spot. I thought, fucking hell, he's dead. Or should be, looking at the state of him. What about Marcia and the kids? Was the killer still in the house? I had to get a weapon. There was nothing I could do for Kev at the moment. I didn't even think about him, just that I needed one of his pistols. I knew where all 5 of them were concealed in the house, always above child level and always loaded and made ready. A magazine on the weapon and a round in the chamber. All Marcia or Kev had to do was pick up one of the weapons and blat anyone who was pissed off with Kev. And there were more than a few of those in the drug community. I thought, fuck. They've got him at last. Very slowly I put the presents on the floor. I wanted to listen for any creaking of floors, any movement at all around the house. The living room was large and rectangular. Against the left-hand gable wall was a fireplace. Either side of it were alcoves with bookshelves, and I knew that on the second shelf up, on the right, was the world's biggest, fattest thesaurus, and on top of that, tucked well back out of view, just above head level, but close enough to reach up for, was a big fat gun. It was lying so that, as you picked it up, it would be in the correct position to fire. I ran. I didn't even look to see if there was anyone else in the room. Without a weapon, it wouldn't have made much difference. I reached the bookcase, put my hand up and took hold of the pistol, spun round, and went straight down onto my knees in the aim position. It was a Heckler & Koch USP 9mm, a fantastic weapon. This one even had a laser sight under the barrel. Where the beam hits, so does the round. I took a series of deep breaths. Once I'd calmed myself, I looked down and checked the chamber. I got the top slide and pulled it back a bit. I could see the brass casing in position. Now what was I going to do? I had my car outside. If that got reported and traced, there'd be all kinds of drama. I was still under my alias cover. If I got discovered, that meant the job got discovered. And then I'd be in a world of shit. I had a quick look at Kev just in case I could see breathing. No chance. His brains were hanging out. His face was pulped. He was dead. And whoever had done it was so blasé they'd just thrown the baseball bat down and left it there. There was blood all over the glass coffee table and the thick shag-pile carpet. Some was even splattered on the patio windows. But strangely, apart from that, there wasn't much sign of a struggle. Chapter 4. I had to make sure Marcia and the kids weren't still here, tied up in another room or held down by some fucker with a gun to their heads. I was going to have to clear the house. If only room clearing was as easy as Don Johnson made it look in Miami Vice. Run up to the door, get right up against the door frame, jump out into the middle of it, pistol poised, and win the day. A doorway naturally draws fire, and if you stand in one, you're presenting yourself as a target. If there's a boy waiting the other side for you with a shotgun, you're dead. The first room I had to clear was the kitchen. It was the nearest, plus it had sound. I was on the opposite side of the living room to the kitchen door. I started to move along the outside wall of the room. I stepped over Kev, not bothering to look at him. The pistol was out in front of me. It had to be ready to fire as soon as I saw a target. Where your eyes go, the pistol goes. I mentally divided the room into bounds. The first was from the settee halfway across the lounge, a distance of about 20 feet. I got there and went static by a big TV stereo setup, which gave me a bit of cover while I cleared the door that led back to the hallway. It was still open. There was nothing in the hallway. As I moved through, I closed the door behind me. I approached the one to the kitchen. The handle was on the right-hand side and I couldn't see the hinges, so it had to open inwards. I moved across to the hinged side and listened. Just above the sound of my breath and that of my heart thumping, I could hear some bonehead on the radio. Injured at work? Fight for compensation through our expert attorneys. And remember, no win, no fee. My pistol arm wasn't completely stretched out, but the weapon was still facing forward. I leaned over to the handle, turned it, gave the door a push and moved back. Then I opened it a bit more from the hinge side to see if there was any reaction from inside the kitchen. I could hear more of the radio and also a washing machine, turning, stopping, turning. But nothing happened. With the door now open just a few more inches, I could see into a small part of the kitchen. I moved forward and pushed the door frame fully open. Still no reaction. Using the door frame and wall as cover, I edged round slowly. As the angle between me and the frame increased, I gradually saw more of the room. I took my time so I could take in the information in stages. If I had to react, the fact of being 2 yards away from the doorframe would not affect my shooting. And if it did, I shouldn't be in this business anyway. Using my right thumb, I pushed the laser sight button. A small dot of brilliant red light splashed on the kitchen wall. I leaned my body over to present as small a target as possible. If anyone was in the kitchen, all they'd see was a very nervous bit of head. And that would be what they'd have to react to, not the full Don Johnson. The room was like the Marie Celeste. Food was still on the side in the middle of preparation. Kev had said Marcia was going to cook something special. There were vegetables and opened packs of meat. I closed the door behind me. By now the radio was playing some soft rock and the washing machine was on spin. The table was half laid, and that really upset me. Kev and Marcia were very strict on the kids' chores. The sight of the half-laid table made me feel sick inside because it heightened the chances of the kids being either dead or upstairs with some fucker with a 9mm stuck in their mouth. I moved slowly to the other end of the room and locked the door to the garage. I didn't want to clear the bottom of the house only for the boys to come in behind me. I was starting to flap big time. Were Marcia and the kids still in the house, or had they made a run for it? I couldn't just leave. The fuckers who'd done that to Kev would be capable of anything. I was starting to feel my stomach churn. What the fuck was I going to find upstairs? I went out into the hallway again. As I moved, I had my pistol pointing up the stairs, which were now opposite me. The last room uncleared downstairs was Kev's study. I put my ear to the door and listened. I couldn't hear anything. I did the same drill and made entry. It was a small room, just enough space for some filing cabinets, a desk and a chair. Shelves on the wall facing the desk were full of books and photographs of Kev shooting, Kev running, that sort of stuff. Everything was now on the floor. The filing cabinets were opened and paper strewn everywhere. The only thing not ripped apart was Kev's PC. That was lying on its side on the desk, the screen still showing the British Army screensaver I'd sent him for a laugh. The printer and scanner were on the floor beside the desk, but that was where they had always been. I went back out and looked at the stairs. They were going to be a problem. They went up one flight, then turned back on themselves for the second before hitting the landing. That meant that I'd have to be a bit of a Houdini to cover my arse getting up there. I wouldn't use the laser now. I didn't want to announce my movements. I put my foot on the bottom stair and started to move up. Fortunately, Kev's stair carpet was a thick shag pile, which helped keep the noise down, but still it was like treading on ice. Gently testing each step for creaks, always placing my feet to the inside edge, slowly and precisely. Once I got level with the landing, I pointed my pistol up above my head and, using the wall as support, moved up the stairs backwards, step by step. A couple of steps, wait, listen. A couple more steps, wait, listen. There was only one of me, and I had only 13 rounds to play with. Maybe 14, if the round in the chamber was on top of a full magazine. These boys might have semi-automatic weapons for all I knew, or even fully automatic. If they did, and were waiting for me, it would not be a good day out. The washing machine was on its final thundering spin. Still soft rock on the radio. Nothing else. Adrenaline takes over. Despite the air conditioning, I was drenched with sweat. It was starting to get in my eyes. I had to wipe them with my left hand, one eye at a time. The girls' room was facing me. From memory, there were bunk beds and the world's biggest shrine to Pocahontas. T-shirts and posters, bed linen and even a doll whose back you pressed, and she sang something about colours. I stopped and prepared myself for the worst. I reached for the handle and started to clear the room. Nothing. No one. For once, the room was even clean and tidy. There were piles of teddies and toys on the beds. The theme was still Pocahontas, but Toy Story was obviously a close second. I gradually came out onto the landing, treating it as if it was a new room because I didn't know what might have gone on in the half-minute since I'd left it. I moved slowly down to the next bedroom, with my back nearly touching the wall, pistol forward, eyes watching front and rear, thinking, what if? What do I do if they appear from that doorway? What if? What if? As I got nearer to Kev's and Marcia's room, I could see that the door was slightly ajar. I couldn't actually see anything inside yet, but as I moved nearer, I started to smell something. A faint metallic tang, and I could smell shit as well. I felt sick. I knew that I'd have to go in. As I inched round the door frame, I got my first glimpse of Marcia. She was kneeling by the bed, her top half spread-eagled on the mattress. The bedspread was covered in blood. I sank to my knees in the hallway. I felt myself going into shock. I couldn't believe this was true. This was not happening to this family. Why kill Marcia? It should have been Kev they were after. All I wanted to do was throw my hand in and sit down and cry. But I knew the kids had been in the house. They might still be here. I got a grip on myself and started to move. I went in, forcing myself to ignore Marcia. The room was clear. The next job was the ensuite bathroom. I made entry, and what I saw made me lose it. Totally fucking lose it. Bang. I went back against the wall and slumped onto the floor. Aida was lying on the floor between the bath and the toilet. Her 5-year-old head had been nearly severed from her shoulders. There was just 3 inches of flesh left intact, and I could see the vertebra still holding on. Blood was everywhere. I got it all over my shirt and hands. I was sitting in a pool of it, soaking the seat of my trousers. Turning my head away and looking out of the ensuite, I could now see more of Marcia. I had to hold back my scream. Her dress was hanging normally, but her tights had been torn, her knickers were pulled down, and she had shut herself. Probably at the point of death. All I saw at this distance of about 15 feet away was someone I really cared for, maybe even loved. On her knees, her blood splattered all over the bed. And she'd had the same done to her as Aida. I was taking deep breaths and wiping my eyes. I knew I still had another 2 rooms to clear. Another bathroom and the large annex above the garage. I couldn't give up now because I might land up getting dropped myself. I cleared the other rooms and half collapsed, half sat on the landing. I could see my bloody footprints all over the carpet. Stop, calm down, and think. What next? Kelly. Where the fuck was Kelly? Then I remembered the hiding place. Because of the threats to Kev, both kids knew where they had to go and hide in the event of a drama. The thought brought me to my senses. If that was where Kelly was hiding, she was safe for the time being. Better to leave her there while I did the other stuff I had to do. I got up and started to move down the stairs, making sure that as I moved, I had my pistol pointed. As I descended, I could see the blood I had left on the wall and carpet where I'd sat. I was almost willing the attackers to appear. I wanted to see the fuckers. I got a cloth and a bin liner from the kitchen and started to run round the house, wiping door handles and any surfaces where I might have left fingerprints. Then I went over to the patio sliding doors and closed the curtains. I didn't want anybody to discover an alien set of fingerprints before I was well out of it, hopefully on a plane back to London. I took a quick look at Kev and knew I was back in control. He was now just a dead body. I went back upstairs, washed the blood off my hands and face, and got a clean shirt and pair of jeans and trainers from Kev's cupboards. His clothes didn't fit me, but they would do for now. I bundled my own blood-stained stuff into the bin liner that I'd be taking with me. Chapter 5. Kev had shown me the hidey hole, as he called it, built under an open staircase that led up to a little makeshift loft stacked with ladders. If ever Kev or Marcia shouted the word Disneyland, the kids knew they had to go and hide there. And they were not to come out until Daddy or Mummy came and got them. I started making entry into the garage. Pushing the door slightly, I could see the rear of the large metal up-and-over doors to the right. The garage could easily have taken 3 extra vehicles besides Kev's company car. "Fucking thing," I remembered Kev saying. "All the luxury and mod cons of the late 90s in a car that looks like a 60s fridge." The kids' bikes were hanging from frames on the wall, together with all the other clutter that families accumulate in garages. I could see the red laser splash on the far wall. I moved in and cleared through. There was no one here. I went back to the area of the staircase. Chances were she wasn't going to come out unless her mum and dad came for her, but as I moved, I started to call out, very gently. "Kelly? It's Nick." "Hello, Kelly? Where are you?" All the time the pistol was pointing forward, ready to take on any threat. Moving slowly towards the boxes, I said, "Oh well, since you're not here, I'll go. But I think I'll have one more look, and I'll bet you're hiding in the Disneyland place. I'll just have a look. I'll bet you're in there." There was a pile of large boxes. One had contained a fridge freezer, another a washing machine. Kev had made a sort of cave with them under the staircase and kept a few toys there. I eased the pistol down my waistband. I didn't want her to see a gun. She'd probably seen and heard enough already. I put my mouth against the little gap between the boxes. "Kelly, it's me, Nick. Don't be scared. I'm going to crawl towards you. You'll see my head in a minute, and I want to see a big smile." I got down on my hands and knees and carried on talking gently as I moved boxes and squeezed through the gap, inching towards the back wall. I wanted to do it nice and slowly. I didn't know how she was going to react. "I'm going to put my head round the corner now, Kelly." I took a deep breath and moved my head round the back of the box, smiling away but ready for the worst. She was there, facing me, eyes wide with terror, sitting curled up in a fetal position, rocking her body backwards and forwards, holding her hands over her ears. "Hello, Kelly," I said very softly. She must have recognised me but didn't reply. She just carried on rocking, staring at me with wide, scared, dark eyes. "Mummy and Daddy can't come and get you out at the moment, but you can come with me. Daddy told me it would be okay. Are you going to come with me, Kelly?" Still no reply. I crawled right into the cave until I was curled up beside her. She'd been crying, and strands of light brown hair were stuck to her face. I tried to move them away from her mouth. Her eyes were red and swollen. "You're in a bit of a mess there," I said. "Do you want me to clean you up? Come on, let's go and get you sorted out, shall we?" I got hold of her hand and gently guided her out into the garage. She was dressed in jeans, jean shirt, trainers and a blue nylon puffer jacket. Her hair was straight and just above her shoulders, a bit shorter than I remembered it, and she was quite lanky for a 7-year-old, with long, skinny legs. I picked her up in my arms and held her tight as I carried her into the kitchen. I knew the other doors were closed, so she wouldn't see her dad. I sat her down on a chair at the table. "Mummy and Daddy said they had to go away for a while, but asked me to look after you until they come back, okay?" She was trembling so much I couldn't tell if her head was nodding or shaking. I went to the fridge and opened it, hoping to find some comfort food. 2 large half-eaten Easter eggs were on the shelf. Yum. Do you want some chocolate?" I'd had a good relationship with Kelly. I thought she was a great kid, and that wasn't just because she was my mate's daughter. I smiled warmly, but she stared at the table. I broke off a few pieces and put them on one of the side plates that she'd probably been setting earlier with Aida. I found the off switch on the radio. I'd had enough relaxing soft rock for one day. As I looked at her again, I suddenly realised I'd fucked up. What was I going to do with her? I couldn't just leave her here. Her family were lying dead all over the house. But, more importantly, she knew me. When the police arrived, she'd be able to say, "Nick Stone was here." They'd soon find out that Nick Stone was one of Daddy's mates, and the house was full of photographs with me in them. And if they did arrest the grinning drunk in the barbecue shots, they'd find that for some strange reason he wasn't Nick Stone at all. He was Mrs. Stamford's little boy. As they used to say in the Harp commercial, time to make a sharp exit. Kev's jacket was hanging over one of the chairs. I said, "Let's wrap you up in your dad's coat. That'll keep you nice and warm." At least she'd have something of her dad's. With luck it would cheer her up. There was just a little bit of whimpering in reply. She was almost in rigor mortis with shock, though at least she had turned her head to look at me now. This was where normally I would have let Marcia take over, because the child's mind was far too complicated for me to work out. But I couldn't do that today. I wrapped the coat around her and said, "Here you are. Get this around you. Look, it's your dad's. Don't tell him, eh?" I felt something solid in one of the pockets and checked. "Oh, good, look. We can phone him up later." I looked out of the window, no movement. I picked up the bin liner, grabbed Kelly's hand, then realised that to reach the front door, I'd have to come out of the kitchen and into the hallway. Just sit there a second, I said. I've got to do something. I had a quick check to make sure the doors were closed. I thought again about fingerprints, but if I'd missed a set, there was nothing I could do about it now. My only thought was to get out of the area and keep Kelly away from the police until I'd sorted things out. I went back and got her, and checked the front of the house again for movement. She seemed to be finding it hard to walk. I had to grip Kev's coat by the collar and half drag her towards the car. I put her in the front passenger seat and smiled. There you go. That's nice and warm. Better look after your dad's coat for him. Keep it nice for when you see him. Then I threw the bin liner in the back, settled into the driver's seat, put my seatbelt on and turned the ignition. We drove off at a really sensible pace. Nothing outrageous, nothing likely to be noticed. We'd only gone a few hundred yards when I thought of something. I looked across at her and said, Kelly, put your seatbelt on. Do you know how to do that? She didn't move, didn't even look at me. I had to do it for her. I tried to make small talk. It's a nice day today, isn't it? Yep, you'll stay with me a while. We'll get everything sorted out. Silence. My mind switched back to the matter in hand. What was I going to do? Whatever I decided, I knew it was no good where we were at the moment. We needed to lose ourselves in a crowd. I headed for Tyson's Corner. I turned to Kelly and smiled, trying to be happy-go-lucky Uncle Nick. But it just wasn't happening. She was staring anxiously out of the window, as if she thought she was being wrenched away from all her familiar landmarks, and seeing them for the last time. It's okay, Kelly. I tried to stroke her hair. She jerked her head away. Fuck it. Just let her get on with it. With luck, I'd be able to offload her before too long. I turned my thoughts to Kev. He'd said he had some information about my friends over the water. Could it have been Pyra who'd killed him? What the hell for? It was highly unlikely that they'd start messing about like that. Not in America. They were too switched on to bite the hand that was feeding them. Other things weren't adding up. Why wasn't there a struggle? Both Marcia and Kev knew where the weapons were. Why weren't they used? Why was the front door ajar? There was no way that would have happened. People didn't just wander in off the street into Kev's house. They had to be invited in. I felt a rush of anger. If the family had been killed in a car crash, fair one. If the killers had come in and maybe shot them, I'd be upset, but at the end of the day, if you live by the sword, you must be prepared to die by the sword. But not this way. They'd been hacked about for no reason that I could see. I forced myself to think rationally. There was no way I could phone the police and explain my version. Although I'd been lifted off, I was still operating in another country without its consent. It goes on in the UK too, but getting caught would be a big no-no. The operation here would be seen as a sign of betrayal and would create distrust between the two security communities. There was no way SIS would back me up. That would defeat the whole purpose of deniable ops. I was on my own. Looking at my passenger, I knew I had a problem. As we drove towards Tyson's Corner, I realised what I had to do. I saw a Best Western hotel on the left and an open-plan mall on the right. I had to dump the car because, if I'd been seen, that was one of the connections between me and the house. I needed somewhere to leave it that wasn't isolated, somewhere without video cameras. As well as the shopping mall and its massive car parks. Satelliting it was a drive-through Burger King with its own parking. It's all very well abandoning a vehicle in the middle of hundreds of others in a car park during shopping hours, but at night it might be the only car left there. It's going to stick out and will be checked over by police patrols. What I was after was an area that was really busy day and night. Multi-storey car parks were out, because 9 times out of 10 they have video cameras to stop muggings and car theft. Many multi-storey car parks have a camera that takes a picture of the number plate and driver as you drive in. At any major junction and along most major thoroughfares, there are traffic video cameras. If my car had been pinged outside Kev's house, the first thing they'd do was study the traffic videos and car park photography. "Shall we get a burger and some shakes?" I suggested. "Do you like milkshakes? I tell you what, I'll park up, and maybe we'll even go shopping." Again, it would be no good driving into the Burger King car park, stepping out and then walking a few hundred metres to the shopping mall. That isn't normal behaviour. It might register in people's minds and be triggered off at a later date. So I wanted to make the two of us look as natural as possible. "Strawberry or vanilla? Which one do you want?" No reply. "Chocolate? Go on. I'm going to have a chocolate." Nothing. I parked up. The place was pretty full. I cupped my hand under her chin and gently turned her face so that she was looking at my big smile. "Milkshake?" There was a faint movement of her head, or maybe it was a nod of appreciation. Not much, but at least it was a reaction. I carried on with the bullshit. "You just sit here then. I'll get out, I'll lock the car and go and get the milkshakes. And then, I tell you what, we'll go into the shopping mall. How about that?" She looked away. I carried on as if she'd given me a positive response. I got out of the car and locked her in. I still had the pistol tucked into my waistband, concealed by Kev's jacket. I went into the Burger King, got 2 different flavoured milkshakes, and came straight back to the car. "Here we go then. Chocolate or vanilla?" She kept her hands by her sides. "I'll tell you what, I'll have the vanilla. I know you like chocolate." I put the shake in her lap. It was too cold for her legs, and as soon as she lifted it up, I said, "Come on then, let's go to the shops. You can bring that with you." I got her out, closed the door and locked up. I did nothing about our fingerprints. No matter how hard I tried, I'd never get rid of them all. So what was the point? I opened the boot, pulled out the bag with the bits and pieces I'd bought at Shannon, and threw in the bin liner full of blood-stained clothing. It looked like rain. We walked towards the shopping mall, and I kept on talking to her because the situation felt so awkward. What else do you do, walking along with a kid who doesn't belong to you and doesn't want to be with you? I tried to hold her hand, but she refused. I couldn't make an issue of it with people around, so I gripped the shoulder of the jacket again. There was everything in the shopping centre, from a computer discount warehouse to an army surplus store, all housed in long, one-storey purpose-built units that were like islands in a sea of car park. We went into a clothes store, and I bought myself some jeans and another shirt. I'd change as soon as I'd had a shower and got Ada's blood off my back and legs. At an ATM, I drew out $300, the maximum allowed on my credit card. We came back out to the car park, but didn't return to the car. I kept a firm grip on her as we walked towards the hotel across the road. Chapter 6. As we got nearer, I could see that the Best Western was in fact separated from the main drag by a row of single-storey office buildings. Our view was of the rear of the hotel. Looking each way, it was obvious that the junctions that would lead us round to the front of the hotel were miles away. I decided to take a shortcut. The traffic was busy, and the road system hadn't been designed for people on foot. With the number of lanes and volume of traffic, it was like crossing a motorway in the UK. But at least there were traffic lights slowing the vehicles and creating gaps. I gripped Kelly's hand as we dodged to the central reservation and waited for another gap. I looked up at the sky. It was very overcast. Rain couldn't be far away. Drivers, who had probably never seen pedestrians before, hooted furiously. But we made it to the other side and scrambled over small railings onto the sidewalk. More or less directly in front of us was a gap between 2 office buildings. We went through and crossed a short stretch of waste ground that brought us into the hotel car park. As we walked past the lines of vehicles, I memorised the sequence of letters and numbers for a Virginia plate. The Best Western was a large 4-storey rectangle. The architecture very 1980s. Every elevation was concrete and painted a sickly off-yellow. As we walked up to the reception area, I tried to look inside. I didn't want them to see us coming from the direction of the car park because it would be odd to walk all that way without first checking that they could take us, and then unloading our bags. I hoped Kelly would stay silent when we were inside. I just wanted to do the business and walk out again, as if we were going to see Mummy back in the car. Inside the lobby, I got hold of her and whispered, "You just sit there. I'm going to get us a room." I gave her a tourist freebie that was lying on one of the chairs, but she ignored it. In one corner, by the coffee percolator and cream, was a large TV. A football game was on. I went over to the receptionist, a woman in her mid-40s who thought she was still 24, who was watching the screen and probably fancying her chances with one of the quarterbacks. All smiles, I said, "I need a family room just for one night, please." "Certainly, sir," she said, a graduate with honours from Best Western's charm school. "If you'd like to fill out this card." As I started to scribble, I said, "How much is a room, anyway?" "That's $64 plus tax." I raised an eyebrow, to make it look as if that was a lot of money to a family man like myself. "I know," she smiled. "I'm sorry about that." She took my credit card to swipe, and I filled in the form with crap. I've been doing this for donkey's years, lying on hotel forms, looking relaxed as I wrote, but in fact scanning about 4 questions ahead. I filled in a car reg too, and, for number of occupants, put 2 adults and a child. She handed back my card. "There you are, Mr. Stamford. It's room 224. Where's your car?" "Just around the corner." I pointed vaguely to the rear of the hotel. "Okay, if you park by the stairs where you see the Coke and ice machines, turn left at the top of the stairs, and you'll see room 224 on the left-hand side. You have a nice day now." I could have described the room even before I ran the keycard through the lock and opened the door. A TV, 2 double beds, a couple of chairs, and the typical American hotel designer's obsession with dark wood veneers. I wanted to get Kelly settled quickly so I could use the phone. I pressed the remote and flicked through the channels, hoping to find Nickelodeon. Eventually I found some cartoons. "I remember this one. It's good. Shall we watch it?" She sat on the bed staring at me. The expression on her face said she didn't like this outing too much, and I could understand that. "Kelly," I said, "I'm going to leave you for just a couple of minutes because I've got to make a phone call. I'll get a drink while I'm out. What would you like? Coke? Mountain Dew? Or do you want some candy?" There was no reaction, so I just carried on. "I'm going to lock the door and you're not to answer it to anybody. Nobody at all, okay? I'll use the key to get back in again. You sit there and enjoy yourself, and I'll just be about 5 minutes, okay?" Still there was no reaction. I hung the Do Not Disturb sign on the door, made sure I had the door swipe card, and left. I was heading for a call box I'd seen in the street because I didn't want her to hear the telephone conversation I was about to have. I didn't know much about kids, but I knew that when I was 7, nothing had gone unnoticed in my house. On the off chance that it wasn't pin-protected, I took Kev's mobile from his jacket pocket. I pressed the power button, and it demanded a PIN number. I tried 2 basic ones, the usual factory default, 4 zeros, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing. I couldn't try any more. With some phones, you can only try the wrong PIN 3 times, and then it automatically cuts out, and you need to go back to the dealer to get it rectified. I turned off the power and put it back in my pocket. I'd ask Kelly about it later. I turned left via the car park and headed for the call boxes out on the road. I spent a few moments sorting out in my mind what I wanted to say, and then I dialed London. In veiled speech I said, I've just finished work and I'm in Washington to visit an old friend. I used to work with him 10 years ago. He's now working here for the US government. I outlined the problem and said that Kelly and I both needed help. Veiled speech is not some magical code. All you're trying to do is intimate what is going on, yet at the same time put off a casual listener. You're not going to fool any professional eavesdroppers. That's what codes and one-time pads and all the rest of it are for. But all London needed to know was that I was in the shit. I had Kev's child and needed sorting out. Quick time. Fine, I'll pass that message on. Have you a contact number? No, I'll ring you back in an hour. Okay, goodbye. These women never ceased to amaze me. They never ever got worked up about anything. It must be hard work being their husbands on a Saturday night. I put down the phone and felt a bit better as I strolled over to a filling station. I knew the firm would work everything out. They might have to call in some big-time favours in the US to detach me from this shit, but what are friends for? They'd pull out all the stops, not so much to get me off the hook, more to make sure their operation was covered up. I was trying to look on the bright side, which was more than the weather was doing. It had been starting to drizzle when I left the hotel, and that had now turned to light rain. With luck, the firm would pick us both up tonight. Kelly would be taken care of, and I would be whisked back to the UK for another interview without coffee and biscuits. I bought some food and drink at the filling station so we could stay in the room and out of the public eye, together with a few other goodies to pass the time, then crossed the road and went back to the hotel. At the drinks machine, I went up the stairs, turned left and knocked on our door. As I opened it, I said, I've got loads of stuff. I've got candy, sandwiches, chips, and I've even got you a Goosebumps book to read. I reckoned it was better to buy loads of stuff to keep her mind off things, rather than trying to cuddle or console her. I'd have felt really uncomfortable with that sort of stuff anyway. She was lying on the bed exactly where I'd left her, staring in the direction of the television set, but not really watching. Her eyes glazed over. As I put the stuff down on the other bed, I said, Right, I reckon what you need now is a nice hot bath. I've even bought some Buzz Lightyear bubbly stuff. It would give her something to do and maybe relax her out of the catatonic state she was in. Apart from that, when I handed her over to the firm, I wanted them to see that I'd made an effort, and that she was all nice and clean. After all, she was my mate's kid. I turned the taps on and called back into the room. Come on then, get undressed. She didn't reply. I went back into the bedroom, sat at the end of the bed and started undressing her. I thought she might resist, but instead she sat placidly as I pulled off her shirt and vest. You do your jeans, I said. She was only 7, but I felt awkward about taking those off. Come on, undo your buttons. In the end, I had to. She was miles away. I carried her into the bathroom. Good old Buzz had done his job and the bubbles were halfway to the ceiling. I tested the water, lifted her into the bath, and she sat down without a word. There's loads of soap and shampoo, I said. Do you want me to help you wash your hair? She sat, stock still in the water. I gave her the soap, which she just stared at. It was nearly time to call London again. At least I wouldn't have to go to a call box for this one. She'd be out of earshot in the bath, just in case I kept the TV on. There was some weird and wonderful cartoon on. 4 characters in jeans, half man, half shark, who said things like, Fantastic and Shark Time, and apparently didn't kick ass, they kicked dorsal. The Street Sharks. The opening credits finished and I dialed London. Straight away I heard, PIN number, please. I gave it. She went, 1 moment. A few seconds later the phone went dead. That was strange. I dialed again, gave my PIN number and again got cut off. What the fuck was going on? I tried to reason with myself, tried to tell myself that this was just a fuck-up. But really, inside, I knew the truth. It had to be deliberate. Either that or maybe, just maybe, the phone line was down. No good thinking about it. Take action. I went into the bathroom. "The phone's not working," I said. "I'll just go down to the one in the street. Is there anything we need from down the shops? I'll tell you what, we'll go down there later on, the two of us together." Her gaze didn't leave the tiles at the end of the bath. I lifted her out and put a towel around her. "You're a big girl now. You can dry yourself." I took the hairbrush from the wash kit and dragged her into the bedroom. "Once you've done that, brush your hair. And make sure you're all dry and dressed when I come back. We might have to go somewhere. Don't open the door for anyone, okay?" There was no answer. I pulled out the phone line and left. Chapter 7. I was feeling apprehensive as I walked across the car park. I'd done nothing wrong, so why were they cutting me off? Were the firm going to stitch me up? I started to go through all the scenarios in my head. Did they think that I was the killer? Were they cutting away now as a prelude to denying everything? I got to the phone, dialed, and the same thing happened. I slowly put down the receiver. I went and sat down on a low wall that made up part of the entrance to the hotel. I needed to think hard. It didn't take long to decide that there was only one option, and that was to phone the embassy. I'd be breaking every rule in the book. I wouldn't even bother going through all the protocol. I dialed 411 for directory inquiries and got the number. I got straight through. "Hello, British Embassy. How may I help you?" "I want to talk to LOSO." "Excuse me?" "LOSO, Liaison Officer Special Operations." "I'm sorry, we don't have an extension number for that name." "Get hold of the defense attaché and tell him there's someone on the phone who wants to speak to Loso. It's really important. I need to speak to him now." "Hold on a moment." She clicked off and a string quartet took her place. I listened and waited while the phone card was used up. Another woman came on the line. "Hello, how may I help you?" "I want to talk to Loso." "I'm sorry, we have no one of that appointment." "Then put me through to the DA." "Sorry, the defense attaché is not here. Can I help you? Would you like to give me a name and contact number?" I said, "Listen in. This is the news. I want Loso or the DA to pass this on. I've tried to phone up on my PIN number. My PIN number's 2422, and I'm getting blanked off. I'm in a really bad situation at the moment, and I need some help. Tell Loso or the DA that if I don't make contact with London, I'm going to expose what I've got in my security blanket. I will call back in 3 hours' time." The woman said, "Excuse me, could you repeat that?" "No, you're recording. The message will be understood. All you've got to do is pass that on to the DA or Loso. I don't give a fuck which one. Tell them I'll call London on the PIN line in 3 hours' time." I put the phone down. The message would get to them. Chances were the DA or Loso was listening anyway. Some of the operations I'd been on had been so dirty that no one would want them exposed, but that could cut 2 ways. It also meant that someone like me would be expendable if things weren't working too well. I'd always operated on the basis that if you were involved in deniable operations for the intelligence services and hadn't prepared an out for the day they decided to shaft you, then you deserved everything you got. The head shed knew that K's had security blankets, but everybody denied it. The operators denied it. SIS denied it. I'd always been sure that SIS put as much effort into trying to find where the blackmail kit was hidden as they did on the operations themselves. I'd committed myself now. It was a card I could only play once. No way would I be living an easy existence after this. I was finished with the firm and would probably have to spend the rest of my life in a remote mountain village in Sri Lanka, looking over my shoulder. What if the firm decided to admit to the Americans that there'd been an op they'd forgotten to mention? Would they take the rap on the knuckles, then say, "This man killed one of your officers"? No, it didn't work that way. The firm wouldn't know if my blanket was bluff or not. Or, if used, how much damage it could do in the hands of the press. They'd have to take it as real. They'd have to help. They had no choice. We'd get lifted by the firm, I'd be flown back to the UK, and then I'd take up tree-hugging until they forgot about me. Kelly was lying on the bed with a towel wrapped around her when I got back to the room. The cartoon had finished, and there was some sort of hard-hitting news-type voice on, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I was more interested in getting a response from this little girl. It seemed that I was fast running out of friends, and she might be just 7 years old, but I wanted to feel she was on my side. I said, "We've got to hang around for another hour or two, and then somebody's coming to—" And then it hit me. The no-nonsense female voice was saying, "Brutal murders and a possible kidnap." I switched my attention to the screen. She was black and mid-30s, her face was in camera, with Kev's house in the background and the Daihatsu still in the drive. Police were milling around 2 ambulances with flashing lights. I grabbed the remote and hit the off button. "Kelly? Naughty girl?" I grinned. "You haven't cleaned your neck. Just you go and get back in the bath right this minute." I nearly threw her into the bathroom. "And don't come out until I tell you to." I hit the on button and kept the volume low. The woman said, "Neighbors report seeing a Caucasian man in his late 30s, around 5'10" to 6 feet tall, medium build, with short brown hair. He arrived at the house in a white Dodge with Virginia registration at approximately 2:45 today. We now have Lieutenant Davis from Fairfax County Police Department." A balding detective was standing beside her. "We can confirm that there was a man fitting that description, and we're appealing for more witnesses. We need to know the location of the Browns' 7-year-old daughter, Kelly." A picture came up on the screen of her standing in the garden with Aida, with a spoken description. The broadcast cut back to a studio shot of 2 presenters saying that the family were victims of what appeared to be drug-related murders. A family portrait appeared on the screen. "Kevin Brown was a member of the Drug Enforcement Administration." The anchormen broadened the piece to a discussion about the drug problem in the Washington area. There was no sound of splashing water from the bathroom. Kelly would be out again any time. I started flicking channels. Nothing more on the murders. I switched back to children's TV and went into the bathroom. I hadn't heard any splashing because she wasn't in the bath. She was on the floor under the sink, in the same fetal position I'd found her in at Kev's, hands over her ears to block out the news she'd just heard on the TV. I wanted to pick her up and comfort her. The only thing was, I didn't know how. I decided to appear unaffected by her condition. "Hello, Kelly," I smiled. "What are you doing down there?" Her eyes were shut so tight I could see the creases in her face. I picked her up in my arms and started to walk back into the bedroom. "Hey, you look sleepy. Do you want to watch TV or just go to bed?" It sounded crap to me, but I just didn't know what to say or do. Best to pretend it hadn't happened. I took off the towel to get her dressed. Her own body heat had dried her by now. "Come on, let's get some clothes on and your hair combed." I was really fighting for words. She just sat there. Then, as I started to pull on her vest, she said quietly, "Mommy and Daddy are dead, aren't they?" Getting her arms into the vest suddenly became very interesting. "What makes you say that? I told you, I'm just looking after you for a while." "So, am I going to see Mommy and Daddy again?" I didn't have the words to use or the guts to tell her. "Yes, of course you will. It's just that they had to go away really quickly. I told you it was too late to pick you up, but they asked me to look after you. As soon as they come back, I'll take you to Mommy and Daddy and Ada. I didn't know it was going to take this long. I thought it was only going to be a couple of hours, but they will be back soon." There was a slight pause as she worked through it all. I got her knickers, placed her feet in them and pulled them up. "Why didn't he want to take me, Nick?" She sounded sad at the thought. I moved over to the chair and picked up her jeans and shirt. I didn't want her to see my eyes. "It isn't that they didn't want to take you, but there was a mistake made, and that's why they asked me to look after you." "Just like Home Alone?" I turned round and saw that she was smiling. I had to think about that one. "Yeah, that's right, just like Home Alone. They left you by mistake." I remembered watching it on a flight. Shit film, but good booby traps. I busied myself with her jeans again. "So, when will we see them?" I couldn't spend all day picking up 2 bits of clothing. I did a half-turn and walked back towards the bed. "That won't be for a while yet. But when I spoke to them just now, they wanted me to tell you that they love you, and they're missing you, and to do everything I say and be a good girl." There was a beaming smile on her face. She was taking this all in, and I wished I had the courage to tell her the truth. I said, "Kelly, you must do what I say, do you understand that?" "Sure, I understand." She nodded, and I saw a little child needing affection. I gave her my best attempt at a smile. "Remember, they wanted me to look after you for a while." I looked into her eyes. "Come on, cheer up. Let's watch TV." We both went back to watch Power Rangers with a can of Mountain Dew. I couldn't take my mind off the news broadcast. Kelly's photograph had been on the TV. The receptionist, the clothes store keeper, anyone might remember her. Surely the embassy had called London by now. Surely every fucker knew what was going on because it was splashed all over the news. No need to wait 3 hours before making the call. I'd have to go to the outside phone again because I didn't want Kelly to hear. I put Kev's jacket on, slipped the TV remote control into a pocket, told her where I was going and left. As I came to the stairs by the Coke machine, I looked down. 2 cars had pulled up outside the reception lobby. Both were empty, but their doors were still open, as if the occupants had piled out in a hurry. I looked again. Besides a normal radio aerial, both vehicles had 2-foot antennae on the back. One of the cars was a white Ford Taurus, the other a blue Caprice. There was no time to think. Just enough to turn round and run like a man possessed towards the rear fire escape. Chapter 8. Now wasn't the time to worry about how they'd found us. As I ran, the options started to race through my mind. The obvious one was to leave Kelly where she was and let them pick her up. She was a millstone around my neck. On my own, I could get away. So why did I stop running? I wasn't too sure. Instinct told me that she had to come with me. I doubled back and burst into the room. "Kelly, we've got to go. Come on, get up." She'd been drifting off to sleep. There was a look of horror on her face because of my change of tone. "We've got to go." Grabbing her coat, I picked her up in my arms and started towards the door. I snatched up her shoes and stuffed them into my pockets. She made a sound, half frightened, half protesting. "Just hold on," I said. Her legs were wrapped around my waist. I came out onto the landing. I closed the door behind us, and it locked automatically. They'd have to break it down. I had a quick check along the corridor, not bothering to look below to see what was happening. I'd soon know if they were behind us. I turned left and ran to the end of the corridor, turned left again, and there was the fire exit. I pushed the bar and it opened. We were on an open concrete staircase at the rear of the hotel, facing the shopping mall area about 1/4 of a mile away. She started to cry. There was no time to be nice. I got hold of her head so that her face came right up to mine. "People have come to take you away. Do you understand that?" I knew it would frighten her, and that it would probably fuck up her mind even more. But I didn't care about that. "I'm trying to save you. Shut up and do what I say." I squeezed her cheek hard and shook her face. "Do you understand me, Kelly? Shut up and hold me very tight." I buried her face in my shoulder and lunged down the concrete stairs looking for my escape route. Ahead of us lay about 40 metres of rough grassland and, beyond that, a 6-foot chain-link fence that looked old and rusty. On the other side of that was the rear of the long row of office buildings that faced the main road. Some were brick, some were plaster, all different styles built over the last 30 years. Their rear admin area was strewn with clutter and large cylindrical skips. There was a pathway running across the waste ground, and it went through at a point where a whole section of the chain-link fence had crumpled or been pulled down. Maybe the hotel and office workers used it as a shortcut. Carrying Kelly was like having a Bergen on the wrong way round. That was going to be no good if I had to run fast. So I threw her round onto my back, linking my hands under her arse so I was carrying her piggyback. I got to the bottom of the stairs and stopped and listened. No sound of them shouting or breaking down the door yet. The urge was just to run for it across the waste ground towards the gap in the fence, but it was important to do this correctly. Still, with Kelly on my back, not bothering to tell her what was happening, I got onto my hands and knees. I lowered myself to within about a foot of the floor and slowly stuck my head round the corner. There was a chance that, once I'd seen what was happening, I'd choose a different route. The 2 cars had now been driven to the bottom of the staircase by the Coke machine. The fuckers were obviously upstairs. I didn't know how many of them there were. I realised that they couldn't see most of the waste ground from where they were. I started running. The rain had been light but constant, and the ground was muddy. It was reasonably well looked after, littered only here and there with bits of paper, old soft drink cans and burger boxes. I kept heading for the gap in the chain-link fence. Kelly was weighing me down. I was taking short, quick strides and not bending my knees too much, just enough to take her weight, bending forward from the hips as if I was lugging a Bergen. She made involuntary grunts, in time with the running movements, as the wind was knocked out of her. We reached the broken section of chain-link, which was buried in the mud. I heard the screech of car tyres, then the sound of protesting suspension and bodywork. I didn't bother looking round, just dug deep and lengthened my stride. Once through the gap, we were faced with the rear of the office buildings. I couldn't see the alleyway we'd come through earlier. I turned left, looking for any other route through to the main drag. There must be one somewhere. Now on tarmac, I could make good speed, but Kelly started slipping. I shouted, "Hold on!" and felt her tense up more. "Harder, Kelly, harder!" It wasn't working. With my left hand, I got hold of both her wrists and pulled them down in front of me towards my waist. She was nice and tight on me now, and I could use my right hand to pump myself forward. My priority was to make good speed and distance. They would be out and running soon. I needed that alleyway. It's a strange thing when untrained people are being chased. Subconsciously, they try to get as much distance as they can between themselves and the pursuers, and, whether it's in an urban environment or a rural one, they think that means going in a straight line. In fact, what you need to do is put in as many angles as possible, especially in a city or a town. If you come to a junction with 4 options, it makes the chaser's job more difficult. They have a larger area to cover and have to split forces. A hare being chased in a field doesn't run in a straight line. It has a big bound, changes direction, and off it goes again. The pursuers are getting momentum in a straight line, and all of a sudden they have to change direction, too, which means slowing down, re-evaluating. I was going to be that hare. As soon as I got to the end of the alleyway, I was going to chuck a left or a right. I didn't even know which yet, and run as fast as I could until I hit other options. I found the alleyway. No time to think if it was the right decision, just make one. I could hear shouting behind me, maybe 100 to 150 metres away. But it wasn't directed at me. They were too professional for that. They knew it wouldn't have any effect. I heard the cars turning round. They'd be trying to cut me off. I ran. By now I was out of breath with this 7-year-old on my back. My mouth was dry and I was breaking into a sweat. Her head was banging on the back of mine, and I was holding her so tight that her chin was digging into my neck. It was starting to hurt her, and she was crying. "Stop! Stop, Nick!" I wasn't listening. I reached the end of the alleyway and ran into a totally different world. In front of me was a minor road that ran the length of the office buildings and, on the other side of it, a grass bank that went downhill to the main drag. Beyond that lay car parks and the malls. Traffic noise drowned out Kelly's cries. The flow of vehicles was fast in both directions, despite the wet road. Most had their headlights dipped and their wipers on intermittent. I stopped. We must have looked aside. A man with a shoeless child on his back, puffing and panting down the grass slope, the child moaning as her head banged on the back of his. I climbed the railings at the side of the main drag, and now we were playing chicken with the Washington traffic. Cars sounded their horns or braked sharply to avoid us. It seemed my new name was Fuck, Nut, or Jerk. I didn't acknowledge anybody. Even the ones who saved our lives by braking. I just kept on running. Kelly was screaming. The traffic scared her as much as the running. All her young life she'd probably been warned about playing near the road, and here she was on a grown-up's back, cars and trucks swerving all around her. Crossing the railings at the far side, I, too, was starting to flap. Kelly was slowing me down, without a doubt, and I still had quite a distance to run to get to safety. I ducked and weaved through the car park, using the height of pickups and people carriers to block us from their view. At the far right of the mall was Comp USA, a computer superstore, and that was where I headed. There's always a good chance that a large store on a corner site will have more than one entrance. I'd expect there to be one on the other side, maybe at the rear, so even if they saw me going in, they'd have problems. I knew the store would be hard for them to deal with because I'd had to do this sort of thing myself in Northern Ireland. If a player went into the shopping centre, we would only send one bloke in with him, then rush to seal up all the exits. It was hard enough when we knew a target, let alone having to find and identify him. If he was doing anti-surveillance drills, he could go up in a lift, leave by one exit, go back in through another and up 2 floors, down in a lift 1 floor, then wander out into a car park, and he's gone. If these boys were switched on, they'd start sealing the exits as soon as they saw where I'd gone. I had to be quick. We went in through wide automatic doors. It was like a mega DIY store, with aisles and aisles of office equipment, computers and software packages. I went past the checkout counters without taking a trolley, still with Kelly on my back. The place was packed. I was standing there drenched with sweat, chest heaving up and down as I fought for breath, and Kelly was crying. People started looking at us. Kelly moaned, "I want to get down now." "No, let's just get out of here." I took a look behind, and I could see 2 boys coming across the car park. In their suits, they looked very much like plain-clothes police, and they were running purposefully towards the store. They'd be heading to block off the exits. I had to put in some angles, had to get that confusion going. I ran down a couple of aisles crammed with CD-ROM games, turned right and ran along the exterior wall, looking for an exit. Fuck it. There wasn't one. The warehouse seemed to be one big sealed unit. I couldn't go back out the way I'd come in. But if I didn't find another exit, I was going to spend the rest of the day running around the shop in circles. One of the young assistants looked at me, turned away and went trotting down the aisle, obviously looking for the manager or security guard. Seconds later, 2 men in shirt sleeves with name badges started to approach us. "Yes, excuse me. Can we help you?" All very polite, but in fact meaning, "What the fuck are you doing at our store?" There was no time to answer. I ran towards the rear, looking for loading bays, emergency doors, open windows, anything. At last, I saw the sign I was hoping to see. Fire exit. I ran at it, pushed it open, and the alarm went off. We were outside. We were on a platform obviously used for deliveries where trucks could back in and unload. I ran down the 4 or 5 metal stairs and hit the ground. As I started to run to the left, I shouted at Kelly to hold tight. The rear of the shopping mall was deserted, just a long stretch of admin areas with skips, porter cabins, even a container detached from its truck and being used as a static storeroom. There were piles of cardboard boxes and bulging bin liners everywhere, a day's worth of garbage. Beyond the tarmac stretch was a chain-link fence surrounding the whole area, and probably about 15 feet high. Then waste ground with trees and bushes. On the other side of that, I guessed, would be more car parking and stores. I felt like a trapped rat. I only had 2 exits now, the slip roads at either end of the long line of shops. Chapter 9. I couldn't get over the fence with Kelly on my back, and if I'd tried to throw her over, she'd break her legs. I started to run to the left, along the rear of the shops, heading towards the slip road. It was no good. They'd had too much time to react. The road would be sealed. I had to make a decision quickly. I moved towards one of the collection areas of skips, bagged up garbage and cardboard boxes. I lifted her from my back and positioned her in amongst it all, throwing boxes over the top of her and moving others to fill in the gaps each side. She looked at me and started to cry. I said, "Disneyland, Kelly. Disneyland." She stared at me, tears rolling down her cheeks, and I threw a couple of boxes over the top. "I'll be back, I promise." As I ran, I looked at the container that was right up against the fence. It was a huge thing the height of a truck. Without 50 pounds of young girl on my back, running towards it was like floating on air. At last, I was in control. I felt as if I'd lost a ball and chain. Sprinting like a maniac, using the cover of the bins and skips, I suddenly spotted the boot of a car jutting out from one of the loading bays. It was a mid-1980s model, not one of the cars that had been chasing me. I'd check it for ignition keys and, if I was out of luck, I'd cross the open ground to the container. A truck was parked up near another loading bay. I started to run past it. A guy was running full pelt the other way and we smashed our heads together. We both went down. Shit. I looked at him through blurred eyes. He had a suit on. There was no way I was going to take a chance. I staggered to my feet and charged at him, banging him up against the car. He tried to wrap himself around me. As I was pushing into him, I could feel with the side of my face that his body was solid. This fucker had covert body armor on. I pinned him up against the car, moved back a pace, and pulled my weapon, flicking on the laser sight with my thumb. Then, dazed, I sank back to my knees. I was seeing stars and my head was spinning, and he was probably in exactly the same state. He looked down at me confused, but trying to make a decision, I aimed the sight onto his face. "Don't do it," I said. "Don't waste your life on this. It's not worth it. Get your hands up now." As his hands moved, I could see he was wearing a wedding ring. "Think about your family. It's not worth dying over this. Number 1, you're wrong, it wasn't me. Number 2, I'll kill you. Put your hands on your head." My brain was clearing. What the fuck was I going to do now? Their cars would be here soon. "Stay on your knees," I said. "Turn right, move to the back of the vehicle." I got up off the ground and stumbled behind him. My eyes were still smarting as if I'd been hit with CS gas. We were between the loading bay and the car. He knew the score and hopefully was thinking of his wife and kids. I switched my pistol into my left hand, moved into him, and quickly jabbed the pistol muzzle into his armpit, twisting it into the material of his jacket. I felt his body tense and heard a little grunt. "I'll explain the facts of life for you," I said. "This weapon is screwed into your clothes. I've got my finger on the trigger and the safety catch is off. If you fuck about, you'll kill yourself, understand?" He didn't react. I said, "Come on, this isn't difficult. Do you understand me?" "Yes." "Place your hands on your head." With my right hand I took his weapon. Mine had only one magazine. He was carrying a SIG 45 and a pancake holster over his right kidney and 3 magazines on his belt. The SIG is an approved weapon of the FBI. He was in his mid-30s and straight off the set of Baywatch. Blonde, tanned, fit, good-looking, square jaw. I could smell baby lotion. This boy wanted to keep his skin soft. Or maybe he had a baby. Who cared? If he moved, he'd be dead. There was a white wire behind his ear, linked to an earpiece. "Who are you?" I said. Not that it made any difference whether he was FBI or plainclothes police. No reply. "Listen, whatever you think, I did not kill that family. I did not kill them, do you understand?" Nothing. I knew I wouldn't get Baywatch Man to talk. In any event, there wasn't any time to waste trying. I took the radio and cash from his wallet. Then, with the pistol still in his armpit, I whispered loudly over my shoulder, "Stay where you are, Kelly. Don't worry, I'm coming." I gripped him harder. "Kelly, I said, we're going to go in a minute." If they thought Kelly was still with me when I legged it, maybe they'd move on and search a fresh area. I turned back to him and said, "I'm going to untwist this now. Don't fuck me about, it's not worth it." I gradually released my pistol, making sure I could fire at any stage. I was behind him, with the weapon now pointing at his head. He knew that. I said, "You know what I've got to do next, don't you?" There was a slight nod of acceptance. I picked up a lump of angle iron from a pile of discarded shelving and gave him the good news where his neck met his shoulder. That took him down good style. For good measure, I gave him a few kicks to the head and bollocks. At the end of the day, he wasn't going to be more pissed off with me because of this kicking. He probably already wanted to kill me. But I had to stop him raising the alarm. A professional like this boy would be expecting it anyway. If the roles were reversed, it would be him doing the honours. It would certainly fuck him up for about 10 minutes, and that was all I needed. I came out from behind the car and had a quick look around. Nobody in sight. I ran towards the container. There was a large bin beside it that I could use as a springboard. I jumped, threw myself upwards and got my arms onto the roof. I scrambled up. From there, it was just a 15-foot drop to freedom. A sign pointed the way to Maylord's Boardwalk. I turned left and ran along the grass bank, past the bins and into another car parking area. I went straight towards the boardwalk because it promised cover. I was looking for a toilet and, with luck, there would also be an exit to the other side of the mall. The boardwalk seemed to be a mini-mall with mainly shoe and greeting card shops. I found the block of conveniences by the coffee shop about a third of the way down the arcade. Looking further down, I could see there was another exit to the boardwalk. I went into the toilets. 2 guys had had a piss and were now washing their hands. I went straight into one of the cubicles and sat there while I waited to calm down. I put the earpiece in my ear and switched on the radio. I didn't get much at all. The sound was all broken up, but that meant nothing. I was probably in a dead spot. I used toilet paper to wipe the blood and mud off my shoes and trousers, and clean myself up as much as possible. When I was sure the other two had gone, I went out to the basins and washed my hands and face. I still wasn't getting anything but mush on the earpiece. I headed for the coffee shop, bought a cappuccino, and sat down about 3 tables back. From there I could watch both exits to the boardwalk. I didn't look out of place with the wire in my ear because so many store detectives and security guards wore them. They sparked up on the net. They were talking freely as if the radio was secure, not using codes. I checked, and there was a jack on the radio for the key gun, the device that sends the chosen encryption codes to the radio. Once this has been done to 2 or more sets, they can talk together securely. Everybody else would just hear mush. I listened to some of them checking round the back, where the boy had been dropped, and others in places that I couldn't identify. What I couldn't hear was a base station, a central control. I started to wonder about that. Then I thought, why was it that these guys and not uniformed police had turned up at the hotel? I was supposed to be a kidnapping murderer. In situations like these, I'd expect to see heavily armed SWAT teams leaping from Chevrolet vans. I realized it was this that had made me run back for Kelly, without even knowing it. I should have checked the boy I'd dropped for any ID. Never mind, it was too late now. How did they find me so quickly at the Best Western? Had my call to London been traced to our room? Impossible. Too quick. Was it my credit card when I checked in? Unlikelier still. Only the firm would have known the details of my cover documents, and they wouldn't have turned me in because they'd be too worried about the Americans finding out about their deniable ops. So it must have been the receptionist. She must have watched the news and recognized Kelly's photograph. But even then, it didn't add up somehow. I started to feel very uneasy. These boys weren't a Mickey Mouse group. When I bumped into Baywatch Man, he'd been wearing a double-breasted jacket and it was open. But it was only now, thinking about it, that I realized that, in fact, it hadn't been open at first. There had been a Velcro fastening. I heard more radio traffic. They'd found him. Baywatch Man's name was Luther, but whoever the boss was on the ground, he didn't really care too much about Luther's condition. He just wanted to know if he was able to talk. Yeah, he's okay. Is he alone? Yeah, he's alone. Did he see the target? No. He says he didn't see the target, but they're still together. Does he know what direction they went? There was a pause. No. I imagined Luther sitting on the ground with his head against the car, getting patched up and feeling pretty pissed off with me. In the background, I could hear him mumbling information. He sounded almost drunk. The sender said, "No idea of the direction. And one more thing, he's armed. He had a sidearm with him, and he's also taken Luther's—" Wait! I heard a click. Then whoever was with Luther came back on the net, and his voice was very agitated. "We've got a problem. He's got the radio. He's got the radio." The boss came back on. "Fuck! Everybody, all stations, cut comms. Close down now. Out!" The earpiece went dead. They were going to turn off the radios and refill with a new code. Luther's radio was obsolete. What I wouldn't have given now for a key gun. Chapter 10. Luther said he hadn't seen the target, so it was Kelly they were after, not me. My face burned with anger. These were the people who'd killed Kev. They must be. This chase was nothing to do with law enforcement. This was about people who wanted to finish the job. Maybe they thought Kelly had seen them. By now I had finished my coffee and the waitress had whisked the cup away. I was starting to be a pain in the arse here. Other people were waiting for my table. I went back into the toilet. The TV remote control was still in my pocket. That went into the waste bin, along with the useless radio. What about Kelly? What did I have to gain by going back? What if they'd found her, disposed of her, and were waiting for me to pick her up? That was what I would have done. I could think of lots of reasons why I shouldn't go back. Bollocks. I walked back towards the mall exit. Looking half left into the dead ground, I could just about see the roof of Comp USA. The car park was still full, and it was raining harder now. I turned up the collar of Kev's jacket and looked towards the main drag. I could see a Wendy's like a desert island in the middle of the car park. It was coffee time again. I checked the route ahead for any sign of my new friends and again used tall pickles as cover. I took my burger and coffee over to a window seat. I couldn't see the rear of the buildings, but I could see the nearer of the two slip roads. The one I'd been running towards when I met Luther. Better than nothing. The Wendy's had a PlayStation, which was great cover. Kids screamed around on a tub of multicoloured tennis balls while their parents sat it out, just like me. I sat and stared out of the window at the rain. I remembered the times I'd been bad as a child and got a slapping from my stepfather and been put in the shed for the night. I'd been terrified of the rain beating down on the clear, plastic, wriggly roof. I'd sat there curled up, thinking that if the rain could get me, then so could the bogeyman. As a soldier and a K, I'd been shot at, beaten up, imprisoned. I'd always been scared, but nothing like those times as a child. I thought of Kelly, abandoned in her makeshift hidey hole. Rain beating down on the cardboard, then I cut it from my mind. She'd get over it. I shouldn't let it concern me, I'd done worse things. Still looking out of the window, I saw the white Taurus come out from behind the mall onto the slip road, stop at the junction, and turn with the flow of traffic. It was 4 up by the looks of things, all suits, though in the rain it was hard to be certain. 4 up was a good indication that they were lifting off. If they were taking Luther to hospital, there'd be 3 at most inside. 1 driving, 1 looking after the casualty. The others would have stayed behind. I was beginning to feel a decision coming on. I'd have to change my appearance, and I'd have to do it on the cheap. I had about $500 in total and would be needing every cent. I finished my coffee and went back into the boardwalk. I found a clothes shop and bought a thin cotton raincoat that folded up to about the size of a handkerchief. I also bought a Kangol cap. The sorts it was fashionable to wear the wrong way round, so the peak was hanging down the back of your neck and the logo was in front. Then I went to an Hour Eyes and bought a pair of display glasses with thick rims. Glasses really change the shape of your face. Whenever I'd needed an appearance change on a job, a haircut and glasses had always done the trick. Wearing a different colour and giving yourself a different shape was the minimum required. I went back to the toilets to sort myself out. I ripped out the inside of the raincoat pocket with my teeth. My newly acquired SIG 45 was down the front of my jeans, with the mags in my pockets. If the shit hit the fan, I could draw the weapon and fire through the coat. I wanted to use the last 3/4 of an hour of daylight doing a recce of the bin area. The lift-off might have been a ploy, and I wanted to reassure myself that nobody was lying in wait. The idea would be to do a complete 360 degrees around the target area, but before that, I wanted to go back and give the hotel a walk past. I wanted to see if there were any police cars outside, to confirm whether or not it had been an official lift. If Luther and his friends were after a murder suspect, the police should be up there by now, dusting for prints and taking statements. I put on my disguise and looked in the mirror at Washington's hippest dude. Well, nearly. If people looked closely, they would think I was the oldest swinger in town. I turned the cat round with the peak forward and off I went. I walked straight across the car park, crossed the main drag at the junction, and worked my way back up to the Best Western, along the roads. I saw nothing. Everything looked perfectly normal. Not a police car in sight. As I walked back, I thought about the states that Kev, Marcia, and Aida had been left in. Why hack them to bits? Luther and his friends weren't dopeheads. They were pros. They'd do nothing without a reason. They must have wanted it to appear drug-related to cover their asses. Given the number of attempts on Kev's life in the past, it would have been perfectly reasonable for the police to assume that one of them had finally succeeded, and that the perpetrators had then gone overboard and slain the whole family as a warning to others. But I knew that wasn't the reason. They had killed Marcia because they'd have had to assume that Kev had passed on whatever he knew, and then they'd had to kill Aida, simply because they didn't want witnesses. Kelly owed her life to the fact that they hadn't seen her. It was probably only after the news reports that they realised they hadn't finished the job, and that there might be a witness after all. The way they butchered Aida brought back to me a story about the American Hearts and Minds program in Vietnam. In one region, they injected the children of a village against smallpox. The Viet Cong came along a week later and cut off each child's arm. It worked. No more Hearts and Minds program for them. Sometimes the end justifies the means. I had a sort of respect for Luther and Co., but I knew I mustn't fuck about with these people. They were too much like me. Rush hour was now in full swing, and it would soon be dark. The shops were still open, and the area was packed with people. It was great for me. It made me just another punter. As I walked, I had my head down against the rain. I reached the Wendy's car park. This time, I was nearer the fence, wiping my glasses. I looked across the low ground as the rear of the mall came into view. There was a loud hiss of air brakes as a truck backed up to a loading bay. 3 other trucks were already parked up alongside the car where I'd met Luther. But again, just as at the hotel, there were no police investigating the crime scene. Maybe they didn't like the weather. Only the bays that were in use were lit. The huddle of skips where I'd hidden Kelly was pretty much in shadow. One was being filled up with the old metal shelving I'd used on Luther. Even from where I was, I could hear the loud crash and clatter. Kelly must be petrified down there. No need for a 360. I'd seen enough. As I looked forward, deciding where to go now, I watched a bus pull up by a shelter, take on passengers, and drive off again. Maybe that was our way out of here. But if they'd found Kelly and set an ambush, where was I going to run? I had to work out an escape route. Hijacking cars doesn't work so well in a built-up area. It attracts too much attention. Better to use the crowds and confusion. I picked 3 possible routes. Hanging around increased the chance of getting pinged, so I decided to lift off from the area for a while. I carried on to the shops. I thought I'd get some stuff for Kelly because she'd be needing an appearance change too. She'd been on the news. She was famous now. I bought her a nice big floppy hat. I wanted to tuck her hair up out of the way and hide her face as best I could. I also bought her a thinly padded pink 3/4-length coat to cover those skinny legs, and a completely new set of clothes to fit a 9-year-old. She was tall for her age, so I thought I'd better get the larger size. Almost as an afterthought, I bought myself some new jeans and a t-shirt. With a handful of carrier bags, I retraced the route along the fence. As I walked away from the shops, their lights reflected on the wet tarmac of the car park. The traffic was slow on the main drag. Windscreen wipers on full speed. As I got to the fence, I looked left. There was no change. I carried on walking. As I got level with the shops, the slip road started to rise up to meet me. The fence stopped. I turned left down a slippery grass bank and onto the slip road that led to the back of the shops. I followed the fence again as I dropped down into the dead ground. The rain had turned the dust into mush. I now had the fence to my left and the loading bays to my right. I kept on walking, fighting the temptation just to run to Kelly, grab her, and fuck off out of it. That's what gets people caught or killed. My eyes must have looked as if I was plucked into the mains. They were darting everywhere, getting as much information into my head as possible. I wanted to see this ambush before it was sprung. I was committed now. If push came to shove, I'd fucking shove. What if Kelly wasn't there? I'd call 911 and say I'd seen that girl from the news wandering around the area. If she hadn't already been lifted, hopefully the police would get her before Luther's pals did. That was if they hadn't already. I'd then have to take my chances when the Nick Stone manhunt began. Whoever had her would also have my name. I got to within about 20 metres of the bins, still walking at the same steady pace. I didn't even look around now because that took time and effort. I came up to the bins and started to lift away the boxes. "Kelly, it's me. Kelly. See? I told you I'd come back." The cardboard was soaking and came apart in my hands. As I pulled the last of it away, I could see she was more or less exactly in the position I'd left her, curled up, sitting on some dry board. My mind flashed back to how she'd looked when I'd found her in the garage. At least she wasn't rocking, with her hands clamped over her ears. She was dry. Maybe the bogeyman had got in, but at least the rain hadn't. I stood her up and put her new coat around her shoulders. "I hope you like pink," I said. "I got this for you too." I put the hat on her head to preserve whatever was left of her body heat. She put her arms around me. I hadn't been expecting it, and I didn't know how to react. I just kept talking to her. She cuddled me harder. I readjusted the hat. "There. That'll keep you nice and dry. Now let's go and get you a bath and something to eat, shall we?" I had the bags in my left arm, and she gripped my left sleeve as we walked. It was awkward, but I needed to keep my right hand free to draw my pistol. Chapter 11. The bus was about half full with shoppers and bulging carrier bags. Kelly was cuddled up beside me in the window seat. Her hat was doing its job. Her hair was tucked up, and the dropped brim covered her face. I was feeling good. I'd saved her from Luther and his mates. I'd done the right thing. We were on our way to Alexandria, an area I knew to be south of central DC, but within the Beltway. And we were going there because that was what had been on the destination board of the first bus to arrive. Everyone was fed up and wet, and the bus was well fucked up. I leaned across and used my sleeve to wipe the condensation from the window, but it didn't help much. I looked towards the front, where the windscreen wipers were working overtime. The priority was a hotel, and we'd have to check into one within the next hour or so because the later in the day I left it, the more unusual it would look. "Nick?" I didn't want to look at her because I could guess what she was going to ask. "Yes?" "Why were those men chasing you? Have you done something wrong?" I could feel her looking at me under her hat. "I don't know who they are, Kelly. I just don't know." Eyes still fixed on the clear patch of windscreen, I said, "You hungry?" I could see her hat moving up and down in the corner of my eye. "Not long now. What do you want? McDonald's? Wendy's?" She nodded for both, then mumbled something. I was still looking out of the window. "What's that?"
Mickey D's.
Mickey D's?
McDonald's. Get with the program.
Oh, okay. That's what we'll get. I went back to my thoughts. I would only use cash from now on. I had to assume the worst, which was that we'd been traced through my credit card. Despite that, I'd still call London again. Deep down, I guessed that they'd probably already consigned my records to the shredder, but what did I have to lose? We drove past a place called the Roadies Inn. It fitted the bill. I didn't have a clue where we were, but that didn't matter. I'd sort that out later. I signalled the driver that we wanted the next stop. When the Roadies Inn had been built in the 1960s, it had probably looked $1 million. Now even the grass outside looked faded, and on the red neon vacancy sign the V and the N were flickering. Perfect. I peered through the fly screen of the door to reception. A woman in her 20s was behind the desk, smoking and watching a TV on the far wall. I only hoped we hadn't had star billing on the news. Looking past her into the back office, I saw a bald, overweight man, probably late 50s, working at a desk. "I want you to wait just here, Kelly." I pointed to the wall of the hotel under the upstairs landing that acted as a veranda. She didn't like it. "I won't be long," I said, starting to walk backwards towards the doors. "Just wait there. I'll be right back." By now, I was at the door. I pointed at her as if I was training a puppy. "Stay, okay?" The receptionist was wearing jeans and a t-shirt. Her hair was the blondest I'd ever seen, apart from the roots. She glanced away from the TV and said on autopilot, "Hello, can I help you?" "I'm looking for a room for maybe 3 or 4 nights." "Sure. For how many?" 2 adults and a child." "Sure, one moment." And she ran her finger down the booking register. The news was on. I turned and watched, but there was nothing about the murders. Maybe we were already old news. I hoped so. "Can I take an imprint of your card?" I pulled a face. "Ah, that's where we have a problem. We're on a fly-drive holiday and we've had our bags stolen. We've been to see the police and I'm waiting for the replacement cards, but I'm just running on cash at the moment. I understand you have to take imprints, but maybe if I pay in advance and you disconnect the phone in the room?" She was starting to nod her head, but her expression was still the wrong side of sympathetic. "We're really stuck." I played the wet and sorrowful Brit abroad. "We've got to go to the British consulate tomorrow and sort out our passports." I brought out some dollar bills. It seemed to take a while for it all to sink in. "I'm so sorry to hear about that." She paused, waiting for more chemicals to interact in her brain. "I'll get the manager." She went into the office, and I watched her talking to the bald guy at his desk. From their body language, I got the impression he was her father. I felt a drop of sweat roll down my spine. If they refused us a room, we were stranded maybe miles from the next motel, and would need to start ordering taxis and raising our profile. "Hurry up!" I turned and looked outside, but couldn't see Kelly. Fuck. I hoped Mr. Honest Citizen wasn't about to storm in demanding to know who'd left a little girl all alone in the rain. I quickly walked to the door and stuck my head outside. She was still there, standing where I'd asked her to. I came back to the reception desk just as Dad appeared from the back office. The girl was on the telephone taking a booking. "Just making sure our car isn't blocking the way," I grinned. "I hear you have a problem." Dad had a vacant smile on his face. I knew we were okay. "Yes," I sighed. "We've been to the police and contacted the card companies. We're just waiting for it to get sorted. Until then, all I've got is cash. I'll pay for the next 3 days in advance." "That's no problem." I was sure it wasn't. There was no way our little cash transaction would be finding its way onto the books. What some people call white trash, Kev used to call children of the corn. They might take a while to understand things, but an earner's an earner in any language. He smiled. We'll keep the telephone on for you. I played the Grateful Brit and booked in. Then Kelly and I traipsed up 2 flights of concrete and breeze block stairs. Kelly hesitated outside the room, then looked at me and said, Nick, I want to see Mommy. When can I go home? Shit, not that again. I wished more than anything that she could go and see Mummy. It would be one less problem. Not long now, Kelly, I said. I'll get some food in a minute, okay? Okay. I lay down on the bed and thought out the priorities. Nick? Yes? I was looking at the ceiling. Can I watch TV? Thank God for that. I reached over to the remote and quickly flicked the channels, checking I wasn't going to catch us both on the news. I found Nickelodeon and stuck with it. I'd made a decision. I'm going out now to buy something to eat, I said, my mind on the one option that hadn't yet been closed. You stay here the same as before. I'll put the Do Not Disturb sign on the door and you make sure that you don't open it for anybody, do you understand? She nodded. The call box was next to a Korean food store. It was still drizzling. I could hear the noise of car tires on wet tarmac as I crossed the road. I pushed in a couple of quarters and dialed. I got, Good evening, British Embassy, how may I help you? I'd like to speak to the defence attaché, please. May I say who's calling? My name is Stanford. Fuck it. I had nothing to lose. Thank you, one moment, please. Almost immediately a no-nonsense voice came on the line. Stanford? Yes. Wait. There was a long, continuous tone, and I was starting to think I'd been cut off again. Then 30 seconds later I heard Simmons. My call must have been patched through to London. Unflappable as ever, he said, It seems you're in a spot of trouble. Trouble's not the word. In veiled speech I told him everything that had happened since my last call. Simmons listened without interruption, then said, There's not really a lot I can do. Obviously you understand the situation I'm in. I could tell he was pissed off with me, big style. You were told to return immediately. You disobeyed an order. You should not have gone to see him, you know that. He was still cool about it all, but under the veneer I knew he was boiling. I could just picture him behind his desk in his crumpled shirt and baggy cords, with the family photo and maybe Easter eggs for his family on his desk, next to a pile of red-hot faxes from Washington that had to be attended to. It's got nothing on the situation I can put you in, I said. I got stuff that will make your lot look not very British at all. I'll blow it to whoever wants to listen. It's not a bluff. I need help to get out of this shit and I want it now. There was a pause. The patient parent waiting for a child to stop its tantrum. He said, Your position is pretty delicate, I'm afraid. There's nothing I can do unless you have some form of proof that you're not implicated. I suggest you make every effort to discover what has happened and why. Then we can talk, and I might be able to help. How does that sound to you? You can carry out your threat, but I wouldn't recommend it. I could feel his hand tighten around my balls. Whether they complied or called my bluff, I'd be spending the rest of my life on the run. The firm does not like being strong-armed. I've got no choice, really, have I? I'm glad you see it like that. Bring what you find. The phone went dead. My mind racing, I wandered into the shop. I bought a bottle of hair tint, 1 wash in, 12 washes out, and a hair trimmer gadget. I also bought a full washing and shaving kit because we couldn't look like a couple of scruffies at large in Washington. Then I filled a basket with bottles of Coca-Cola from the chiller and some apples and candy. I couldn't find a Mickey D's and ended up in a Burger King. I bought 2 mega deals, then went back to the hotel. I knocked on the door as I opened it. Guess what I've got? Burgers, fries, apple pies, hot chocolate. By the wall, next to the window, was a little circular table. The carrier bags went on the bed, and I dumped the burgers on the table with a flourish like a returning hunter. Ripping the bags open to make a tablecloth, I tipped the chips out, opened the sauce, and we both dived in. She must have been starving. I waited until she had a mouthful of burger. Listen, Kelly, you know how grown-up girls are always dyeing their hair and cutting it and all sorts of stuff? I thought you might like to try. She didn't look fussed. What do you fancy? A really dark brown? She shrugged. I wanted to get it done before she understood too much of what was happening. The moment she'd finished her hot apple pie, I led her to the bathroom and got her to take off her shirt and vest. I tested the shower temperature and leaned her over the bath, quickly wet her hair, then toweled and brushed it. I got the trimmer going, but I wasn't entirely sure what I was doing. I realised it was for beards, really, and by the time I'd got the hang of it, her hair looked shit. The more I tried to sort it, the shorter it was getting. Soon, it was up around her collar. As I studied the bottle of dye, trying to read the instructions, she said, "Nick?" I was still reading the bottle and hoping I wasn't about to turn her hair into a ginger fuzzball. What? Do you know the men who were chasing you? I was the one who should have been asking questions. No, I don't, Kelly, but I will find out. I thought about it and put down the hair dye. I was standing behind her, and both of us were looking at each other in the mirror. Her eyes were now not so red around the edges. That only made mine even more dark and tired-looking. I looked at her a while longer. Finally I said, "Kelly, why did you go to the hidey hole?" She said nothing. I could see that her eyes were starting to question my hairdressing skills. Did Daddy shout Disneyland? No. Then why did you go? Already this was getting too intense for me. I needed to do something. I picked up the dye. Because of the noise? I started to comb the dye in. Oh? What noise was that? She looked at me in the mirror. I was in the kitchen, but I heard a bad noise in the living room, and I went and looked. What did you see? Daddy was shouting at the men, and they were hitting him. Did they see you? I don't know. I didn't go into the room. I just wanted to shout to Mommy to come and help Daddy. And what did you do? Her eyes went down. I couldn't help him. I'm too little. When she looked up again, I saw her face was burning with shame. Her bottom lip started to quiver. I ran to the hidey hole. I wanted to go to Mommy, but she was upstairs with Aida, and Daddy was shouting at the men. You ran to the hidey hole? Yes. Did you stay there? Yes. Did Mummy come and call for you? No. You did. So you didn't see Mummy and Aida? No. The picture of the two of them dead flashed into my mind. I put my arms around her as she sobbed. Kelly, you couldn't have helped Daddy. Those men were too big and strong. Probably I couldn't have helped him, and I'm a grown-up. It's not your fault Daddy got hurt, but he is okay and wants me to look after you until he is better. Mummy and Aida had to go with Daddy.
There just wasn't the time to collect you. I let her cry a bit, then said, Did you see any of the men who were chasing us today? She shook her head. Did the men who were with Daddy have suits on? I suppose so, but they had, painting things on top. I guessed what she meant. The sort Daddy would wear to paint the house. I did the actions of putting on a pair of DIY coveralls. She nodded. So, do you mean they had suits on but had the painting things over the top? She nodded again. I knew it. These boys were good. They were players. They hadn't wanted to get nasty red stuff all over their nice suits. I asked her how many men there were and what they looked like. She was confused and scared. Her lip started to quiver again. Can I go home soon? She was fighting back the tears. Yes, very soon. Very soon. When Daddy is better. Until then, I'm looking after you. Come on, Kelly. Let's make you look like a big girl. After a rinse, I combed her wet hair and got her dressed straight away in her new clothes. If we had to move, I needed her dressed, so I told her that the only things she could keep off were her hat, coat, and shoes. She inspected herself in the mirror. The new clothes were much too big and her hair was, well, she didn't seem too sure. We watched Nickelodeon and eventually she fell asleep. I lay staring at the ceiling, going through the options, or rather trying to kid myself that I had some. What about Slack Pat? He would certainly help if he could, as long as he hadn't turned into some drugged-up New Age hippie. But the only way I could think of contacting him was through the restaurant he used to rave about. The way he described it, he practically lived there. The problem was I couldn't remember the name of it, just that it was on a hill on the edge of Georgetown. What about Ewan? He was no good yet because he'd still be operating in Ulster, and there was no way I could make contact with him until he was back on the mainland. I looked over at Kelly. That was how she would have to live for the next little while, always dressed, ready to run at a moment's notice. I put the eiderdown over her. I piled all the rubbish together and put it in the bin, then checked the sign was still on the door and her shoes were in her pockets. I checked chamber in both weapons, the 9mm in Kev's jacket and the SIG in my waistband. No doubt Kelly was going to be in all of tomorrow's papers, but at least, if the shit hit the fan, we were ready to go. I knew my escape route and would not hesitate to shoot my way out. I got my new clothes out of the bag and took them into the bathroom. I had a shave, then undressed. I stank. Kev's things were stained on the inside with blood. The sweat had thinned it, spreading it right up the back and the shoulders of his shirt and the legs of his jeans. Everything went into a plastic laundry bag, which I'd throw away in the morning. I had a long hot shower and washed my hair. Then I got dressed, checked the door lock, and lay on the bed. I woke up at about 5:30 in the morning after a terrible night's sleep. I wasn't sure if all the bad stuff was a dream. I thought again about money. I definitely couldn't use credit cards because I had to assume they'd either been frozen or would be used as a trace. It was cash or nothing. Not easy in the West nowadays. Pat, if I got to him, would fund me, but I knew I'd have to take advantage of any spare time to get hold of more. Kelly was snoring big time. I picked up the keycard, gently closed the door behind me, checked the sign was up, and went looking for a fire extinguisher. Chapter 12. As I passed the open door to the cleaner's storeroom, I spotted half a dozen wedge-shaped doorstops on a shelf. I helped myself to a couple. I found the fire extinguisher on the wall by the elevators. I quickly unscrewed the top of it and removed the carbon dioxide cylinder, a 9-inch black steel tube. I put it in my jacket and walked back to the room. I put the 3 spare magazines for the SIG-45 in the left-hand pocket of Kev's jacket and decided I was going to keep the USP in the room. I hid it in the cistern. A weapon can stand getting wet in the short term. I just didn't want Kelly to find it and start putting holes in herself. I dozed some more, woke up and dozed again. By 7 a.m. I was bored and hungry. Breakfast was included in the room price, but to get it, I'd have to go downstairs to reception. Kelly started to stir. I said, "Good morning. Do you fancy something to eat?" She was all yawny, sitting up and looking like a scarecrow because she'd gone to sleep with wet hair. Straight away I put on the TV for her because I didn't really know what to say. She looked down at her clothes, trying to work it out. "You fell asleep," I laughed. "I couldn't even undress you last night." "Hey, it's like camping, isn't it?" She liked that. "Yeah." She smiled, still sleepy. "Shall I go and get you some breakfast?" She didn't look up, just nodded at the television. "Remember, you must do this every time. You never, ever open the door. I'll come back using the key. Don't even open the curtains because the cleaning ladies will think it's okay to come in. And we don't want to talk to anyone, do we? I'll leave the do not disturb sign, okay?" She nodded. I wasn't sure how much of it had gone in. I picked up the tray the ice bucket was on, put on my glasses and went down to reception. It was already fairly packed, people with camper vans who couldn't be asked to sleep in them, and salesmen looking clean, fresh, and straight out of the appearance counts section of the manual. The breakfast area was made up of 2 or 3 tables by the coffee flasks under the TV. I took 3 packets of cereal, bagels and muffins, some apples, then 2 cups of coffee and an orange juice. The corn child had just finished her shift and came over. "I hope everything goes well with your passports and all." She smiled, helping herself to a bagel. "I'm sure it'll be fine. We're just going to concentrate on having a good holiday. If you need any help, you just come and ask." "Thanks." I walked over to the desk and picked up a complimentary USA Today. I also helped myself to a Roadies Inn book of matches from a whole bowl of them and a paperclip that was in an ashtray full of elastic bands and office bits, and went back to the room. 10 minutes later, Kelly was munching on her cereal and glued to Nickelodeon. I said, "I'm going out for about an hour. I've got stuff to do. While I'm away, I want you to have a wash and be all nice and clean for when I get back, and have your hair brushed. Are you going to be all right on your own, with your big girl haircut?" She shrugged. "Whatever." "What are your favourite colours?" "My favourite colours are pink and blue." "Well, we've got the pink." I pointed at the coat hanging up with her shoes sticking out of the pockets. That had been a bit of luck. "Now I've got to get you something blue." I gave my glasses a quick clean with toilet paper, put them back in their case and into Kev's jacket, then put my long black raincoat over the top, checking the pocket for the cylinder. I emptied my pockets of loose change. I wanted to cut down on noise and always felt better anyway with as little as possible dragging around my clothes. I had my Kangol hat in my hand and was all ready to go. "I won't be long. Remember, let no one in. I'll be back before you know it." It had stopped raining, but the sky was still grey and the ground wet. The road was choked with cars heading into downtown DC. It's a people town, and the sidewalks were busy too. I walked briskly to keep pace with the office workers, all with their got to get up, got to get on expressions, all the time looking for the ideal place to make some money quickly and get back to the hotel before Kelly started panicking. It was too early for a shopping mall, since they didn't open till 10ish. And and I wasn't in an area with a lot of hotels. They were all further downtown. There were fast food outlets, but they normally had just one way in and out, and too much toilet traffic, so they wouldn't be a good choice. A service station would do, so long as it had an outside restroom that could only be opened by a key obtained from the pay desk. I'd been walking around for maybe 20 minutes. I walked through a couple of filling stations that were busy enough, but they were modern with inside toilets. Eventually I found what I was looking for, an outdoor toilet with a sign on the door that said, "Key at pay desk." I checked to ensure that the door was locked. Then I walked on. I was looking for two things now. For somewhere natural to watch the forecourt from, and for my escape route. Further up, on the other side of the road, was a run of lawyers' offices, credit unions and insurance brokers in wonderful 1930s detached brick houses. In between were what looked like well-used alleyways. I crossed over, walked down one, and came out onto the parallel road. Turning right, I followed the road to a junction, turned left, then right again up another alleyway. The whole area was perfect for angles and distance. I made my way back to the filling station by a different route. There was a bus stop across the street about 100 metres away. I strolled along to it, stood in a doorway and waited. It had to look natural. I had to have a reason to be doing what I was doing. There were 2 or 3 people waiting. Then the queue gradually got longer. A bus came, and we were back to 2 or 3 again. I looked at the destination board of each bus as it approached, looked fed up that it wasn't the one I wanted, and got back in the doorway. People don't carry much cash with them nowadays, especially here in the land of the credit card. The ideal target is always a tourist. They tend to carry more cash and travellers' checks, but there weren't likely to be many in this part of town. Over a period of about 30 minutes, there'd been 4 or 5 possibles going in to fill up their cars, but unfortunately it seemed that none of them was in need of a shit. I thought about Kelly. I hoped she was sticking to the script. A white guy in his 20s drove onto the forecourt in a new Camaro. It carried 30-day plates while waiting for the new registration. He was wearing a baggy shell suit that was red, blue, green, orange and 6 other colours, and basketball shoes to match. His hair was shaved at the sides, with the rest pointing skywards. The sound system was booming out bass that I could feel vibrating from across the street. He filled up with fuel and went in to pay. When he came out, he was carrying what looked like a small lump of wood. He turned left towards the toilet. This was my boy. I stepped out of the doorway, turned up my collar and headed across the road. He was putting his wallet into his shell suit top and doing up the zip. I'd already checked the garage surveillance cameras, and they wouldn't be a problem. They were focused on the forecourt to catch driveaways, not on the gable end of the building to catch toilet paper thieves. As I left the doorway, I was a man who needed a piss and couldn't wait any longer for his bus to arrive. It was unlikely to register with anybody at the bus stop. First thing in the morning, people are brooding about the day's work ahead, or about their mortgages or kids, or the wife's headache the night before. They're not going to worry too much about a guy going into a toilet. I walked towards the door with just enough spring in my step to look like the man with the world's fullest bladder, and went in. The room was about 12 feet by 12, fairly clean and reeking of bleach blocks. Dead ahead were 2 urinals, with a basin and a wall-mounted paper towel dispenser. My boy was in one of the 2 cubicles to the right. I could hear the sound of zips being undone, the rustle of a general sorting out, and a little cough. I closed the door behind me and jammed in the 2 doorstops with my shoe. No one would be getting in or out of here unless I wanted them to. I stood at the urinal and made it look as if I was taking a leak. My hands were in front of me, but holding the steel cylinder. I'd keep my back to him until he came out to wash his hands. I stood there for 3 or 4 minutes. I heard him pissing. It stopped, then nothing. This character was taking too long. I swung my head to the right, as if to look out of the small barred windows, but carried on with the motions of pissing in case he could see me and, for some reason, was being hesitant about leaving the cubicle. Then, casually looking right behind me, I saw something really bizarre. American public toilets have saloon-type doors with a bigger gap at the top and bottom than in the UK. Through the bottom gap, I could see one foot, which looked as if it was his right foot, on the ground and facing the toilet, and his tracksuit bottoms weren't bunched around his ankles. I thought, weird position, but there you go. Then I noticed that the door was open an inch. He hadn't locked it. I wasn't going to stop and puzzle it out. Clenching my right fist around the cylinder, and with my left hand out to protect myself, I started quickly but quietly towards the door. At the last minute I took a deep breath, dropped my shoulder and barged into it. He banged up against the wall, screaming, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" His hands went out to try to stop himself falling and the door held. His bulk was stopping the door from opening. I had to barge it again. The hard and fast rule of mugging is to be exactly that. Hard and fast. Putting all my weight behind the door, I had him pinned up against the wall. He was a big boy. I had to be careful. I could get fucked over here. I grabbed a handful of his gelled hair with my left hand and pulled his neck over to the left, exposing the right side of his neck. You don't just use your arm to hit somebody. I needed to get as much weight as I could behind the cylinder, like a boxer using his hips and the top half of his body to power the swing. Still pushing the door with my left hand, I brought the cylinder up in my right and swung my whole body round, as if throwing a downward right hook, and cracked him just below the ear. The idea was just to take him down, not kill him or give him brain damage for the rest of his days. If I'd wanted to do that, I'd have cracked him over the head a few times. As it was, it wouldn't be his best day out, but tough shit. Wrong place, wrong time. It had been a good hit. He groaned and went down. He was fucked and, without a doubt, he would have had starbursts in his eyes. That crackling and popping sensation you get when you go down semi-conscious. He'd just want to curl up and get under the duvet and hide. That was why I'd used the cylinder instead of a gun. You can't predict people's reactions to a pistol. He might have been an undercover cop with a gun himself. He might have been some kind of a heroic have-a-go citizen. Not that it mattered now. The old ways are the best. He'd banged his head on the cistern and smashed his nose, and blood was pouring down his chin. There was a high-pitched, childlike moan coming from him. He was in shit state, but he'd live. I gave him another one for good measure. I wanted him down and well out. He stopped making a noise. I put my left hand on his head and held it facing away from me. I didn't want him to be able to ID me. With my right hand I felt under his belly and twisted his shell suit top round towards me, unzipped it and pulled out his wallet. Then I started to feel down his pockets in case he had another big wad stashed away there. My fingers closed around a plastic bag that filled the ball of my hand. I pulled out what looked like enough white powder to send the guy's entire neighbourhood into orbit, all in neat little plastic wallets, ready for sale. No good to me. I left it on the floor. It was then that I realised what he'd been up to while I was at the urinal. Wrapped tight around his left arm was a rubber tube and there was blood dripping from a small puncture wound. He must have had his left leg up on the toilet seat to support his arm while he was shooting up. I saw the hypodermic on the floor. As I stood up, my trousers felt wet, and I looked down. He'd had the last laugh. I'd made him lose control of his bodily functions, and he'd pissed himself, and I'd been kneeling in it. I picked up the key from the floor. That, too, was covered in piss, He was starting to come round a bit, and there were a few moans and groans. I got hold of his head and banged it against the toilet to give him the message to stay where he was for a while. I stepped back from the cubicle. There was no time to try to clean my coat. I went to the main door, retrieved the wedges, put them in my pocket, came out and locked the door behind me. I tossed the key into some shrubbery. I was out of breath and had a bit of sweat coming down the side of my face, but I had to make myself look calm and casual. If another customer happened to come round the corner to use the toilet, I'd say it was out of order. As I crossed the road, I glanced left and behind me. Nothing. I wouldn't look back again. I'd soon know if something was going on because I'd hear all the screaming and shouting, or the sound of people running towards me. Then I'd have to react, but at the end of the day, I was the one with the big fucking gun. I passed the bus stop and carried on towards the first alleyway. After 2 more turns, I took off my coat, wrapped it round the cylinder, and folded the whole lot up. I took off the hat and folded that into the coat as well. I carried on walking, found a bin and got rid of my bundle. That was me sorted. A new man. Or I would be as soon as I put on my glasses. Once out on the road again, I got out the wallet, as if I was checking whether I had my credit card. I opened it up and found that I was a family man. There was a very nice picture of me, my wife and 2 kids. The family of Lance White. I didn't think Mrs. White would be too pleased with the state of me when I got home. There was about $240 in the billfold. White had either just been to an ATM or done some early morning deals. There were also a couple of credit cards, but I wouldn't keep them. It would be time-consuming to sell them, and if I tried to use them for cashback, it could only be in the next hour or so. But why run the risk of the police doing a trace and ending up with my description from a sales assistant? The rest of the stuff was shit. Bits of paper with phone numbers on, probably his client list. As I passed another bin, I jacked everything except the cash. I now had just under $400 in my pocket, enough for the next few days if I couldn't contact Pat or he didn't come up with the goods. The piss on my trousers was starting to dry up a bit as I walked, but it was stinking good style. It was time for a change of clothes. I reached the Burger King and all the other shops near the hotel. I was in and out of a discount shop in about a quarter of an hour, with a hold-all, containing new jeans, sweatshirt and underwear, all bought with cash. Kelly had also got a complete new set of clothes, down to knickers and vests. I had a quick look at my watch on the way up to the room. I'd been gone about 2¼ hours, a bit longer than I'd said I'd be. Before I even got to the door, I could see it was ajar. I looked down and saw a pillow keeping it open. I could hear the TV. Pulling my pistol, I went against the wall, the weapon pointing towards the gap. I felt disbelief, then shock. I felt emptiness in my stomach, and then I felt sick. Chapter 13. I moved into the room. Nothing. I checked on the other side of the bed, in case she might be hiding there. Maybe she was playing some game on me. Kelly? Are you in there? My voice was serious, and she'd have known it. No reply. My heart was pumping so hard my chest hurt. If they had her, why hadn't they jumped me by now? I felt sweat slide down the side of my face. I started to panic, thinking about her in her house, seeing her father being beaten, screaming for her mummy. I understood that feeling of desperation when you want something to take all the scary things away. I forced myself to stop, calm down, think about what I was going to do. I came out onto the veranda again and broke into a run, calling, "Kelly? Kelly!" in a loud semi-shout. I turned the corner, and there she was. Pleased as punch, she was just leaving the Coke machine, wrestling with the ring pull on a can. The look at me, aren't I a big girl smile soon changed when she saw me, weapon in hand, looking as serious as cancer. For a moment, I was going to read her horoscope, but I bit my lip. She was suddenly looking sad and sorry for herself. Getting herself a can of Coke was the first thing she'd done on her own since leaving the house, and I'd ruined it by coming back so soon. Leading her back to the room, I kept looking round the open square to check we hadn't been seen. There were empty crisp bags and all sorts on her bed. It looked like a scene out of Animal House. I sat her down while I went and ran a bath. When I came back, she still had a long face. I sat beside her. "I'm not cross with you, Kelly. It's just that I worry if I don't know where you are. Will you promise not to do it again?" "Only if you promise not to leave me again." "I promise. Now get undressed for a bath." I picked her up and basically threw her in the bath before she had time to think. "Do you wash your own hair? Or do you get somebody to do it?" I asked. I didn't have a clue. She looked like she was going to cry. I said, "Do you want me to wash it for you?" "Yes, please." I wondered what was going on in that little mind of hers. I got out the shampoo and got stuck in. She moaned about the soap in her eyes and that the suds were tickling her ears, but I could tell she loved the attention. I couldn't blame her. She hadn't had much lately. Her world had been turned upside down, and she didn't even know it yet. "You stink." Kelly made a face as she caught the smell of Lance White's bladder on my clothes. "These clothes are a bit old," I said. "Make sure you get all the shampoo out of your hair and wash yourself with the soap." She looked as if she was having fun. I was glad somebody was. Walking into the bedroom, I called behind me. "Then I want you to put on some clean clothes. There's knickers and a vest on the bed." "What are knickers?" "These." I picked them up and walked back to show her. "They're not. They're panties." Kelly was a water baby. That was great for me. The longer she was in the bath, the less time I had to spend dealing with her. I was finding it quite knackering having to clean, dress, talk, and answer questions. I left her splashing around for another half an hour, then dragged her out and told her to go and dry herself. I got in the shower and had a shave and got changed, bundling all my old clothes and Kelly's into a plastic laundry bag and stowing it inside the holdall. I'd get rid of it at the first opportunity. We were both in the bedroom and she was dressed. Her shirt buttons were in the wrong holes. While I was undoing them and sorting them out, I realized she was looking disapprovingly at me. "What's the problem?" "Those jeans, they're sad. You should get 501s like Daddy." On top of everything else, I had the fashion police after me. She went on. "You can't get 501s in my size. That's what Mommy says anyway. She doesn't wear jeans. She's like Aida. She likes dresses and skirts." In my mind's eye, I saw Marcia kneeling by her bed. I turned away for a moment, so Kelly couldn't see my face. I got to grips with her hair. It was another new skill I hadn't mastered, and the brush kept snagging and pulling. Kelly kept crying out and grabbing at my hand. In the end, I gave her the brush and let her get on with it. While she was doing that, I sat on the bed and said, "Kelly, do you know your dad's special code for his phone?" "I don't. I've tried it loads of times. I've pressed 1111, 2222. I've pressed them all and I still don't know. Have you got any idea?" She stopped brushing, stared at me for a few moments, then nodded. "Right. What are the numbers then?" She didn't say anything. She seemed to be working something out in her mind. Maybe she was wondering if she'd be betraying her daddy by telling me. I pulled the phone from my pocket, turned it on and said, "Look." "What does it say?" "Enter PIN number. Do you know what numbers your daddy puts in?" She nodded and I said, "Come on, you show me then." She pressed the buttons and I watched her fingers. 1990, I said. The year I was born, she beamed, going back to brushing. We were in business. I fetched the yellow pages from one of the drawers and went back. What are you looking for? She asked, brushing smoothly and expertly. A restaurant called Goodfellas, I said. I found the address. We're going to go there and look for Pat. I thought about phoning the place and asking about him, but they'd probably just fuck me off. In any case, that could trigger off a series of events I'd known nothing about until we were both suddenly lifted. It would be better to go there. I put on my glasses, and she giggled. I got her coat and held it for her to put on. As she turned round, I noticed she still had the label dangling off her jeans. I ripped that off, then checked that nothing else looked out of place. Just like any other unfashionable dad taking his daughter out for the day. I put on my jacket, checked for the mags and phone, and said, Do you remember Pat? No. Who is she? It's a him. He's a man called Patrick. Maybe you've seen him with Daddy. Is Pat going to take me home? You will be going soon, Kelly. But only when Daddy is better, and if you're a good girl and do what I say. Her face fell. Will I be home for Saturday? That's Melissa's party, and she's having a sleepover, and I must be there. I carried on. There was nothing else I could do. I didn't have the skills to coax her out of her mood. Pat came round to your house. Surely you remember Pat. And I've got to buy her a present. I made her some friendship bracelets, but I want something else. Well, we're going to try to find Pat today because he's going to help us get you home. Maybe we'll have time to do your shopping, okay? Where is Pat? I think he might be in the restaurant. But you've got to be really quiet when we get there, okay? And not talk to anyone. If anybody talks to you, I want you just to nod your head or shake it, okay? We've got to be really careful, otherwise they won't tell me where Pat is, and then we might get into trouble. I knew she'd be all right on the dumb act. She'd done what I'd said by the bins. I felt bad, talking about her going home, but I couldn't think of a better way of controlling her behaviour. And anyway, with any luck, I wouldn't be there when she was finally told the truth. There were a couple of other jobs to do before we left the room. I took the bottom left-hand corner of the blanket on my bed and folded it in a neat diagonal pleat. Then I took a matchstick from the book I'd picked up in reception and wedged it between the wall and the long, low chest of drawers that the TV rested on. I put a pen mark, the size of a pinhead, on the wall and covered it with the match head. Finally, I placed the paperclip in one of the drawers under the TV and turned the volume up a shade. I had a quick look round the room to make sure we hadn't left anything compromising lying around. I even put the yellow pages back in the drawer. The pistol was still in the cistern, but there were no problems with that. There was no reason for a cleaner to come in, let alone the police with a search warrant. I picked up a couple of apples and chocolate bars and put them in the pocket of my brand new 3/4-length blue coat. Then I closed the door, checked the sign, and off we went. We took a taxi to Georgetown. It would have conserved funds if we'd taken a bus or the metro, but this way meant less exposure to commuters or pedestrians. The driver was a Nigerian. The map of the city on the front passenger seat didn't instill much confidence, and he could only just about speak English. He used what few words he had to ask me where Georgetown was. It was like a London taxi driver not knowing Chelsea. I patiently pointed on the map. By my guess, it was about 30 minutes away. It was spitting with rain. Not enough to keep the wipers on, but enough to make him give them a flick every minute or so. Kelly munched on an apple and looked out of the window. I kept an eye out for other motels. We'd have to move again soon. We sat in silence for a few minutes, until it occurred to me that the driver would expect to hear us talking. When I was your age, I hadn't been in a taxi, I said. I don't think I went in one until I was about 15. Kelly looked at me, still chewing on the apple. Didn't you like taxis? No, it's just we didn't have much money. My stepfather couldn't find a job. She looked puzzled. She looked at me for a long time, then turned her head and looked out of the window. The traffic was queuing for Key Bridge. Georgetown was just the other side of the Potomac, and it would have been quicker to get out and walk. But it made sense to stay out of sight. By now, Kelly's face would be in the newspapers, maybe even on posters. The police would be putting in a lot of time and effort to find her abductor. I leaned over the front seat, picked up the map and directed the driver to the river end of Wisconsin Avenue, the main north-south drag. I remembered Georgetown as almost self-contained, with a genteel, quaint feel to the townhouses that reminded me of San Francisco. The sidewalks were red brick and uneven, and every car seemed to be a BMW, Volvo, Mercedes, Golf GTI, or Discovery. Every house and shop had a prominent sign warning that the property was guarded by a security firm. Try breaking in, and you'd have a rapid response team climbing aboard you before you even had time to rip the leads from the back of the video. Wisconsin is a wide road, with shops and houses on either side. We found Goodfellas about half a mile up the hill on the right-hand side. As restaurants go, it looked one of the moody designer-type places. The whole front was black, even down to the smoked glass windows. The only relief was the gold lettering above the door. It was now nearly lunchtime. All the staff would have clocked in. We entered through two blackened glass swing doors and were hit by the frosty blast of air conditioning. We were at one end of a semi-lit hallway that ran the length of the frontage. Halfway down was a young receptionist sitting at her desk, looking very upmarket and friendly. I was impressed with Pat's taste. The girl smiled as we walked towards her, Kelly's hand in mine. As we got closer, I realized that the smile was a quizzical one. By now she was standing up, and I could see she was dressed very smartly in white shirt and black trousers. "Excuse me, sir," she said. "We don't—" I held out my hand and smiled. "That's fine. We haven't come for lunch. I'm trying to find a friend of mine called Patrick. He used to come here a lot, maybe 6 or 7 months ago. Does that ring any bells? As far as I know, he was going out with one of your staff. He's an Englishman, speaks like me." "I don't know, sir. I've only been here since the beginning of the semester." Semester? Of course, we were in Georgetown, the university area. Every student was also a waiter or waitress. "Could you maybe call somebody? Because it's really important that I make contact with him." I winked conspiratorially and said, "I brought a friend of his. It's a surprise." She looked down and smiled warmly. "Hi. Do you want a mint?" Kelly took a small handful. I went on. "Maybe one of the people in the back might know him." While she was thinking about it, a couple of boys in suits came in behind us. Kelly was looking up at them, lumps in her cheeks. "Hi, little lady," one of them laughed. "You're a bit young for this, aren't you?" Kelly shrugged. Not a word. The receptionist said, "Excuse me a moment," and went off to do her hostess bit, opening the door beyond the desk for somebody else to meet the two guests and show them to their table. She came back and picked up the phone. "I'll call." I looked down and winked at Kelly. "We've got somebody here with a child, and they're after an Englishman called Patrick," she said with that upward inflection at the end that had started in Ramsey Street and taken over the world. She put down the phone and said, "There'll be somebody here in a minute." It rang again almost immediately, and she took a booking. Kelly and I just stood there. In a minute or two, a waitress appeared from the dining room. "Hi, follow me." Things were looking up. I got hold of Kelly's hand, and we went through the door to the dining room. People here obviously liked eating in semi-darkness, because all the tables were lit only by candles. Looking around, I noticed that all the waitresses seemed to wear small white t-shirts that exposed their midriffs, with tight shorts and sneakers with little ankle socks. On the right-hand side, against the wall, was a bar with overhead lighting. The 2 suits were the only 2 customers. In the middle of the room, I noticed a small, raised stage with spotlights above. I laughed to myself. Good stitch, Pat. Arse or no arse, Slack had always been successful with women. At the time of Gibraltar, he was single like me and rented the house next door. For about a year, he'd been having what he called a relationship, but we all knew better. They'd met at a medieval night fancy dress party at 4 o'clock the next morning and was woken by the sound of a vehicle screeching up outside his house. Then doors slamming and lots of giggling and laughing. We lived in a small estate. The sort of houses they threw up in about 5 minutes all through the 80s, so I could hear his front door crashing and thought, here we go. Then I heard a bit of music and the toilet flushing, which is always nice at 4 in the morning. Then lots more laughing and giggling, and they were away. At noon the next day I was in the kitchen, mincing around with the washing up, when a taxi drew up. And that was when Queen Elizabeth I, one of her young ladies-in-waiting, came scuttling out of Pat's front door, hair all over the place, looking incredibly embarrassed as they jumped into the cab, hoping no one would see them. When we grilled him, it turned out he was doing it with a mother and daughter combo. We hadn't let him hear the end of it ever since. Now it looked like he got his own back. One of the girls waved to Kelly. Hi, honey. Beneath her t-shirt was what looked like a dead heat in a Zeppelin race. Kelly was loving it. I held her hand tight. As we followed the girl, Kelly looked up at me and said, What is this place? It's a kind of bar where people go to relax after work. Like TGI Fridays? Sort of. We came to another set of double doors and went through into a world of bright light and clatter. There were the kitchens on the right, full of noisy chaos. On the left, offices. The walls were dirty white plaster with gouge marks from where they'd been knocked by furniture, or maybe by runaway Zeppelins. Further down the corridor we came to another room. Our friend led us in and announced, Here he is. This was obviously where all the girls hung out. In some cases, literally. If I'd had to imagine a changing room in a lap dancing bar, I'd have thought of semi-naked girls in front of mirrors with big bulbs around the edges, but this didn't fit the bill at all. It was much more like somebody's sitting room. It was clean, with 3 or 4 settees, a couple of chairs, a few mirrors. There was a no smoking sign, which I could smell was observed, and notice boards full of university meetings and goings-on. Everybody went, Hi, how are you? To Kelly. I looked at a policewoman wearing a skirt that was very non-regulation length. I'm trying to find an Englishman called Pat. He told me he came here a lot. Kelly was getting dragged away by 2 of the girls. What's your name, honey? There was nothing I could do to stop it. I said, Her name's Josie. They were all in their fantasy rigs. One held out an Indian outfit with fringed buckskin sleeves, feathers, the lot. She said to Kelly, Do you like this? And started to dress her. Kelly's eyes widened with excitement. I carried on talking with Washington's finest. It's just that there's been a big mess up on the dates. We were supposed to have met Pat so Josie and him can go on vacation. It's no problem. I'll look after her, but she really wants to see him. We haven't seen Pat for ages, but Sherry'll know. She used to go out with him. She's late, but she'll be here soon. If you want to stay, that's fine. Help yourself to some coffee. I went over, poured myself a cup and sat down. I watched Kelly giggling. For me, this should have been like dying and going to heaven, but I was tense about Kelly letting something slip. I could see textbooks lying around. There was one girl on a settee who looked as if she'd come out of a Turkish harem, and she was there with her laptop, tapping away at her dissertation. 20 minutes later the door burst open, and a girl carrying a black sports bag ran in like a thing possessed, out of breath, hair everywhere. "Sorry I'm late, girls. I wasn't on first, was I?" She started to take off her shoes, catching her breath. The police sergeant called over. "Sherry, this guy wants to know where Pat is. Have you seen him lately?" I stood up. "I've been trying to find him for ages. You know what he's like. He's all over the place." "Tell me about it." She started to take off her jeans in front of me, as casually as if we'd been married 10 years. "He's been away for a while. I saw him about a month ago when he came back." She shot a glance at Kelly and back at me. "You a friend of his?" "We go way back." "I guess he won't mind. I've got his number here if I can find it." Dressed now only in her bra and pants, she rummaged through her bag as she talked. She looked up at one of the other girls and said, "What number am I?" 4. "Christ, can somebody go ahead of me? Can I go at number 6? I've got no makeup on yet." There was a grunt from behind the laptop. It seemed the Turkish harem girl was going on 4th now. Sherry tipped out an Aladdin's cave of a handbag. "Here we are." She handed me a restaurant card with an address and telephone number scribbled on the back. I recognized the writing. "Is this local?" I asked. "Riverwood. About a quarter of an hour by car, over the bridge." "I'll give him a ring, thank you." "Remind him I'm alive, will you?" She smiled with weary hope. I went over to Kelly and said, "We've got to go now, Josie." She stuck out her lower lip. "Oh!" Maybe it was being in the company of other females, but she looked more relaxed than at any point since we'd driven away from the house. "Do we?" she pleaded, with big round eyes that were covered in makeup. So were her lips. "I'm afraid we must," I said, starting to wipe it off. The policewoman said, "Can't we keep her here? We'll look after her. We'll show her how to dance." "I'd love that, Nick." "Sorry, Josie. You have to be much older to work here, isn't that right, girls?" They helped Kelly to get all her feathers off. One of them said, "You work real hard at school, honey. Then you can work here with us." They pointed to a quicker way out, through the service exit at the back. As we were leaving, Kelly looked up and said, "What do they do then?" "They're dancers." "Why do they put on bikinis and all those feathers?" "I don't know," I said. "Some people like watching that sort of thing." Just as we got to the exit, I heard Sherry shout, "His daughter! The lying bastard!" Chapter 14. We walked back down the hill, looking for somewhere to sit out of the rain. A place that looked more like a house than a restaurant had a sign calling itself the Georgetown Diner. We went in. We sat in a 3/4 empty cafe, me with a coffee, Kelly with a Coke, both deep in thought. Me about how to make contact with Pat, she most probably about growing up and going to college dressed like Pocahontas. Our table was by a rack of greetings cards and local drawings for sale. It was more like an art gallery than a coffee shop. We can't just turn up at Pat's address because we might compromise him, I thought aloud to her. And I can't phone him because they might have made the connection between us and there could be a device on his phone and a trigger on the house. Kelly nodded knowingly, not understanding a word I was on about, but pleased to be part of grown-up stuff instead of being abandoned or dragged around. "So annoying, because he's only 15 minutes away," I went on. "What can I do?" She gave a little shrug, then pointed at the rack behind me and said, send him a card. Good idea, but it would take too long. Then I had a brainwave. Well done, Kelly. She grinned from ear to ear as I got up and bought a birthday card showing a velvet rabbit holding a rose. I asked for a pen and went back to the table. I wrote, Pat, I'm in the shit. Kev is dead and Kelly is with me. I need help. It was not me. Call 181-322-8665 from a public landline ASAP. Nick. I sealed the envelope and wrote Pat's address, then asked to borrow the yellow pages. I found what I was looking for, and it was on the same road, seemingly within walking distance. We did up our coats and left. It had stopped raining, but the sidewalk was still wet. I checked the street numbers. We had to go downhill towards the river. The courier firm's office was next door to a weird and wonderful New Age shop, with a window full of healing crystals that could change your life. I wondered which one they'd prescribe if I went in and told them my circumstances. Kelly wanted to stay outside and look in the window, but I wanted her with me. People might look twice at a child on her own outside a shop, and something might register. There was a risk of someone in the shop identifying her, but it was a question of balance between exposing her and making the best use of her as cover. Can you get this to my friend after 4 o'clock today? I said to the guy at the desk. We're in real big trouble because we forgot to post his birthday card, aren't we, Josie? I paid the $15 fee in cash, and they promised to bike it round at 4 p.m. I needed the intervening 2 hours to prepare the ground for a meet. We went into the Latham Hotel. I'd guessed my accent wouldn't stick out in there, and I was right. The large reception area was full of foreign tourists. I sat Kelly in a corner and went to the information desk. I'm looking for a mall that would have a fun zone, or kids have fun, I said. It turned out there were about half a dozen of them in and around the DC area. It was just a matter of looking up all the different addresses in the city guide she'd kindly lent me. There was one at the Landside Mall, not far from the Roadies Inn. I hailed a taxi, and this time the driver knew where he was going. Kids Have Fun is a franchised play centre operation. The idea is that you drop your kids off for a few hours while you go off on your big shopping frenzy. I'd once gone with Marcia to pick up Kelly and Aida from one. The child gets a name tag on their wrist that they can't remove, and the adult is given an ID card that means they're the only person who can collect the child. The girls had been playing up the morning I went, and I remembered that as we approached the centre, Marcia had grinned at the travel agents opposite and said, I always think that's brilliant positioning. The number of times I've been tempted to drop off the kids and pop in for a one-way ticket to Rio. The mall was shaped like a large cross, with a different department store, Sears, Hecht's, J.C. Penney, Nordstrom, at the end of each spur. There were 3 stories with escalators moving people up and down from the central hub. The food hall was on the 3rd floor. It was as busy as it was massive, and the heat was nearly tropical, probably on purpose, to send you to the drinks counters. I spotted Kids Have Fun on the Hecht's spur. I turned to Kelly. Hey, do you want to go in there later on? There's videos and all sorts of stuff. I know, but I want to stay with you. Let's go in and have a look anyway. I didn't want to put her in there yet because I didn't even know if we were going to get the phone call or not. But I'd still have to do the recce and prepare the ground. I went up to the desk. Do we have to book to come in? Apparently not. We just turned up and filled in a form. I worked out that if I did get a phone call at 4 p.m, I'd only have half an hour at the most to hide her. I had to assume the worst-case scenario, which was that they knew Kev's mobile number and were waiting to intercept it and listen to me giving Pat directions. I wanted her away from that area and safe. Also, I couldn't be sure about Pat. He might be part of a trap. I had to be careful, but at the same time I was desperate to see him. I could see her looking round. It didn't look that bad. We walked out. You can come with me now, but I have to go on my own later, okay? She looked pissed off. Why? Because I have to do stuff, okay? You can help me now, though. At last I got a smile. Oh, okay. But you won't be long, will you? I'll be back before you know it. Kelly and I started walking around, doing recce's without her realizing it. What are we looking for, Nick? A shop with cameras and telephones. We walked the whole mall, eventually finding one on the ground floor. I bought a battery charger for the mobile phone. She decided not to buy another present for Melissa after all, announcing that she'd just pick up the friendship bracelets from home. I didn't comment. At 5 minutes to 4, I took the phone from my pocket and turned on the power. The battery and signal strength were fine. I was ready. At 4:10, it started ringing. I pressed receive. Hello? It's me. Where are you? In a call box. At 5 o'clock, I want you to come to the Landside Mall in Alexandria. I want you to enter via J.C. Penney. Go to the centre hub, take the escalator to the 3rd floor, go straight towards Sears. Okay so far? There was a pause as it was sinking in. Okay. On the left-hand side there's a restaurant called the Roadhouse. Go into the Roadhouse and get 2 coffees. I'll see you there. See ya. I turned the power off. Kelly said, Who was that? Remember I talked about Pat? I'm going to see him later on. That's good, isn't it? Anyway, are you ready for Kids Have Fun? She was going whether she liked it or not. If Pat stitched me up, this place would soon be swamped with police. I filled in the form with the names we were using at the hotel. Kelly was studying the assault course with padding and plastic balls to break your fall. There were video areas where a huge variety of films were being shown. A juice dispenser, toilets. It looked really well organised and the place was packed. I could see the hosts who were playing games with the kids and doing magic tricks. Seeing as she'd been doing nothing but watch children's TV for the last God knows how many hours, Kelly should be into all that. The downside was the danger of her talking, but I had no choice. I paid my money plus $20 deposit for the magic key to reclaim my child. I asked her, Do you want me to stay for a while? She was dismissive. You can't stay. This is just for children. She pointed at a warning sign that said, Be careful. Parents, don't go near the playthings because you might trip over and hurt yourselves. I squatted, looking into her eyes. Remember, your name's Josie today, not Kelly. It's a big secret, okay? Yeah, okay. She was too busy looking into the play area. I'll be back soon. You know I'll always be back, don't you? Yeah. She was dragging herself away. Her face was towards me, but her eyes were looking the other way. A good sign, I thought, as I headed off. I took the escalator to the 3rd floor. I got myself tucked into the corner table of a cafe and ordered an espresso and a Danish. I knew that if he was late, he wouldn't move into the RV. The SOP was that he'd wait an hour. If that didn't happen, it would be the same routine tomorrow. That's the great thing about working with people you know. I looked at my watch. It was 2 minutes to 5 or 2 minutes to 8 in the morning in Baghdad. Looking down the escalators, I could see the J.C. Penney spur joining the hub. On my floor, I could also see the entrance to Sears and the Roadhouse. At about 2 minutes past, I saw Pat below me, walking in from the direction of J.C. Penney. He was sauntering along, casual and unhurried, wearing a brown leather bomber jacket, jeans and trainers. From this distance he looked unchanged, just a bit thinner on top. I looked forward to taking the piss out of him for that. I knew he'd be at JCPenney dead on 5. I knew he would have been putting in his own anti-surveillance drills en route, driving into the car park early to check it out, even sitting in his car to time it right. Pat might have his head in the clouds, but when he had to perform, he was shit hot. At the moment, however, my only worry was not so much about what was in his head as about what might be up his nose. He walked onto the escalator and I looked away. I wasn't interested in him now. I was watching everywhere else, checking to see if he was being followed. By covering his back, I was protecting my own. I had the easy part, being the third party and aware. The biggest problem would be for the surveillance operators who were following him and trying not to get pinged by people like me. In an urban environment, it's always best to meet people where there's a lot of pedestrian traffic. It looks normal, people meeting people. The downside is that if there is any surveillance on you, they can blend in a lot easier too. However, it is chaos for them because you can walk in and out of shops, stop at a counter, then move on, then turn around and go back to another counter. So if you're going to RV with somebody to talk, go shopping. Pat came up the last escalator, standing ahead of a group of teenage girls. They got off and turned left to the Baskin-Robbins. Pat went right. There were only 4 escalators, 2 up, 2 down. I couldn't see anyone who looked like an operator. I watched him go into the roadhouse. I gave it another 5 minutes, checked again, made sure the girl saw me throw my couple of dollars on the table, and left. Once on the Sears spur, I got on the right-hand side of the walkway, which gave me a better view of the roadhouse on the left, and that in turn gave me more time to tune in and look about to see if there were any men in Victoria's Secret looking out of place as they flicked through the ladies' lingerie. I still couldn't be sure about Pat, but I didn't get nervous about that sort of thing. It was a drill. I'd done it so many times. I looked at it technically in terms of what-ifs. What if they lift me from the direction of Sears? What if they come out from the shops each side of me? What if stops you freezing like a rabbit in the middle of the road when the headlights hit you? It gets you out of that initial danger. In this particular case, I'd draw my weapon, move out of the danger area through Sears or the escalators and make a run for it. I entered the roadhouse and saw Pat closer up. Age was getting to him. He was only 40, but he looked eligible for some kind of pension. He was sitting at a twin table on the far left-hand side, with 2 cappuccinos in front of him. There were about a dozen other people talking, eating and telling off their kids. I went over, pulled out the $5 bill that I had ready in my pocket, put it on the table and said, with a big, flashy smile of greeting, "Follow me, mate." If he was intending to stitch me up, I was just about to find out. I was sponsoring the RV, so he didn't say anything. He just came with me. We went over to the far wall where the toilet sign was. As we went through the door, we came into a long corridor with the toilets down the bottom on the left-hand side. I'd reckoned this on the walkabout with Kelly. To the right was another door, which led into Sears. These were shared toilets, and that was why I'd chosen them. I opened the door, let Pat through and followed him into the babywear department. We took the escalators to the ground, putting in angles and distance. It might not work all the time, but it was the best I could do. From the perfume counter on the ground floor, it was straight out into the car park, and we started to walk along the sidewalk towards a run of smaller shops and snack bars. Not a word had been said. No need. Pat knew what was happening. We walked into a subzone, a very clinical, spotlessly clean franchise place selling baguettes with the world's supply of hot fillings. I told Pat to order me a drink and a cheese and meat special. The place was full. That was good. It made life more complicated for anybody looking. I said, "Sit over there, at that table, mate, facing the toilets, and I'll be back in a minute." He stood in line to order. I went through the door to the toilets and on to the far end, where there was a fire escape. I wanted to be sure it hadn't been obstructed by a rubbish bin or anything since I'd last checked. The fire escape door was alarmed, so I wasn't going to test it to make sure it would open. I'd done my recce, so I knew what was on the other side and where to run. Pat was already sitting down with 2 coffees and an order ticket. I was getting caffeine overload. I was also starting to feel like shit. The heat of the shopping mall and now this place, and the energy expended in this last 2 days were taking their toll. But I had to keep on top of that because this was an operation. I sat down opposite him in the booth, looking beyond him at the glass frontage of the shop. I could see everybody coming in and out, and then a pillar and Pat as cover. I wanted to dominate the area because I needed to see what was going on. I looked at Pat and decided not to take the piss out of his hair. He looked wrecked and wasted. His eyes were no longer clear and sharp, but red and clouded. He'd put on weight, and there was an overhang pulling at his t-shirt and flopping over his belt. His face looked puffy, and I could only just make out his Adam's apple. I said, "The reason we're here is that I've come over to see you on holiday and we're shopping." "Fine." I still had to test him in case he was rigged up with a listening device. "If there's a drama, I'm going to go through there." I pointed towards the toilets. I was waiting for him to say, "Oh, what? You're going to go to the toilets?" for the benefit of anybody who might be listening in. But he didn't. He just said, "Okay." I was as sure as I could be that I was safe. There was no more time to mess around. I said, "You okay, mate?" So. Put it this way, a bit fucking better than you. How did you find me? "Sherry, at Goodfellas." I looked at him and he smiled. "Yeah, good stitch, Pat." His smile got bigger. "Anyway, what's the score?" "I've got every man and his dog after me." "So it seems." His red eyes twinkled. I started explaining and was still in full flow when the girl brought over the subs. They were huge, big enough to feed a family. "What the fuck did you order?" I said. "We're going to be here all day." Pat was hungry, fighting with the hot cheese as it stranded between his mouth and the sub. It made me wonder when he'd last eaten. I was too busy gobbing off to eat. I said, "Look, mate, to tell you the truth, all I want to do is fuck off and get back to the UK. But that's going to be a pain in the arse. I need to know what's going on. I need to know why this is happening. Do you remember Simmons?" "Yeah. He's still in?" "Yes. I've been in contact with him. I've even said that if the firm doesn't help me, I'll open up my security blanket." Pat's eyes widened. "Wow, that's big boy stuff. You really are in this shit. What did Simmons have to say to that?" His shoulders went into a slow roll as he laughed through a mouthful. I carried on for another quarter of an hour. At the end of it, Pat said, "Do you think that Pyra might have dropped Kev?" He was now picking at my sub. He made it clear he wanted a few bites. I pushed it over. "Fuck knows. I can't see it myself. Can you make any sense of it?" "The buzz around DC was that there was some American involvement in Gibraltar in '88. He was picking the gherkins and tomatoes out of my baguette." "What sort of involvement?" "I don't know. It's something to do with the Irish-American vote, all that sort of shit. And Pyra gearing up funds from NORAID by getting into the drugs market." I wondered how Pat knew. Maybe that was where he got his supply. The thought made me sad. My mind ticked over a bit more. Pat just kept on attacking my sub. "Maybe that's where the connection with Kev comes in," I said. "DEA. Drugs." What do you think? Maybe. The Brits have been giving the Americans a hard time for years over Norade giving money to Pyra. But the Yanks can't fuck about with all those millions of Irish-American votes. I sat back and studied his face. Can I ask how you know all this? I don't. All I've heard is that Pyra buys cocaine and gears it up once they get it out of the US. It's been doing the rounds for donkey's years. There's nothing new in that. But maybe it's a starting point for you. I mean, fucking hell, you're the brainy one, not me. It made sense. If you've got some money and you're a terrorist organisation, of course you're going to buy drugs, flog them and make a profit. And there was no way the American government was going to attack Norade. It would be political suicide. But if Norade could be shown to be linked with drug trafficking, that was something else. Maybe Kev was working against Pyra and got killed by them. I said, do you reckon Kev might have come across some shit? Or maybe he was even part of it and got fucked over? I haven't got a clue, mate. Stuff like that gives me a headache. He paused. So? Tell me. What you need? I shrugged. Cash. He stopped eating my sub and got out his wallet. He handed me an ATM card. There's about $3,000 in there, he said. It's a savings account, so you can draw out as much as you need. What about the girl? What's the score? She's all right, mate. I've got her. If Pat was stitching me up, at least I was sending a message that I was aware of that possibility and taking precautions. I said, thanks very much for this, mate. For the card, and just for being here. I'd known that he would help me out, but I didn't want him to think I was taking him for granted. I said, look, I'm not going to get you in the shit. I won't compromise you, but there is something else I need. Is there any chance of you phoning me sometime tonight? I need to sit down and think about what I've got to do. About 9:30? I smiled. Then all of a sudden I had my second brainwave of the day. You don't know any Sinn Féin or Pyra locations in Washington? No, but I can find out. What are you thinking? I need to find out if there's a connection between Pyra and the people who are trying to zap me, and who maybe dropped Kev. If I can check who comes in and out of a location, well, it's a start. If it came to anything, maybe I'd go in and have a look around. Pat demolished the last of my sub. Be careful, mate. Don't get fucked over. I won't. Right. I'll stay here. I'll give you 10 minutes and then I'll leave. The mobile will be switched on from 9:25. No drama. We'll talk. Be lucky. He got up, picking at the fragments of cheese and meat at the bottom of the basket. Sherry, huh? He said. How's she looking? She missing me? Then he walked away, shoulders rolling as he laughed. Chapter 15. I went back into the mall via Sears, found an ATM machine and drew out $300. It was dark outside, but the shopping mall was packed. There was still a possibility that I had surveillance on, waiting for me to RV with Kelly, so I stood off and waited before picking her up. Nothing looked unusual. The only thing I had to be aware of was the security cameras. The quicker I got in and out, the better. I watched the area for 10 minutes, then moved in closer. Opposite the play centre was a sports shop. I went in and became an instant basketball fan, studying all the shirts that were part of the display near the window. Kids Have Fun was crammed with kids, but I couldn't see her. I mooched around the shop a bit, went back to the rack, had another look and caught sight of her. She was sitting on the floor watching a home cinema-type TV. She was there with about a dozen other kids, each with a small carton of juice. It dawned on me that the girl did nothing but eat, drink and watch TV. It was a wonder she didn't look more like Slack Pat. I went in, presented my identification card and asked for my daughter. They went through their process of verification and, a few minutes later, Kelly appeared with an escort. I started to put her shoes on. "Hi, Josie. How's it going?" She sat there sulking that I'd arrived halfway through a film. I took that as a good sign. It showed there was a slight trace of normality coming back. It had been a relief not having her with me for a short while, but at the same time, it felt good to have her back. I didn't quite know what to make of that. We got a taxi, but dropped off about 4 blocks short of the hotel and walked in. It was our only secure area. I opened the door. The TV was still on, telling us how great Nissan cars were. I flicked the light switch, told Kelly to stay where she was and looked inside. The beds weren't made, and the curtains were closed, so it looked as if the maid had obeyed the sign on the door. She wouldn't have given a damn. It was less for her to clean and she still got the same money. More tellingly, the small pleat was still in the blanket. If I'd seen from the doorway that it had been disturbed, I'd have needed to make a very quick decision on whether or not just to walk away. We went inside. Using the TV for support, I leaned to the rear of the drawer cabinet. Looking into the gap between it and the wall, the match was still in place, covering the pinhead-sized pen mark. Even if they'd noticed that they'd dislodged it when checking under the cabinet, it was very unlikely that they'd have put it back in exactly the same position. Looking good so far. "What are you doing, Nick?" "I'm just checking to see if the plug is in properly. It looked like it was going to fall out." She didn't say anything, just stared at me as if I had a stupidity leak. Still not looking at her, I got on my knees ready to look at the drawer. "Can I help you, Nick?" "I'd like to hear what's on the TV." She sat down on the bed and started to tuck into a packet of Oreos. This kid was really eating healthily. There were 3 drawers in the low chest, and I'd slipped the paperclip in the front left-hand side of the middle one. I got the table lamp and shone it up and down, trying to catch the reflection of the paperclip. I did. The drawer hadn't been opened. I got Kelly sorted out, took her coat off, put her shoes in the pockets and hung it by the door. I cleaned her bed up a bit, gathering up the food wrappers and brushing away the crumbs. "Are you hungry?" I said. She looked at the half-empty packet of Oreos. "I'm not sure. Do you think I am?" "Without a doubt. I'll go and get some food. You can stay here and I'll let you stay up late. But don't tell anybody. It's our little secret." She laughed. "I won't." I realised that I was hungry too. Pat hadn't left me much at Subzone. "You know the score, don't you?" I went through it all over again. "I'll put up the Do Not Disturb sign and you don't open the door for anyone, do you understand?" "Without a doubt." I did a double take. "You taking the mickey?" "Without a doubt." It wasn't that busy on the street, and the rain had eased. I got a job lot of clothes for us both. Jackets and coats, jeans and shirts, enough to see us through the next 2 appearance changes at least. Once done, I walked over to the burger bar. As I stood in the queue, I thought how weird this all was. One minute I'm at Vauxhall being briefed for a job, the next I'm trying to remember what flavour milkshake to buy for a child. I wondered if she'd approve of the shirts I'd got her. On the way back, I checked my watch. It was 9:20. I'd been longer than I'd expected. Time to turn on the phone. I waited in the shop doorway out of the drizzle. Dead on 9:30 it rang. I was excited, but at the same time nervous. It might be for Kev. I hit the receive button. "Hello?" "Hi, it's me. I've got something for you." "Great. Wait." I put my finger in my other ear. I didn't want to mishear this. Go ahead. It's 126 Bald Street. It's in the old part of Crystal City by the river, between the Pentagon and Washington National. Got that? Yeah. I let it sink into my head. I'd been to the Pentagon before and had used the domestic airport a couple of times. I had a rough memory of the area. Are you going to phone me tomorrow? Yeah. Same time? Same time. Stay lucky, mate. Cheers. And that was it. I turned off the power and repeated the address to myself to keep it in my head. I wasn't going to write it down. If I got lifted, I needed to be sterile. On the way back to the hotel, I was feeling quite upbeat. Up until now, I'd been in the wilderness. I didn't exactly know what I was going to do with this new information. But it was a start. I felt more in the driving seat. We ate, and I watched some telly with her, but she seemed more interested in talking. Do you watch television at home, Nick? Some. What's your favourite programme? I don't know. The news, I suppose. We have different programmes from you. What's your favourite? Clueless. What's that? A detective? Loser, moron, double moron. It's about a girl. She did a very good impression of a valley girl. What does she do? She goes shopping. By 10:45, she'd fallen asleep. I got out the city guide I'd forgotten to give back at the Latham Hotel and looked for Bald Street. I followed the river south until I saw Washington National Airport. The target was between that and the Pentagon, on the West Bank. I had a little laugh to myself. If it was a pyro location, they had a lot of bollocks. They probably drank at the same bars as the boys from the National Security Council. There was not a lot I could do at the moment. Kelly was lying on her back, imitating a starfish. I covered her with the eiderdown, moved all the shit off the other bed and got my head down. A saying from my infantry days, a lifetime ago, roared in my ears. Whenever there is a lull in battle, sleep. You never know when you are going to get another chance. At last, I was doing as I'd been told. When I woke up, it seemed like the same cartoon was running. I must have left the TV on all night. I was gagging for a brew. I got up, wet my hair, made myself look semi-presentable, and looked out of the window. The rain had got a bit more intense. I went downstairs and collected enough food and drink for 3 people, which was just as well, seeing the amount that Kelly ate. Wakey, wakey, I said. Kelly still wanted to be marine life, but she woke up, yawning, stretching, then curling up into a ball. I went into the bathroom and started to run a bath. She appeared in the doorway with a towel. She was starting to catch on. While she was splashing around, I sat on the bed flicking through the news channels. There was nothing about us. There had been so many other murders in the homicide capital of the USA that we were old hat. She came out, got dressed and combed her hair, all without a single reminder from me. I opened an eat-from-the-pack carton of cereal for her and poured in some milk, then headed for the shower. When I reappeared, all clean and presentable, I said, "We've got to move from here today." Her face lit up. "Can we go home now? You said Pat was going to help us go home." I picked her coat off the hanger and helped her put her shoes on. "Really soon, yes, we will. But Daddy needs more time to rest. Pat will find out when it's okay," I said. "But first, we've got to do stuff. It's really difficult for me to explain to you what's going on just now, Kelly. But it won't be long. I promise you will be home soon." "Good, because Jenny and Ricky are missing me." My heart missed a beat. Had I fucked up? Had there been other people in the house? She must have read my mind. "They're my teddies." She laughed, then her face went serious. "I miss them. And I want to go to Melissa's party. I started patting the top of her head. She looked at me. She knew she was being patronized. I changed the subject. Look, I'll show you where we're going. I got out the map. This is where we are now, and that's where we're heading, just by the river. We'll get a taxi, find a nice hotel, and we'll make sure they've got cable, so we can watch films. If they haven't, maybe we could go see a movie. Can we see Jungle to Jungle? Sure we can. What the fuck was that? Never mind. At least we'd got off the subject of family. After checking out and, to my surprise, being offered a one-night rebate, I went upstairs to collect Kelly and the blue nylon sports bag. I left the USP in the cistern. It only had one magazine of 9mm, and I was carrying 3 of 45 with the SIG. Leaving the hotel, we turned left and immediately left again. I wanted to get out of line of sight of reception before somebody thought of asking, "Where's the wife?" We hailed a cab, and I asked for Pentagon City. The driver was an Asian in his 60s. He had a map on his seat, but didn't bother to look at it. We seemed to be heading in the right direction. Kelly had her hat on. I thought of teasing her that she looked like Paddington Bear, but it would have taken too long to explain. The driver asked where exactly I wanted to be dropped. "The metro stop, please." I didn't have a clue where that was, but it sounded as good a place as any. I paid the old boy his cash, and off he drove. The whole area looked new and high rent, both shopping and residential. There was a Ritz-Carlton hotel and, a few minutes away, the Pentagon. I got my bearings and led Kelly towards the mall. I wanted to visit an ATM to celebrate the start of a new financial day. We exited and walked across the supermarket car park, then on towards the river. It was strange because, for the first time, I felt like I was really responsible for her. I still held her hand when we were crossing roads, but now it seemed natural to keep holding it on the sidewalks too. I had to admit, it felt good to have her with me. But maybe that was only because I knew it looked natural and therefore provided ideal cover. We walked under the concrete freeway bridge that led to downtown DC. It was very busy, and the movement of traffic sounded like muffled thunder. I told Kelly about the scene in Cabaret where Sally Bowles goes under the railway bridge to scream when things get too much for her. I didn't tell her that was what I'd been feeling like doing for the past 48 hours. Once past the bridge, the landscape changed. It was easy to imagine what this area must have looked like maybe 50 or 60 years earlier, because it hadn't been fully developed yet. It was full of derelict railway siding buildings, some of which had been taken over as offices, though much of the area was just fenced off into lots or used as car pounds. I looked left and saw the elevated section of the highway disappear into the distance towards downtown DC. A concrete wall hid all the supports, and a road ran alongside. There was no sidewalk, just a thin strip of hard ground littered with drinks cans and cigarette packets. It looked as if people parked up on the verges here to avoid the parking charges further in. There were old, broken-down buildings everywhere, but the place was still being used. On the right was a fringe theatre in what had once been a railway warehouse. The tracks were still there, but they were now rusty and weeds were growing through. From above us came the continuous roar of traffic on the elevated highway. We passed a scrap metal merchant's, then a disused cement distribution plant, where the boats used to come up the Potomac and dump their loads. I then saw something that was so totally out of place it was almost surreal. A late 1960s hotel, the Calypso, was still standing in defiance of progress. It was marooned in the middle of an ocean of chrome, smoked glass and shiny brick, as if the owners had decided to lift a finger to the property developers who were slowly taking over this dying area. It was a very basic 4-story building, built in the shape of an open square, In the middle was a car park crammed with cars and pickups. There were no windows on the outer walls, just air conditioners sticking out of the breeze block. I turned left, with the highway thundering away above me. I walked past the hotel on my right-hand side. I was now parallel with Ball Street, which lay behind it. Kelly hadn't said a word. I was in work mode anyway, and if it weren't for the fact that I had hold of her hand, I would probably have forgotten she was with me. As we got level with the Calypso, I wiped the drizzle from my face and peered up into the gloom. On its roof was a massive satellite dish, easily 3 meters across. It wouldn't have looked out of place on top of the Pentagon. We turned right and right again. We were on Ball Street. From street numbers on the map, I knew that the target was going to be on my left. I kept to the right side for a better perspective. It was still incredibly noisy. If it wasn't an aircraft taking off from the airport just the other side of the tree line, it was the continuous roar from Highway 1. "Where are we going?" Kelly had to shout to be heard above it all. "Down there," I nodded. "I want to see if we can find a friend's office, and then we can find a nice new hotel to stay in." "Why do we have to change hotels all the time?" I was stumped on that one. I was still looking at the street numbers, not at her. "Because I get bored easily, especially if the food's no good. That one last night was crap, wasn't it?" There was a pause, then, "What's crap?" "It means that it's not very nice." "It was all right." "It was dirty. Let's go to a decent hotel. That's what I want to do." "But we can stay at my house." A jet had just left the runway and was banking hard at what appeared to be rooftop level. We watched for a while, transfixed. Even Kelly was impressed. As the roar of its engines died down, I said, "Come on, let's find that office." I kept looking forward and left, trying to judge which building it was going to be. There was a hodgepodge of styles. Old factories and storage units, new, purpose-built 2-story office blocks rubbed shoulders with car parks and truck container dumps. In between the buildings, I could just glimpse the trees that lined the Potomac, maybe 300 meters beyond. We were in the high 90s, so I knew the Pyra office block wouldn't be far away. We walked on until we got to a new-looking 2-story office block, all steel frames and exposed pipework. All the fluorescent lights were on inside. I tried to read the nameplates, but couldn't make them out in the gloom without squinting hard or going closer, neither of which I wanted to do. One said Unicom, but I couldn't make out the others. It didn't look much like the sort of Sinn Féin or Pyra offices I was used to. Cable Street, in Londonderry, for example, was a 2-up, 2-down in a 1920s terrace, and the places in West Belfast were much the same. They certainly weren't high-tech office blocks that looked like miniatures of the Pompidou Centre. Had Pat got this right? In my mind, I'd been expecting some old tenement. Chances were this was just a front. It would be a commercial business, and the people working there would be legit. I focused on the target as we completed a walk past, but didn't look back. You have to take in all the information first time around. "Nick?" "What?" "I'm wet." I looked down. Her feet were soaked. I'd been concentrating so much on what to do next that I hadn't noticed the puddles we were walking through. I should have bought her a pair of wellies at the mall. We got to a T-junction. Looking left, I could see that the road led down towards the river. More cars parked up on verges, and even more scrapyards. I looked right. At the end of the street was the elevated highway, and, just before that, above the rooftops, I could see the dish on top of the Calypso Hotel. I was feeling good. A target, walk past, and somewhere to stay. And all before 11 a.m. Chapter 16. We walked into the hotel car park. I pointed between a pickup truck and a UPS van. "Wait under the landing. Keep out of the rain, I'll be back soon." "I want to come with you, Nick." I started my puppy training act. "No. Wait. There. I won't be long." I disappeared before she could argue. The hotel reception was just one of the ground floor rooms turned into an office, and checking in was as casual as the layout. The poor Brit family story was understood a lot quicker here. They obviously didn't grow too much corn around these parts. I went outside, collected Kelly, and, as we walked along the concrete and breeze block towards our new room on the second floor, I was busy thinking about what I'd have to do next. She suddenly tugged my hand. "Double crap." "What?" "You know, not nice. You said the other one was crap. This is double crap." I had to agree. I even thought I could smell vomit. No, wait till you get in. You see that satellite dish? We can probably get every single program in the world on that. It's not going to be crap at all." There were 2 king-sized beds in the room, a big TV, and the usual dark lacquered surfaces and a few bits of furniture. A long sideboard that had seen better days. A wardrobe that was just a rail inside an open cupboard in the corner, and one of those things that you can rest your suitcase on. I checked the bathroom and saw a little bottle of shampoo. "See that?" I said. "Always the sign of a good hotel. I think we're in the Ritz." I plugged in the telephone and recharger, then it was straight on with the telly, flicking through the channels for a kids' program. It was part of the SOPs now. I pulled her coat off, gave it a shake-out and hung it up. Then went over to the air conditioner and pressed a few buttons. I held my coat out, testing the airflow. I wanted the room to get hot. Still waiting for some reaction from the machine, I said, "What's on?" "Power Rangers." "Who are they?" I knew very well what it was all about, but there was no harm in a bit of conversation. I didn't want us to be best mates, go on holidays together and share toothbrushes and all that sort of shit. Far from it. The sooner this was sorted out, the better. But for the relationship to look normal, it had to be normal, and I didn't want to get lifted because some busybody thought we didn't belong together. I said, "Which one do you like?" "I like Catherine. She's the pink one." "Why's that? Because of the colour?" "Because she's not a geek. She's really cool." Then she told me all about Catherine and how she was a Brit. "I like that because Daddy comes from England." I made her change into a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt. It took a lifetime. I thought, fuck parenting, it's not for me. Every moment of your time is taken up. What was the point, if you just spent all day on butler duty? She was finally dry and sorted out. Next to the TV was a coffee percolator and packets of milk and sugar, and I got that on the go. As the machine started to purr and bubble, I went to the window. As I looked out of the net curtain, left and right of me were the other 2 sides of the drab, grey concrete square. Below was the car park, and across the road and higher up was the highway. I realised that my mood matched the view. Rain was still falling. I could see the plumes of spray behind the trucks as they rolled along the highway. It wasn't heavy, but continuous, the kind that seeps into everything. I was suddenly aware of Kelly standing next to me. "I hate this type of weather," I said. "Always have. Ever since I was a teenager and joined the army. Even now, on a really wet and windy winter's day, I'll make myself a mug of tea and sit on a chair by the window and just look out and think of all the poor soldiers sitting in a hole in the middle of nowhere, freezing, soaking wet, wondering what they're doing there." A wry smile came to my face as the percolator stopped bubbling and I looked down at Kelly. What wouldn't I give to be back on Salisbury Plain, just sitting in a soaking wet trench, my only worry in the world how to stop being wet, cold and hungry. I went and lay on the bed, working out my options. Not that there were that many. Why didn't I just make a run for it? I could steal passports and try my luck at an airport. But the chances of getting away with it was slim. There were less conventional routes back. I'd heard that you could get all the way from Canada to the UK by ferry and land hopping, a route popular with students. Or I could go south, getting into Belize or Guatemala. I'd spent years in the jungle on that border, and I knew how to get out. I could go to an island off Belize called San Pedro, a staging post for drug runners on their way to the east coast of Florida. From there, I could get further into the Caribbean, where I'd pick up passage on a boat. More bizarre still, one of the blokes in the regiment had flown a single-engine Cessna from Canada to the UK. The tiny fixed-wing aircraft had no special equipment apart from an extra fuel bladder in the back. The radio wasn't the right kind, and he had to work out the antenna lengths with wire hanging from the aircraft on a brick. He wore a parachute, so that if anything went wrong he'd open the door and leap out. How I'd sort that out I didn't know, but at least I knew it could be done. However, there was too much risk involved in all of these schemes. I didn't want to spend the rest of my days in a state penitentiary. But at the same time, I didn't want Kelly and me to be killed in the process of escaping. Simmons had presented me with the best option. If I turned up in London with what he wanted, I wouldn't exactly be home and dry, but at least I'd be home. I had to stay and tough it out. It all boiled down to the fact that I needed to see who and what was going into and out of the building on Ball Street. Kelly, you know what I'm going to say, don't you? Without a doubt, she smiled. I'd obviously been forgiven for drying her hair and putting her into nice dry clothes. 10 minutes, all right? I closed the door, listened, heard her put it on the latch and hung the sign on the door. Further to my left was a small open area that housed the Coke and snack machines. I bought a can, then walked back past our room towards the lift. To the left was the fire escape, a concrete staircase leading up and down. I knew the safety regulations meant that there had to be an exit onto the roof. In the event of a fire down below, the rescue would be by helicopter. I went upstairs as far as I could. Double fire doors led to the roof. Pushed the bar and they'd open. There was no sign warning that the doors were alarmed, but I had to check. I looked around the doorframe but couldn't see a circuit break alarm. I pushed the bar and the door opened. No bells. The roof was flat, its surface covered with 2-inch diameter lumps of gravel. I picked up a handful and used it to jam the doors open. An aircraft was landing at Washington National, and I could just see its lights through the drizzle. The satellite dish was on the far corner of the roof. There was also a green aluminium shed, which I guessed was the lift housing. A metre-high wall ran around the edge of the roof, hiding me from the ground but not from the highway. I walked across the gravel to the side facing the river. Looking down at the target building from this angle, I could see the flat roof and its air ducts. It was rectangular and looked quite large. Behind it was an area of waste ground and fences that seemed to divide the area into new building plots waiting to be sold. I could just make out the Potomac beyond the tree line and the end of the runway. I walked back. Stepping over a series of thick electricity cables, I stopped at the lift housing. What I wanted now was a power source. I could use batteries to power the surveillance equipment I'd be using, but I couldn't guarantee their life. I tried the door of the lift housing, but it was locked. I had a quick look at the lock. A pin tumbler. I'd be able to defeat that easily. Back in the room, I got out the yellow pages and looked for addresses of pawn shops. Then I went into the bathroom, sat on the edge of the bath and unloaded the .45 ammunition from the magazines into my pocket, easing the springs. It's not something that you have to do every day, but it needs to be done. The majority of weapon stoppages are magazine-connected, I didn't know how long it had been left loaded. I might squeeze off the first round, and the second one wouldn't feed into the chamber because the magazine spring had stuck. That's why a revolver is sometimes far better, especially if you're going to have a pistol lying about for ages and don't want to service it. A revolver is just a cylinder with 6 rounds in it, so you could keep it loaded all year and it wouldn't matter. As soon as you pick it up, you know the thing will work. I emptied the magazines into my pocket so that I then had the ammunition, magazines and pistol all on me. I came out of the bathroom and wrote myself a shopping list of kit that I was going to be needing, and checked how much money I had. There was enough for today. I could always get more out tomorrow. I wasn't worried about Kelly. She had loads of food and was half asleep anyway. I turned up the temperature dial even higher on the air conditioner. She'd soon be drowsy. I said, "I'm going to go and get you some colouring books and pencils, and all that sort of stuff. Shall I bring back a Mickey D's?" "Can I have sweet and sour sauce with the fries? Can I come with you?" "The weather's terrible. I don't want you catching cold." She got up and walked to the door, ready to drop the latch without me having to ask. I went downstairs and walked to the metro station. Chapter 17. The Washington Metro is fast and quiet, clean and efficient, everything an underground should be. The tunnels are vast and dimly lit, somehow soothing, which is maybe why passengers seem more relaxed than in London or New York, and some even exchange eye contact. It's also about the only part of the capital where you won't be asked by a 17 or 77-year-old Vietnam vet if you can spare some change. I got out after 7 or 8 stops and 1 platform change. The place I was looking for was just a few blocks away, but it was in a neighbourhood I bet didn't feature in anybody's holiday brochure. I was used to the Washington where those who had really had. This was the part of town where those who didn't have had absolutely fuck all. The single-storey building was set back from the road and looked more like a supermarket than a pawn shop, with frontage that was at least 50 metres long. The whole facade was glass, with bars running vertically. The window displays were piled high with everything from drum kits to surfboards and bedding. Fluorescent yellow posters promised everything from 0% interest to the best gold price in town. 3 armed guards controlled the doors and watched me enter. Looking along one of the aisles to the rear, I saw a long glass showcase that also formed the counter. Behind it were more than a dozen assistants, all wearing a similar red polo shirt. It seemed to be the busiest department in the shop. Then I saw all the handguns and rifles behind the glass. A sign announced that customers were welcome to test fire any weapon on the range out back. I carried on towards the camera department. In an ideal world, what I was looking for would be something like a security camera, with a long lead connecting the camera itself to a separate control box that also housed the videotape. I could put the camera in position on the roof, leave it where it was and hide the control box elsewhere, maybe inside the lift housing. That way it would be easier for me to get to it to change the tape and, if I couldn't find mains power, the batteries, and all without having to disturb the camera. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything like that. But I did find something that was almost as good, and that was a high-8 video camera, the type favoured by a lot of freelance TV journalists. Certainly I'd be able to change the lens to give me more distance. I remembered working in Bosnia and seeing guys running around with high-8s glued to their eyes. They all thought they were destined for fortunes by selling the network's bang-bang footage. I caught the eye of one of the assistants. "How much for the high-8? I said in my usual bad American accent. "It's nearly new. Hardly out of the packaging. $500. I smirked. "So make me an offer," he said. "Has it got a spare battery and all the attachments for external power?" "Of course. It's got it all. It's even got its own bag.
Can I see it working?
Of course, of course.
All right, 400 cash. He did what every plumber and builder throughout the world does when discussing prices. Started sucking air through his teeth.
I'll tell you what. 450.
Done. I also want a playback machine. But it mustn't be a VCR.
I have exactly what you want. Follow me.
The machine he retrieved from the back of a shelf had a $100 price tag. It looked about 100 years old, complete with dust. He said,
I'll tell you what. Save the trouble. $90 and it's yours.
I nodded. I also want some lenses.
What sort are you after?
At least a 200mm to go on this, preferably Nikon. I worked on the basis of 1mm of lens for every meter of distance to target. For years, I'd been stuck in people's roof spaces after breaking into their houses and removing one of the tiles so I could take pictures of a target. And I'd learned the hard way that it's wasted effort unless the result is good, ideable images. He showed me a 250mm lens.
How much? $150.
He was waiting for me to say it was too much. All right, done. If you throw in 2 4-hour tapes and an extension lead. He seemed almost upset at the lack of fight.
What length?
More haggling. He was gagging for it. The longest one you've got.
20 foot?
Done. He was happy now. He no doubt had a 40-foot. I came across a Walmart a couple of blocks short of the metro. I ducked inside and wandered around looking for the items I'd need to help me set up the camera. As I moved down the aisles, I found myself doing something I always did, no matter where in the world I was. Looking at cooking ingredients and cans of domestic cleaner, and working out which would go with what to make chaos. Mix this stuff and that stuff, then boil it up and stir in a bit of this, and I'd have an incendiary device. Or boil all that down and scrape off the scum from round the edge of the pot, then add some of this stuff from the baker cake counter and boil that up some more until I've just got a sediment at the bottom. And I'd have low explosive. 20 minutes in Sainsbury's would be enough to buy all the ingredients for a bomb powerful enough to blow a car in half. And you'd still have change from a tenner. I didn't need any of that today, however. What I was after was a 2-litre plastic bottle of Coke, a pair of scissors, a roll of bin liners, a mini Maglite torch with a range of filters, a roll of gaffer tape, and a selection pack of screwdrivers and pliers. 21 pieces for $5, and an absolute rip-off. They'd last about 5 minutes. But that was all I'd need. That done, I grabbed a book of adventure stories for Kelly, some colouring books, pencils and other bits and pieces to keep her entertained. I also put a few more dollars in Mr. Oreo's pocket. I entered the metro and found a bench. Lights at the edge of the platform flash when a train's approaching. Until then, most locals sit chatting or reading. There was nothing else to do, so I opened the Coke, had a biscuit, started a dot-to-dot picture in one of the colouring books, and waited for the lights. The rain had stopped at Pentagon City, though it was still overcast and the ground was wet. I decided to do a quick walk past of the target while I didn't have Kelly. Cutting across the supermarket car park, I headed for the highway tunnel and Ball Street. I was soon on the same side of the road and level with the building. A small concrete staircase surrounded by dense shrubbery led up to the glass doors at the front. They opened into a reception area and then another set of doors that probably led into the office complex itself. A security camera was trained on the front doors. The windows were sealed, double-glazed units. Inside, the building on both floors seemed full of PCs and notice boards, the normal office environment.
I couldn't see any external alarm signs, nor any signs saying that the property was guarded. Maybe the alarm was at the rear. If not, whatever detectors existed were probably connected to a telephone line linked directly to the police or a security firm. I got to the end of the road, turned right, and headed back to the hotel. The room was like a sauna. Kelly's hair was sticking up all over the place, and she had sleep in her eyes. Her face was creased and had some crumbs stuck on it. By the looks of things, she'd been halfway through a biscuit and fallen asleep. As I dumped all the kit on the side, she said, "Where have you been?" "I bought loads of stuff." I started diving into the bags and dragging things out. "I've got you some books, some colouring books, some crayons." I laid them on the bed and stepped back, waiting for some form of appreciation. Instead, she looked at me as if I was some sort of madman. "I've done those." I hadn't known. I thought a colouring book was a colouring book. I'd quite enjoyed doing my dot-to-dot. "Never mind. I've got you some sandwiches and some Coke. And you're to drink as much as you can because I need the bottle for something." "Aren't we going out for something to eat?" "There's some biscuits in there." I pointed into the bag. "I don't want any more cookies. I hate it in here all the time." "We've got to stay in the hotel today. Remember, we've got people who are looking for us at the moment, and I don't want them to find us. It won't be for long." I suddenly thought, shit, what if she knows her home number and starts using the phone? While she was pouring out some Coke, with both hands around the bottle that seemed as big as she was, I stretched around the back of the small cupboard between the two beds and pulled out the telephone jack. I looked at my watch. It was 4:30. The best part of 5 hours to go until Pat made contact again. I wanted to get the camera sorted out. I wanted it working at first light. I might even be able to get in an hour of filming before last light today. Kelly got up and looked out of the window, a bored, caged-up kid. I poured myself some Coke and said, "Do you want some more of this before I tip it away? I need the bottle." She shook her head. I went into the bathroom and tipped the remainder down the sink. I ripped the wrapper off and, with the scissors I'd just bought, I made a cut at the top where the bottle started to curve into the neck. I also cut at the base, so I was left with a cylinder. I cut a straight line up it and pushed the resulting rectangle of plastic down flat to get rid of the curve. I cut a circle, by first trimming off the corners of the rectangle, then developing the shape. That was me, ready to burgle. I came back into the room and checked the leads and made the camera ready for use, by battery or mains. "What are you doing, Nick?" I'd been hoping she wasn't going to ask. But I should have known better by now. I had a lie all prepared. "I'm going to make a film so you can say hello to Mummy, Daddy and Aida, because you said you were bored. Here, say hello." I got the camera to my eye. "Hello, Mommy, Daddy and Aida," she said into the camera. "We are in a hotel room, waiting to come home. I hope you get well soon, Daddy." "Tell them about your new clothes," I said. "Oh, yes." She walked over to the wall. "This is my new blue coat. Nick got me a pink one also. He knows my favorite colors are pink and blue." "I'm running out of tape, Kelly. Say goodbye." She waved. "Bye, Mommy. Bye, Daddy. Bye, Aida. I love you." She came skipping over to me. "Can I see it now?" Another lie. "I haven't got the leads to plug in the TV, but I'm seeing Pat soon. Maybe he'll get some for me." She went back to her glass of Coke, a very happy bunny. She picked up a crayon, opened the colouring book, and was soon engrossed. Good. It meant I was able to put a tape into the camera without her seeing. I picked up 2 plastic coffee cups, got the rest of the kit together, put it all in the video bag and said, "Sorry about this, but—" She looked at me and shrugged. I made my way up to the roof. The rain was holding off. The aircraft and traffic noise wasn't. The first thing I wanted to do was get into the lift housing. I needed to know whether or not I could get mains power. I got out my circle of plastic and put it in a crease of the green door. I pushed and turned it, making it work its way through the twists and turns of the door frame until it hit against the lock itself. The door was there to keep people out for safety reasons, not to protect something of value. So it was a simple lock to defeat. Once inside, I turned on my mini maglite torch, and the first thing I saw was a bank of 4 power points. I looked up at the ceiling. The shed was made up of panels of 1/4-inch mild steel bolted onto a frame. I got the pliers and undid 2 of the bolts, just enough to lift up a bit of the roof. Then I got the power lead from the camera, pushed it through the gap and ran it down against the wall. It didn't look out of place amongst all the other shit. I plugged the lead into one of the power points. I kept the door open to give me some light while I prepared the camera. I got 2 bin liners and put one inside the other, then put the camera inside, pushing it against the plastic at the bottom until the lens just burst through. I then took the 2 plastic coffee cups, split them both down the sides, cut the bottoms off both, put them into one another, and fed them over the lens as a hood. That was going to keep off the rain, but at the same time let enough light into the lens so the thing could work. I used gaffer tape to keep everything in position. I got on the roof with the camera and plugged it in. I lay flat and looked through the viewfinder, waiting for it to spark up and show me what the lens could see. I wanted a reasonable close-up of the staircase leading up to the main door. Once it had jumped into life, I focused the lens, got it bang on target, and pressed play. I tested stop and rewind, then play again. It worked. I tucked in the plastic, making sure not to dislodge the camera, pressed record, and walked away. Chapter 18. I went and bought a dustbin-sized pizza, which we sat down and ate in front of the television, with the telephone plugged in and on charge. Then it was just a matter of hanging around with indigestion, waiting for Pat to call and the 4-hour tape to finish. It was dark now, but I wanted it to run the full 4 hours. 1, to check that the system worked, and 2, to see what the quality was like at night. Both of us were bored. Kelly had endured death by TV, death by pizza, death by Mountain Dew and Coke. She wearily picked up the adventure book and said, "Can you read me some of this?" I thought, all right. It's just a collection of stories. It won't take that long to read a couple. I soon discovered it was one continuous adventure, with optional endings to each chapter. I was reading to her about 3 kids in a museum. One had gone missing, no one knew where, when the story just stopped. At the bottom of the page it said, "Do you want to go to page 16 and follow him through the magic tunnel? Or do you want to go and see Madame Edie on page 56, who might tell you where he is? It's your choice." "Where do you want to go?" I said. "Through the tunnel." Off we went. After about 3/4 of an hour, and changing tack about 8 times, I thought we must be getting to the end soon. It took nearly 2 hours to get through it. At least she had fun. The room was warm and I still had all my kit on, ready to go. I kept dozing off, waking up every half hour or so to the sound of The Simpsons or Looney Tunes. One time I woke up and looked down at my jacket. It had come undone and my pistol was exposed. I looked across at Kelly, but she didn't even give it a second glance. Maybe she was used to her dad wearing one. I opened up a can of Mountain Dew and looked at my watch. It was only 8:15. I'd go and get the first video in about 1/4 of an hour's time, put in a new tape, and then wait for Pat's call. When the time came, I said, "I'm just popping out for 5 minutes to get some drink. Do you want some?" She looked quizzical and said, "We've got loads here." "Yeah, but they're warm. I'll bring some cold ones." I went up to the roof. It was damp and drizzling now. I opened up the back of the plastic bag, pressed the eject button, and quickly exchanged tapes ready for the morning. I came downstairs, past our room, and got another couple of cans of drink. Coca-Cola shares had probably rocketed over the last few days. Clueless came on, the TV series she told me she loved. I was amazed as I listened to her reciting all the catchphrases off Pat. Loser, double loser, moron, whatever. Now I knew where a lot of her sayings came from. At last, it was just 3 minutes to go before Pat was due to check in. I went into the bathroom, closed the door and listened for Clueless. Nothing. Dead on time, the phone rang. "Hello?" "All right, mate. Thanks for the sub." We both had a quiet laugh. "Do you know what floor they're occupying?" There was a short pause, then, "Second floor." "Okay. Any chance of more money? I need a big wad, mate." "I could get you about 10 grand, but not until tomorrow, or possibly the day after. You're welcome to it until you're sorted. And I take it you've got a way out?" "Yeah," I lied. It was for the best. If he got lifted, he could only give false information, and they'd start looking at airports and docks instead of mincing around Washington. Then I said, "I need more contact in case I manage to find out anything about the building, and things start changing rapidly. What about 1200, 1800 and 2300? Is that okay?" "All right, mate. Your little friend and her family have been in the media a lot lately. Is there anything else?" "No, mate. Be careful." "And you. See ya." I turned off the telephone, went back into the bedroom and put it back on the charger. I didn't know if Kelly had heard anything or not, but she was quiet and seemed uneasy. I got the video player set up, pushed in the tape, and tuned in the television. Kelly was watching intently. "Do you fancy playing a game?" I said. "If not, I'll just do it on my own." "Okay." It beat counting cars on the highway. "But you said you didn't have any leads to put into the TV." She'd got me on that one. "I bought some when I went out." "So why can't we see the video for my mommy?" "Because I've already posted it. Sorry." She looked at me a little confused. "We're going to watch this tape of a building." I went on. "It's got people going in and out of it. Now, there's going to be some famous people going in there, and people that you know, like friends of Daddy's and Mummy's, and people that I know. We've got to see how many people we can each recognise. Whoever sees the most is the winner. You want to play?" "Yeah." "You've got to be really quick because I'm going to fast forward it. Every time you see somebody moving, you've got to tell me. Then I'll stop and rewind and we'll have a look at it." I took some of the hotel stationery and a pencil and off we went. I had to use the button on the machine to fast forward because there was no remote. I sat on the floor under the player by the TV. Kelly's eyes didn't leave the screen. I was quite pleased with the tape. The quality wasn't bad at all. You could tell the difference between this and a home video. And I'd managed to get full-length pictures of the people covering about 2/3 of the screen. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" she shrieked. I rewound and had a look. Kelly had made me stop at the first hint of movement. There were a few people entering. I didn't recognise any of them. Kelly was sure that man number 3 was from a pop group called Backstreet Boys. She got into the game more and more. Everyone seemed to be famous. I logged them all using the counter. 298. 2 men, 1 with a long light coat, 1 with a blue coat. People think that being a baby spy is all James Bond. Sports cars and casinos. I'd always wished the fuck it was. The reality is sheer hard graft to get information, then sitting down and working out what it is you've gathered. The fact that two people walk up a set of stairs means fuck all. It's interpreting what's going on that's important. Identifying them, their body language, what happened before, what you think is going to happen later on. So you have to log everything, just in case at a later date it might be important. Give me a sports car any day. The screen was slowly getting darker. The ambient streetlight was helping, but it was quite hard to see faces and we were losing colour. I could tell the difference between a man and a woman and their ages, but only just. It came to the end of the working day and everything began to close down. People going home were throwing switches and the light dwindled. In the end, there were lights only in the hallway, reception area and corridors. I left the tape running at normal speed. What I now wanted to know was whether there was a night watchman around, but I couldn't see anyone. Kelly was loving it. She'd seen 4 actors, 2 of the Spice Girls and 1 of her school teachers. Not bad at all. But what if she did recognise somebody? I couldn't be entirely sure of what she said. I'd have to take it with a pinch of salt. After all, she was only 7. But I'd have nothing to lose by believing her. Do you want to do this again tomorrow? Yes, I like it. I have more points than you. So you do. I'll tell you what, after all that winning, I think you should lie down on the bed and have a rest. If Kelly or I recognised anybody on the tape tomorrow, it would be a bonus for me to take to Simmons and prove a link. It would also mean that I'd definitely have to CTR the building and find out why they were there. I decided to go and have a closer look at the outside, and then I could plan how to make entry. By 11 p.m, Kelly was sound asleep, still fully clothed. I put the eiderdown over her, picked up the keycard and left. To avoid the office, I came out of the hotel via the emergency stairs. I got on the road by the highway, turned right and walked past the playhouse towards the target. The traffic was quieter now, just groups of noise instead of a constant roar. I turned right, then right again. I was on Ball Street. Chapter 19. It was the back I really needed to take a look at. But first I wanted to recce the front again. I wanted to see if there was a night watchman in there and get a better mental picture of what it looked like inside. I moved into a doorway opposite. If I was pinged, I'd pretend I was drunk and having a piss. I was in deep shadow as I looked over at the target. I could see through the 2 sets of doors into the reception area. The lights were still on, giving a sheen to the wet concrete steps and the leaves of the bushes. I looked upstairs and saw light shining through the windows directly above the main entrance. That meant the corridor lights were on upstairs as well. I waited around for a quarter of an hour, watching for signs of movement. Was there security sitting downstairs watching the telly? Was he upstairs doing his rounds? I didn't see anything. Time to look at the rear. I went back the way I'd come, but instead of turning left, went right towards the river. It was just a single-track road with muddy slush on the sides and potholes filled with oily water that glistened in the ambient light. Using the shadows, I passed the scrap metal merchants and crossed over the railway tracks that led to the old cement depot. My footsteps made more noise than the highway now. Fences divided all the plots, secured with old chains and padlocks. I followed the road further, looking for a point to turn and get behind the target. The highway lights weren't strong enough to have any effect at this distance, but I could make out the mist coming from the river. I'd reached a dead end. A fence blocked the old road and a large, muddy turning circle had been made by cars looking for a parking space and discovering what I just had. I could also see lights from the airport, beyond the woods that sloped down to the Potomac. There was no alternative but to walk back to the disused railway tracks, which, years ago, would have been a branch of the main line. I looked left. Following the tracks, they ran about 200 metres to the rear of the target, and to their left were some old, rusted, corrugated iron buildings. I started climbing over the wire gates, where the trains would have gone through to the depot. The padlocked chains rattled under the strain. I got into some shadow and waited. There were no dogs barking, and the airport was probably closed down this late at night because it was so close to the city. All I could hear was a distant siren. I carried on along the tracks, and soon the only noises were of my feet and breath. To my right was the scrapyard, enclosed by a fence with old cars piled on top of each other 7 or 8 high. After about 100 metres, the ground started to open up, and I could see buildings. Fences made it clear what belonged to whom. The area had been cleared and flattened, ready for developers. One of those buildings beyond it was the rear of my target. On the other side, I could see streetlights on Ball Street and the highway. The drizzle gave them a misty, faded look. I slowed down, had a quick look at the target, then started to walk across the 150 metres of newly levelled ground to a fence that was about 50 metres short of the target building. Near the fence, I found some bushes, stopped and squatted down. The things that always give you away are shape, shine, shadow, silhouette, spacing and movement. Forget about them, and they'll get you killed. Still on my haunches, I did nothing but sit and watch for the next few minutes. You have to give your senses a chance to adjust to a new environment. After a while, my eyes began to adapt to the light, and I could start to make things out. I could see that there were no windows in the back of the building, just a solid brick wall. There was, however, a 4-flight steel staircase. The fire escape route for both the ground and first floors. To the right of it, at ground level, were the junction boxes for the building's utilities. I looked at the fire exits. If I had to make entry at some stage to find out what Pyra were up to, that was probably the way I'd go in. It depended whether or not they had external locks, and there was only one way to find out. I scanned along the line of the 6-foot chain-link fence, looking for a break. I couldn't see one. Grabbing the top edge of the wire, I pulled myself up, got a foot on the top and clambered over. I crouched down again and stayed still, watching and listening for any reaction. There was no need to rush. Slow movement meant that not only did I reduce noise and the risk of being detected, but I could also control my breath and hear more around me. I used the shadows created by the building and trees, moving from one pool of darkness to the next, all the time keeping eyes on the target and the surrounding area. Once I got close enough, I stopped at the base of 2 trees and stood against one of the trunks. Looking at the rear wall, I noticed a motion detector that had been fixed at a height and angle to cover people walking up the fire escape. I had no way of knowing what the detector triggered, whether it was an alarm, a light, or a camera, or maybe all 3. I couldn't see any cameras, but I could see 2 light fittings, one above each fire exit. They weren't on. Were they what the motion detector triggered? Probably. But why wasn't there also a camera covering the rear, so that security could see what had triggered the light? It didn't matter. I'd treat the detector as if it triggered everything. I noticed 3 wooden pallets to the right of the building by the fence. I could use those. I looked at the doors. They had sheet steel covering them, together with an extra strip that went over the frame to prevent anyone tampering with the gap. Close up, I could see that the locks were pin-tumbler type, similar to British Yale's, but bigger. Piece of piss. I could defeat them. A quick check of the utilities boxes and dials showed me that gas, electricity, water and telephone were all exposed and ready to be played with. I was feeling better about this all the time. I was still worried about the possibility of a night watchman. In some circumstances, it can actually be a bonus. You can try to get him to come and open the door, and, hey presto, You've got an unalarmed entry. However, if I had to go in, it would be covertly. The car park was empty, which could be another indication that there was no one inside. I had to confirm it one way or another. I decided to be slightly pissed, walk up to the main entrance and take a leak. While I was doing that, I could get a better look inside. If there was anyone in the foyer, he might come out and fuck me off. Or I might see him watching telly in the back somewhere. I followed the same route all the way back and walked onto Ball Street. I was quite damp now. The drizzle and wet, rusty fences had done their work on my clothes. I walked on the opposite side of the road toward the target. As I got nearer, I started to cross at an angle that gave me more time with eyes on. Head down, conscious of the camera covering the door, I started to stumble up the steps, and about 3/4 of the way up, as soon as I was able to see into the right-hand window, I turned, opened my flies and started pissing down onto the bushes. Almost instantly, a male voice roared, "Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!" And there was an explosion of movement in the shrubbery. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I took my hand straight off my cock and onto the cig. I tried to stop pissing, but I was in full flow. My jeans took the brunt. I went for the pistol, then realised that maybe I didn't need to pull it yet. He might be security. Maybe I could talk my way out of this. "Fuck you! Who do you think you are? You fucker!" I could hear him, but still couldn't see anything. There was rustling and all sorts going on, then more, "Fuck you! Fuck you!" And I saw him appearing through the bushes. "Fucking asshole! Piss on me, you fuck! I'll show you! Look at me! You've pissed on me!" He was in his early 20s, wearing old army boots without laces and dirty, greasy black jeans. He had a hooded Parker-type jacket that was in shit state, grimed with muck and with the elbows hanging out. When he was about 10 metres away, I could also see he had a bum-fluff beard, a big earring in one ear and long, greasy dreadlocks. He was soaked. The moment he saw me, his face lit up. To him, I was the accidental tourist, Mr. Hushpuppy lost at the wrong end of town. I could almost see the cogs turning. He thought he'd cracked it here. He was going to get some easy money out of this punter. "Fuck you, asshole! You owe me a new sleeping bag! Look at my clothes, you've pissed all over me, fucking animal! Give me some money, man!" He was certainly going for an Oscar. "Do you know who I am? Fucking piss on me, man! I'll fucking kick your ass!" I needed to take advantage of this. I went up to the window and started banging hard. If there was security, he should come to investigate. I'd just play hush-puppy man needing protection from this madman. I banged so hard I thought the glass would break, making sure all the time that I had my back to the camera. It sparked up New Age Man even more because he thought I was flapping. He started to come up the stairs. I carried on looking inside the building. There were no used ashtrays in sight, no magazines lying open on chairs, no TV on, no evening paper. The furniture was well arranged. The chair by reception was neatly under the desk. There was nothing to show that anyone was there. Nearly on top of me now, I heard, "Fucking asshole!" I turned, opened my jacket and put my hand on the pistol. He saw it and stopped in his tracks. "Ah, for fuck's sake! Fucking hell!" He backed off and started to walk backwards down the stairs, his eyes fixed on the pistol. "Fucking cops!" he muttered. I had to try hard not to laugh. "Fucking cops! Pissing me every fucking which way!" I waited for him to disappear. New Age Man thought he had problems. This was the second time in 2 days that I'd had piss all over me. All the same, I felt sorry for him. I thought about all the time he'd probably spent finding himself a snug little basher, well concealed from predators and nicely warmed by the air-conditioning outlets and other machinery tucked underneath. Then some dickhead comes and empties his bladder all over the show. It took me a quarter of an hour to get back to the hotel. I opened the door nice and quietly. Kelly was in child heaven, not having had to clean herself or tidy her mess. Just falling asleep surrounded by candy and cookies. I got undressed, had a shower and a shave, then binned the clothes in the hotel laundry bag. The holdall was now getting pretty full of dirty and blood-stained clothes. I was down to my last change. I got dressed again, tucked the pistol into my waistband, put on my coat, and set the alarm for 5:30. Chapter 20. I was half awake anyway when the alarm went. I'd been tossing and turning all night, and now I couldn't really be asked to get up. People must feel like this when they go to a job they really hate. I finally got myself to my feet, went over to the window and opened the curtains. We were just below eye level with the highway and almost in its shadow. Headlights lumbered silently towards me from out of the gloom. In the other lanes, taillights disappeared back into the darkness like slow-moving tracer. It wasn't time yet. I let the curtain fall and turned down the heating, got the coffee machine gurgling and went into the bathroom. As I took a leak, I looked at myself in a mirror. I looked like a scarecrow, with creases on my face where I'd been lying on some crayons. I took off my jacket, turned in the collar on my polo shirt, and splashed my face in a basin of water. I went back into the bedroom. The brew wasn't ready yet, and my mouth felt as if a gorilla had dumped in it. He'd certainly been in the room while we were both asleep, throwing food and drink cans everywhere. I picked up an already opened can of Mountain Dew and took a couple of flat, warm sips. Until first light, there wasn't that much to do. I was used to this. So much of my life had been hurry up and wait. I pulled up the chair by the window and opened the curtains. Looking at the highway, I couldn't make out whether it was still raining or if it was just vehicle spray in the headlights that made it look that way. By the end of a quarter of an hour, I could begin to make out the shape of the cars as well as their headlights. It was time. There was no need to wake Kelly. The more she slept, the easier my life would be. I checked I had the keycard and moved up to the roof. Rain danced on the metal roof of the lift housing. I pulled myself up and lay there, getting soaked front and back as I pressed the play button on the camera. I checked that I still had the correct sight picture and that the lens hadn't messed it up. It had. I honked at myself because I should have put on another plastic bag to stop the moisture getting in overnight. I started to wipe the moisture off with my cuff and suddenly had the feeling that I was between two worlds. Behind me roared the early morning traffic. Yet in front, towards the river, I could just about hear birds giving it their early morning song. I was almost enjoying it. The moment was soon shattered when the first aircraft of the day took off and disappeared into low cloud. Lens dry, I rechecked the camera position, made sure it was recording and closed the bin liners. It was now nearly 6 a.m. I went back to the room and my chair by the window, coffee in hand. I smiled as I watched a couple come out of the room next door hand in hand. Something about them didn't quite match up. I made a bet with myself that they'd leave in separate cars. For the 100th time, my mind drifted to the telephone call I'd had with Kev. Pat had said that if it was Pyra, there could be a connection with drugs, Gibraltar and the Americans. My hard drive went into freewheel because something about the Gibraltar job had always puzzled me. 1987 had been Pyra's annus horribilis, and, as debt operators in the province, Ewan and I had done our fair share to fuck them over. At the beginning of the year, they'd made a promise to their faithful of tangible success in the War of National Liberation, but it hadn't taken long for that to turn to rat shit. In February, Pyra fielded 27 Sinn Féin candidates in the Irish general election, but they only managed to scrape about 1,000 votes each. Few people in the south gave a toss about reunification with Northern Ireland. They were far more concerned with other issues, like unemployment and the crippling level of taxation. It showed how out of touch Pyra were and how successful the Anglo-Irish Accord was proving. Ordinary people really did believe that London and Dublin could work together to bring about a long-term solution to the Troubles. Pyra couldn't take that lying down, and must have decided they needed a morale booster. Their knee-jerk reaction was the murder on Saturday the 25th of April of Lord Justice Maurice Gibson, one of the province's most senior judges. Ewan and I saw at first hand the celebrations in some of Pyra's illegal drinking dens that weekend. We even had a few drinks ourselves as we hung around. The players loved what had happened. Not only had they got rid of one of their worst enemies, but recriminations were flying left, right and centre between London and Dublin. The Anglo-Irish Accord, which had done so much to undermine Pyra's power base, was itself now in question. However, barely had the hangovers gone away when Pyra had another disaster. 2 weeks later, at Loch Hall in County Armagh, blokes from the regiment ambushed Pyra's East Tyrone Brigade while they were attempting to bomb a police station. From a force of 1,000 hardcore players in 1980, Pyra's strength had already dwindled to less than 250, of which maybe 50 were members of active service units. Our successes had further cut this to 40, which meant that the operation at Loch Hall wiped out 1/5 of Pyra's hardliners at a stroke. It was the IRA's biggest loss in a single action since 1921. If this carried on, all of Pyra would soon be riding around in the same taxi. The massive defeat of Loch Hall was followed soon afterwards by a disastrous showing by Gerry Adams in the British general election. Sinn Féin's vote plummeted, with the Catholic vote switching to the moderate SDLP. Then, on the 31st of October during Sinn Féin's annual conference in Dublin, French customs seized a small freighter called the Exund off the coast of Brittany. On board was an early Christmas present to Pyra from Colonel Gaddafi. Hundreds of AK-47s, tons of Semtex, several ground-to-air missiles, and so much ammunition it was a miracle that the ship stayed afloat. The humiliation was complete. No wonder Gerry Adams and Pyra wanted revenge, and some sort of publicity coup to show people like Gaddafi and those Irish Americans who contributed to NORAID that they hadn't completely lost their grip. On the 8th of November, Remembrance Day, they planted a 30-pound bomb with a timer device at the town memorial in Enniskillen in County Fermanagh. 11 civilians were killed in the explosion, and more than 60 were seriously injured. Outrage at the atrocity was instant and worldwide. In Dublin, thousands lined up to sign a book of condolence. In Moscow, not a place well known for its community care, the TASS news agency denounced what it called barbaric murders. But, worst of all for Pyra, even the Irish Americans appeared to have had enough. Pyra had fucked up big time. They'd thought the bombing would be hailed as a victory in their struggle against an occupying power. But all it had done was to show them up for what they really were. It might be one thing to kill legitimate targets, like judges, policemen, and members of the security forces, but murdering innocent civilians while they were honouring their dead at a Remembrance Day service. That was why Gibraltar had been such a puzzle to me. I could see why Adams and co. would be desperate to show their diminishing group of sympathisers that they were still in business. But why risk a repeat of the international backlash they'd suffered after Enniskillen? If they bombed Gibraltar, it wouldn't be only British civilians who might end up killed. At that time of the year, hundreds of foreign tourists packed the squares and streets of the colony, many from the cruise liners that regularly dock in the harbour. And many of those, Pyra would have known full well, are American. I'd never been able to see a method in their madness. It suddenly hit me that maybe I'd been looking down the wrong end of the telescope. Pyra were terrorists, but their presence here in Washington proved that they were also businessmen. There was no sectarian divide when it came to money, just normal competition and greed. I knew that they got together with Protestant paramilitaries on a regular basis, to talk about their drug, prostitution and extortion rackets, even to discuss demarcation lines for different taxi firms and sites for gaming machines back in the province. They had the infrastructure, the knowledge, and the weapons to be major players in the world of crime. With cooperation from other terror organizations throughout the world, the possibilities were endless. If so, this was serious shit. Down in the car park, the couple were having a long, lingering embrace. What was going on there was serious shit too. Then one final kiss and, yep, separate cars. I wasn't expecting a phone call from Pat until midday, and there was still about 3 hours to wait for the tape to finish recording, so there wasn't much to do apart from watch invaders from Mars and talking shoes who lived in dustbins. I felt uneasy. I needed to do something. I shook Kelly. She moaned and pulled the covers back over her. I spoke gently in her ear. "I'm going downstairs to buy some stuff, okay?" I got a very weak, "Yes." She couldn't have cared less. I was beginning to realize she wasn't a morning person. I used the emergency stairs again and crossed under the highway to the 7-Eleven. Inside, it looked like Fort Knox. There was a grating in the wall with a cubbyhole behind, and a Korean face glowering out and then turning back to watch a portable TV. The shop was too hot, and it stank of cigarettes and overbrewed coffee. Every inch of wall space was plastered with signs informing the local villains, "Cash register holds only $50. Everything else deposited." I didn't really need to buy anything. We had more stuff in the room than we could shake a stick at. Certainly more biscuits than Mr. Oreo. But I wanted some time to myself, away from Kelly. I found it tiring just being around her. There was always something that needed doing, checking or washing, and, in any time that was left over, I seemed to be nagging her to hurry up and get dressed. At the magazine rack, another friendly sign said, "No spitting or reading the merchandise." I picked up a Washington Post and a handful of magazines, some for me and some for Kelly. I didn't even bother looking at what they were. I went and put my money through the small hole in the grill. The Korean looked disappointed he hadn't been forced to use the machete I was sure he had under the till. I strolled into reception to collect breakfast. The room was full. There was a TV mounted on a wall bracket above the food and drink collection point. As I started to load up 3 paper plates, I could hear the anchorman talking about George Mitchell and his part in the Irish peace process. I listened to a couple of soundbites from Sinn Féin and the British government, both pouring scorn on the other side's statements, both claiming that they were the ones who truly wanted peace. A woman's voice interrupted my thoughts. She was presenting the local news and, as I poured an orange juice for Kelly, I could feel my skin tingle all over. She was talking about the Browns. I didn't dare turn round. One of the barbecue pictures could be appearing on screen at any moment. The woman told viewers that police had not come up with any new leads, but that the investigation of the kidnapping of 7-year-old Kelly had moved forward with a computer image of the man seen leaving with her. She gave my height, build, and hair colour. There wasn't room to pour any more coffee or juice, and the tray was overflowing with food. But I didn't dare move. I felt as if every pair of eyes in the room was fixed on me. I put a bagel into the toaster and waited, drinking coffee, not looking up or round. I felt I was in a cocoon of silence apart from the voice of the newsreader. I prayed for her to turn to a new subject. The bagel popped up. Shit. I put some spread on it. I knew people were looking at me. They must be. I'd run out of things to do. I took a deep breath, picked up my tray and turned round. The noise of the room came back. No one was looking. They were too busy eating, talking and reading the papers. Kelly was still asleep. Good. I put her food on the side and started to munch my Cheerios. I switched on the TV, muted it, and flicked through the other channels, looking for local news. There was nothing more about the situation in Hunting Bear Path. I attacked the newspaper. We were famous. Well, sort of. A small piece on page 5. No pictures. A police spokesman was reported as saying that they were reluctant to come up with any theories until they had more concrete evidence. But yes, the murders were being treated as drug-related. Luther and Co. would be pleased about that. Other than that, there were no new leads. I wasn't the only one in the dark. I had to try to cut all the conjecture from my mind, because it was getting far too confusing. As the policeman said, without information it was pointless spending time and effort trying to think of different scenarios. I determined to focus all my effort into 1. Protecting Kelly and myself. 2. Keeping the video on target to discover if there was a connection between Pyra and Kev's death. 3. Getting some money from Pat so that I could arrange my return to the UK. And 4. Getting hold of Ewan for help in dealing with Simmons. Or, if I had nothing for him, to help me negotiate with him. I looked over at Kelly. She was on her back, with her arms out in a star shape, dreaming she was Catherine, the pink one. I felt sorry for her. She hadn't a clue what had happened to her family. Some poor bastard was going to have to tell her one day, and, after that, someone would have to look after her. I just hoped it was someone nice. Maybe her grandparents, wherever they might be. At least she was alive. Those boys must be flapping now. They'd have to assume that Kelly had given me their descriptions and that she'd overheard what all the shouting was about. They must be desperate to get their hands on us. I started to wonder how I could get more information out of her, but gave up on that one. I was no psychologist. If anything, I was a candidate for seeing one. I picked up a bike mag and, by the end, had changed loyalties from Ducati to BMW. Then I read in a fishing magazine how wonderful Lake Tahoe was for men with long Wellington boots, and was lost in a whole new world of hook sizes and rod materials. When all of a sudden there was a knock on the door. No time to think. I pulled the cig, checked chamber and looked at Kelly. I thought, we both might be dead soon. I put my hand over her mouth and gave her a shake. She woke up scared. I put my fingers to my mouth. It wasn't in a nice manner. It was saying, shut the fuck up. Don't say a fucking thing. I called out, 1 minute. 1 minute. I went through and turned on the shower, came back out, then went up to the door sounding disorganized. Hello, who is it? A pause. Housekeeping? I looked through the spy hole and saw a woman, black, in her 50s. She had a cleaner's uniform on and a trolley behind her. I couldn't see anything else, but then, if she had the police or Luther's boys either side of her, they weren't going to be showing their faces. I looked at her and tried to interpret from her eyes what was going on. They would soon tell me if there were 10 policemen around the corner, bristling with body armour and firepower. I said, It's okay, not today, thank you, we're sleeping. I saw her look down and heard, Sorry, sir, you didn't have your sign on. Oh, okay. Would you like some towels? 1 minute, I'm just coming out of the shower, I'll get some clothes on. It would be natural to be wanting towels. I put the weapon in my left hand, undid the lock and opened the door just a fraction. The weapon was pointing through the door on the left-hand side. If any fucker pushed past her to get in, it would be the last thing he did. I opened the door a little more, held it with my leg and put my head in the gap. I smiled. Ah, hiya. The gun was pointing at her behind the door. I didn't put my hand out to get the towels. I didn't want someone grabbing it. All I did was put my hand up and say, I'll put the others out later on. I just need 2 big towels, that'll be fine. And have you got some more shampoo? She gave me what I wanted. I said, thank you, and she smiled back. I closed the door. Kelly was lying on the bed open-mouthed, watching my every move. I shrugged. Don't you just hate it when people do that? She started laughing. So did I. They nearly had us that time, I said. Her expression changed, and she slowly shook her head. I know. You won't ever let them get me. It was 10:30. Another 20 minutes to go before I went up and changed the tapes. I picked up the one we'd been watching the night before, slapped it back into the player and rewound it, ready for its next session. I only had to smile at her, and she jumped up and went to the door, ready to drop the latch. While I'm out, I want you to have a shower. Will you do that? She shrugged. I get all the good jobs. I went upstairs to the roof. The weather was still crap. Chapter 21. There was still an hour to go before the midday call. We sat down together to watch the latest footage. I said, it's really important. We might see somebody we know. Then we can give the tape to Daddy and he can find out who was shouting at him. Anybody that you think you might know, like Melissa's dad or the man at the grocery store, or even the men who came to see Daddy. Tell me, and we can have a closer look, okay? I started to fast forward, stopping the tape whenever there was traffic. I logged what they looked like. Male, female, black, white, Asian, and what they were wearing. Black on blue, red on blue. The game wasn't as much fun for Kelly the second time round. What about him? I enthused. No. That lady? No. You sure you've never seen this man? Never. At last, she spotted somebody she knew. I rewound the tape. Who is he? Mr. Mooner, on Fox Kids. Okay, I'll write that down. Another guy started to walk up the stairs. I stopped the tape and rewound. Do you know him? She shook her head. I said, well, I know somebody who looks exactly like him. I used to work with a man who could never remember where he left things, and one day we hid his false teeth, and he had to eat soup all week. She had a little laugh, and it kept her going a bit longer. At 11:45 we were still going through the tape and logging. I stopped at two men who were going in together. Do you know either of them? Because I don't. I can't think of anybody who looks like them. I was racking my brains, trying to think of another story to keep her interested. No, I don't know them. Oh, all right then. Just a couple more, then we'll do something else. I started to fast forward, saw a figure coming out of the building, rewound and played it. She moved to the edge of the bed. I know that man, she said. I pressed freeze frame. I was looking at a black guy in his mid-30s. Who is he? He came to see Daddy with the other man. I tried to sound calm. What's his name? Do you know any of their names? Can I go home and see Mommy now? You said I could go home tomorrow, and now it's tomorrow. We have to sort this out first, Kelly. Daddy needs to know their names. He can't remember. I was trying to do the psychology bit, but I knew more about fly fishing now than I did about child psychology. She shook her head. Daddy knew them though, didn't he? Yes, he knew them. They came to see Daddy. Can you remember anything else about them? Were they smoking? I don't know. I don't think so. Did any of them have glasses? I think this man had glasses. I looked closer at the screen. He wore thin wire frames. Okay, were they wearing rings or anything? I don't know. I tried the colour of the car, their shoes, their coats. Did they talk to each other using different names? Were they American? She was starting to get upset, but I had to know. I said, Kelly, are you sure this man came to see Daddy the day I found you? Her eyes were welling up. I'd gone too far. Don't cry. I put my arm around her, It's okay. This man came with the other men, yes? I felt her nod. That's very good, because I can give this information to Daddy when I see him, and that will help catch them. You see? You've helped him. She looked up at me. There was a slight smile under the tears. If she was right, then what we had was one of the people who'd killed Kev coming out of an office that was fronting for Pyra. There was still more tape to run. I tried to sound upbeat. Okay then, let's have a look and see if we can see the other men. They were black too, weren't they? No. Wait. Oh, yes, of course. We carried on through the tape. I came out with a possible ID of Nelson Mandela, and she saw Michael Jackson. Apart from that, jack shit. Can we go home now and show this to Daddy? He must be better now. You said so. If we saw anyone... I was digging myself deeper. No, not yet. I have to make sure that he is the man who came to see Daddy, but not long now. Not long. I lay on the bed pretending to read the fishing mag. My heart was beating loud and slow. I was trying to keep to my game plan of only concentrating on the matter in hand, but I couldn't. Why would Kev be killed by people who knew him? Were Luther and co. the same group? They must be. What did Kev know? Or what was he involved in? Why would he tell me about his problem if he was corrupt? Were the DEA investigating Pyra and drug dealing? Maybe Kev was, and the murders were carried out by Pyra or the drug dealers because of something he had done or was about to do. But why did they know him? Conjecture would get me nowhere. It was just a waste of time and effort. Kelly was stretched out beside me and was looking at the magazine. It was a strange feeling having her head on my chest. I moved my arm around her to look at my watch. She thought I was going to cuddle her. It was nearly time for Pat to call. I got up and switched on the mobile phone, then stood by the window pulling a gap in the curtain, looking at the highway through the rain, deciding my next phase. I tried to think of a good RV. It wouldn't be secure to meet again at the shopping mall. Dead on time, the phone rang. Hello? Hello, mate. I could hear the traffic going past the call box. Things are happening, I said. I need an RV. In 2 hours. Is that okay? 2 hours. Union Station. All right for you? Union. Yep. No problems. He sounded spaced out. I'd travelled through the terminus a few times before and could remember its layout. Come in through the main entrance, I said. Go up to the top floor to the coffee bar facing the stairs. Buy a cup of coffee, sit down and wait. I'll pick you up there, okay? There was a long, worrying pause. Is that okay, Pat? I'll be there. See ya. The line went dead. Union Station is the main Amtrak station in Washington, D.C. It is so grand and elegant that it should be in Paris, not here in the home of the breeze block and dark wood veneer. At most major railway stations in the world you expect to find the seedier side of life, but not so at Union. The ticketing, check-in and baggage handling areas look like part of a modern airport. There's even a first-class lounge. You don't see the trains because they're behind screens, and in any case, you'd be much too distracted by the shopping mall, the food hall, the coffee shops, even a 5-screen cinema. More importantly for me, however, I remembered it as a big, busy location, and, because of the Easter holiday, I knew there'd be a big transient population of people from out of town, who would know nothing of the events at Hunting Bear Path. A cab got us to the station early. There was just under an hour to kill, so I made the most of it, shopping for items I'd be needing for the CTR of the Pyra office, besides the stuff I'd already bought at Walmart. Now that Kelly had confirmed the black guy, the only option was to get in there and have a look around. I bought a Polaroid camera, and 6 packs of film, a pair of cheap and nasty fibre coveralls, more rolls of gaffer tape and sellotape, heavy-duty scissors that promised I could cut through a shiny new penny with them, a Leatherman, a tool that's a bit like a Swiss Army knife, trainers, rubber gloves, batteries, cling film, a plastic bottle of orange juice with a large spout, a box of large drawing pins, a box of 12 eggs, and a quartz kitchen clock, 9 inches in diameter. Kelly looked at it all and raised an eyebrow, but didn't ask. By 1:40, I had a couple of carrier bags full of gear, as well as the books and time-wasters I'd had to put in her basket to keep her involved. I remembered the beautiful tiled flooring in the entrance hall, but I'd forgotten the cathedral high ceilings. In the middle was a rotunda shape, with a newsstand and groups of tables outside. Above it, reached by a flight of stairs, was a restaurant. It was absolutely perfect for what I needed. We were greeted at the top by a waitress. I smiled. "Table for 2, please." "Smoking or non-smoking?" I pointed at a table right at the back. "Can we have that one?" We sat down, and I put the bags under the table. I couldn't see the main entrance, but I'd be able to see Pat heading towards the coffee shop, because that was further into the main part of the station and upper level. The waitress came to take the drinks order. I asked for 2 Cokes and said, "I'm ready to order now, if that's all right. We'll take a 9-inch pizza." Kelly looked up. "Can we have extra mushrooms, please?" I nodded at the waitress and she left. Kelly smiled. "I am just like my mommy. We both like extra mushrooms. Daddy says we must be forest pixies." She smiled again, wanting a reaction. "That's nice," I said. This was a conversation that needed nipping in the bud. Kelly got stuck into her Coke, obviously enjoying being able to watch real people for a change. Pat was early and wore the same clothes as a BDM, visual distinguishing mark. Either that or the fucker simply hadn't changed. As he walked past and below me, something about him didn't seem right. There was a very slight stagger in his stride, and I knew it wouldn't have come from drinking too much beer. I feared the worst. I carried on doing my checks, covering his arse to protect my own. I gave it about 5 minutes, got up and said to Kelly, "I have to go to the toilet. I won't be long." On the way out, I asked the waitress to keep an eye on Kelly and our bags. Another set of doors took me into the main ticketing and train area. The place was heaving. Half of the USA must have been on the move. Even the air conditioning was finding it too much. The combination of heat and wet from the people made it feel like a greenhouse. I joined the packed crowds, slowly shuffling up to the top floor. He was in the queue at the coffee shop with about 3 or 4 people ahead of him. Very hale and hearty, I went over and slapped him on the back. "Pat, what are you doing here?" Reciprocating my big smile, he said, "I'm here to meet somebody." His pupils were as big as saucers. "Me too. You got time for a Mickey D's?" Yeah, why not?" We started to walk beyond the coffee shop, following exit signs through automatic doors, and took the escalator up to the multi-story car park. Pat was a step or 2 above. He looked down at me, puzzled. "What the fuck's a Mickey D?" "McDonald's," I said, as if he should have known. But then he didn't have a 7-year-old on his case day and night. "Come on, mate, get with the program." He started to do a Michael Jackson moon dance. By now we were nearly at the bus station level. I said, "If there's a drama, I'm going to the bus station area, turning right and out of an exit." "Fine. No problems." He sounded okay, but looked shit. The cars were on the 2 levels above. We walked up the bare concrete stairs, stopped at the first level, and got into a position that looked back the way we had come. I didn't have time to fuck about. "2 things, mate. I've got a list here I didn't fancy reading to you over a landline." I passed it over. "I need all that kit, And the other thing, what's the score on the money? He was already looking at the small notebook I'd handed him. Either he was amazed at the contents, or he couldn't focus. Without looking up, he said, "I got some money for you today, but fucking hell, most of it's going to be used up on this gear. I'll be able to get you some more probably tomorrow or the day after. Fuck me." He shook his head. "When do you want all this by?" Then he started to giggle as if he'd just had a funny in his head and wasn't going to share it with me. "Actually, tonight, mate. You reckon you can do it or what?" I moved my head to get eye to eye. The giggle became a laugh until he saw me looking serious. He cleared his throat and tried to switch on. "I'll do my best, mate. I'll see what I can get on this list." "I'd really fucking appreciate it," I said. "Don't let me down, Pat. I really need your help." I hoped the urgency was going to register with him. I was still checking down the stairs. Also at the back there. I opened the page for him to make sure he saw it. I've put a casual pickup. I need that to happen at 2300 tonight. Pat was looking at the RV notes. I bent my knees to lower myself and moved his face over so I could get eye to eye again. 11 o'clock tonight, mate. 11 o'clock, okay. I knew Pat well enough to tell he knew it was serious. He knew he was fucked up, and was trying hard to understand everything I said. I was glad now that I'd put the details down on paper for him. He looked as if he needed all the help he could get. "What car do you drive?" I asked. "A red Mustang." He pushed his face closer to mine. "Redder than Satan's bollocks." He enjoyed the joke so much he couldn't help laughing. "Leave via H Street." I pointed away from the rear of the station. "See you tonight, then." He smiled, moving off. From behind I could see a slight veer to the left as he walked. I waited and checked he wasn't being followed, then carried on up towards the car park level, making it look as if I was off to my car. From there, I took the lift back down to the coffee shop level. I went back towards the restaurant, stood off and watched. Kelly was still fighting with the pizza. "You were ages," she said through a mouthful of mushrooms. "Yes, they ran out of toilet paper," I laughed as I rejoined her. She thought about it for a moment, and did the same. Chapter 22. As soon as we got back, I put the TV on for Kelly and tipped out the carrier bags on my bed. She asked me what I was doing. "I'm just helping Pat. He's asked me to do some stuff. You can watch the TV if you want. You hungry?" "No." She was right. After a pizza the size of a tank mine, it was a stupid question. I picked up the big red and white framed quartz kitchen clock and went and sat on the chair by the window. I broke off the frame until I was left with just the hands and clock face, with the quartz mechanics behind it. By bending it very gently, I now started to break off the plastic face. When there was just about an inch of jagged remains around the centre of the hands, I finally snapped off the hour and second hands. Only the minute hand was left. I put in a new battery. Kelly was watching. "Now what are you doing, Nick?" "It's a trick. Once I've finished, I'll show you, okay?" "Okay." She turned back to the TV, but with one eye on me. I took the egg box over to the bin and tipped out its contents. I ripped off the top and half of the bottom, so that there were just 6 compartments left. With sellotape, I fashioned a small sleeve running all the way up the side of the egg box, and just big enough to accommodate the minute hand. I called over to Kelly, who was mouthing the signature tune to a soap. "Do you want to see what this does?" She looked intrigued as I slotted the egg box onto the minute hand. The bedside cabinet was about 4 inches below the level of the TV's controls. I positioned the clock on it, so that it was directly below the infrared sensor on the set, and secured it in place with gaffer tape. Kelly was taking even more interest. "What are you doing?" "See the remote control? Use it to turn the sound up." She did. "Now turn it down." "Okay. I bet you that in about 15 minutes' time, you can't turn the sound up." I went and joined her on the bed. "Both of us must sit here and not move, okay?" "Okay." She thought I was going to do something to the remote control, and smiled as she hid it under the pillow. It was quite nice, really, watching TV during some downtime, apart from every minute hearing, "Is it 15 minutes yet?" "No, only 7. By now, the egg box, attached to the minute hand, was working its way up towards the base of the TV. When the egg box was upright and obscuring the sensor, I said, "Go on then. Try to turn the sound up." She did, and nothing happened. "Maybe it's the battery," I teased. We put a fresh battery into the remote control. Still nothing. She couldn't work it out, and I wasn't going to explain my trick. "Magic," I grinned. I got out the rest of the stuff, drank some of the orange juice and rinsed out the container, then made sure that all the electrical kit had fresh batteries and prepared everything ready to be packed. It was about 10:20 and Kelly was asleep. I'd have to wake her up and tell her I was going out, because I didn't want her to wake on her own and start flapping. At times, I thought she was just a pain in the arse, but I wanted to protect her. She looked so innocent, playing starfish again. What would happen to her after all this, I wondered, presuming she lived. I checked and tested everything again, unplugged the mobile and put it in my pocket, and finally checked my weapon, and that I had some cash. I picked up a half-empty packet of biscuits to eat on the way. Close to her ear, I whispered, "Kelly." I got no response. I shook her a bit. She stirred and I said, "I've put the TV on low, so you can watch it if you want. I've just got to go out for a little while." "Yeah." I didn't know if she understood or not. I preferred telling her this when she was half asleep. "Don't put the lock on this time, because I'll take the key. I don't want to wake you when I come in, okay?" I left, went down in the lift and onto the road. The highway traffic rumbled above me. At last, no rain, just air that smelled damp. It was just cold enough for me to see my breath. I turned left and walked in the opposite direction to normal, just for one last check. I munched the biscuits as I walked past the Target. All the same lights were on. Nothing had changed. I wondered if the homeless bloke was underneath, waiting with a machete for somebody else to have a piss on him. I quickened my pace to meet Pat on time. I got to the highway and turned right, following the road with the roar of traffic above me. The road swung right, and I started to leave the highway behind. Soon there was waste ground on both sides, and the sound of traffic receded. I could hear my footsteps again. To my right were more car pounds. How could Washington be in such a financial mess when the city must be making a fortune on towed-away vehicles? To my left were the new jerry-built office-cum-workshops. I got to the first one, moved off the road into its shadow and waited. It was bizarre to be only hundreds of meters away from the Pentagon, and possibly right under the nose of the very people who'd like to see me dead. It was also quite a thrill. It always had been. Pat had a term for it. He called it the juice. I heard an engine coming towards me. I looked round the corner of the building. Just one vehicle. It must be him. I pulled my pistol. The red Mustang drew up. I was in a semi-crouch fire position, aiming at the driver with my cig until it stopped. It was Pat. I could see his Roman nose silhouetted in the ambient light from the airport. Pistol still in hand, I walked over to the passenger door, opened it, and the interior light didn't come on. I got in and closed the door gently, onto its first click only. Pat had his hand on the handbrake and slowly released it to move off. From a distance, it's very difficult to tell whether a car is stopping if you can't see brake lights, and that was why Pat was using the handbrake. And with no interior light coming on and no noise of a car door shutting, the pickup would have been very hard to detect. Checking the road behind us, I said, "Turn right at the next junction." There was no time to fuck about. He knew it and I knew it. Pat said, "Everything's in the back, in that holdall." He'd come down from whatever high he'd been on and sounded quite embarrassed. I leaned over and lifted out the laptop. I said, "Is the sound turned off?" When Windows 95 came up, I didn't want the Microsoft sound playing. He made a face that let me know I was a dickhead for even asking. We both laughed, and it broke the ice. We came up to the concrete wall, and, as we passed the hotel, I was careful not to turn my head. We turned right under the highway and stopped at traffic lights on the other side. I said, "Go straight and turn right on Kent." "No problem." The area was urban and now well lit. He kept checking in his rearview mirror that we weren't being followed. My eyes were fixed on the wing mirror. I didn't turn and look now. Neither of us wanted to look aware. There were a few cars behind us, but they had come from other directions. That wasn't to say they weren't following us. I looked at Pat. His 9mm semi was snug under his right thigh, and in the footwell under his legs he had a 9mm MP5K. An excellent in-car weapon because of its compact size and rate of fire, but a bit over the top for this job. He'd clipped on double 30-round magazines. "What the fuck did you bring that thing along for?" "I didn't like the sound of your new best mate, Luther. I didn't want him and his buddies dragging me in for a little chat." We approached another set of lights. "Do a right to left switch here, mate. Let's see if we have any groupies." There were 1 or 2 cars behind us. The shape of a vehicle's headlights, once it is up close, helps a lot to ID it. If the same shape is up your arse on 3 turns in the same direction, it's time to get out the worry beads. Pat indicated and started to move to the right. All the other cars seemed to want to go straight ahead or to turn right with us. Nobody was in the left turn lane. At the last moment, Pat indicated left and moved over. Nothing that was aggressive or would provoke a bout of road rage, just a change of mind. We were all held at the lights. I looked at each car in turn, just couples or kids cruising, or so it appeared. I'd soon know if I saw them again. We turned on green and nothing followed. It was now time to talk. Pat started it off. "Your instructions were shit. You said 3 buildings, there were 4. It's a good job I'm switched on." He was waiting for praise. "The fact is, I couldn't remember how many. The taxi was driving too fast. I can't count anyway." We were now just cruising. Pat said, "I've been thinking. Do you want me to go in as your number 2? That would be good. It would get the job done quicker and would mean better security and firepower if we were in the shit. But I decided against. Pat was my only link with the outside world, and I didn't want to compromise that. "No fucking way. I remember what happened last time." We both started to laugh. "That device swap?" Pyra had concealed a car bomb in a hide, ready to be used 2 days after. It consisted of 4 pounds of shaped high explosive on a parkway timer device, a 60-minute reminder on a key ring that told you when your parking meter had run out. They were Pyra's toy of the month. We drove into the Chantello estate, a nationalist stronghold in Derry. Parked up and made entry into a council house. The hide was a hole dug out of the concrete foundations in the kitchen, with a plug over it and a gas cooker on top of that. We stole the bomb, Pat carrying it in an old canvas holdall. We'd parked up by the small shopping and social club area. All we had to do now was get back to the car, then go and put the bomb under the vehicle of an INLA major player on the other side of town near the Cregan estate. They would find it. We'd make sure of that. Identify it as a pirate device, and then there would be shit on. Great. They could then direct their time and resources into killing each other instead of the security forces and the local population. I looked at Pat. He, too, was lost in his thoughts. Did the car ever get recovered? Don't know. Don't care. We'd turned the corner to walk across the car park, only to find that our car was missing. Some fucker had nicked it. Yet we had to get this device in place that night. The whole INLA leadership had been lifted for questioning by the police to guarantee that the target vehicle would be there. But there was a limit to how long they could be held. There was only one thing for it. We ran. I checked the wing mirror again, then looked at Pat, his shoulders rolling as he laughed inside. I smiled at the memory of coming across 2 army foot patrols and bluffing our way through. It wouldn't have been easy trying to explain away a holdall full of high explosive to 8 very wet and pissed-off soldiers pointing their SA-80s at your head, each of them itching for a kill so they'd get the reward of extra leave. It was great to have some light relief. It was even better seeing Pat back on planet Earth. Take us back to the Pentagon City Metro stop, will you, mate? I started to prepare for the drop-off and got into acting mode again. He put his indicators on. Everything correct, nothing untoward. Nice, slow approach and into the curb outside the Metro. I got out and put my head back in through the open window. Thanks a lot, mate. See you later on. I retrieved the black nylon bag from the back seat. My mindset was that I'd been playing softball with him all night, and now I was going home. He'd just dropped me off after a drink. I closed the door and tapped the roof a couple of times, and off he drove. I suddenly felt very alone. Had I made the right decision about Pat not coming on target with me? I made distance and angles before doing a circuit back to the hotel, arriving at about 11:50. I quickly sorted out and double-checked all the stuff that Pat had given me and packed what I needed into the bag. I emptied my pockets of change and anything else that might rattle or fall out. Then I cut off most of the top end of a bin liner, put in my passport and wallet, wrapped it into a small bundle, and put it into my coat pocket. Once I'd done that, I jumped up and down one more time to check for noise, picking up the bag and shaking that as well. Guess what, Kelly? I'm going to go out again in a minute, but I'll be back very soon. Will you be okay? But she was out of it. I left the hotel and walked towards the target. Chapter 23. The bag had 2 handles and a long shoulder strap. I walked towards the river with it slung over my shoulder, following the same route as last night. The rain was holding off and I could now see the stars and my own breath. Nothing had changed, except that the lights from the highway were a bit brighter tonight without the mist. At the fenced gate, I used the handles of the holdall to put it on my back like a Bergen and climbed over. I'd keep it on my back now. If I was confronted, I could run and still keep the kit, or, as a last resort, draw down on them with the SIG. I got level with the target building, with the waste ground and fence in between. There was no sound apart from the hum of the highway. I started to pick my way through the clutter of the waste ground. It was muddy, not deep, squelching mud, because the earth was quite hard. but I still needed to take my time to get through. I didn't want to slip over and make noise, because my wet friend in the shrubbery might not be the only homeless person around here. I got to the fence near the Pyra building. Using the bush as cover, I eased the bag off my shoulders and sat on it. The first bound was completed. It was time to stop, look, listen, and take everything in. I needed to be extra careful because I was on my own. Really, this was a job for two people, one watching, one doing. I spent a few minutes more just tuning in. Visibility was a bit better tonight because of the stars. Looking left, the car park was still empty. To the right, the pallets were still where I'd seen them. From my coat pocket, I pulled out the bin liner protecting my docks. At the base of a bush, I dug a shallow hole in the mud with my hands, threw in the bundle and covered it over. This was my emergency cache, my hidey hole, as Kelly would say. If I got lifted, I would be sterile, and if I got away, there would always be the chance of coming back and retrieving it. I wiped the mud off my hands onto a small tuft of grass and started to get myself ready for the job. I gently unzipped the holdall and got out the pair of cheap and nasty navy blue coveralls, probably just like the ones Kev's friends had worn. I was set for the next bound, although bound wasn't the right word for it. The problem with getting over a high fence with a 40-pound bag is that you could spend more time getting stuck and making noise than actually crossing it. I pulled the draw cord from the centre of my coat and put it between my teeth. Moving as near to the steel stake support as I could without breaking cover, I then lifted the bag up to shoulder height. Using my shoulders to support its weight, I tied the handles as near to the top of the fence as I could with a quick release knot, throwing the free end of the cord over the top. Checking that my weapon was secure, I reached up, put my fingers through the chain link and started to climb. Once on the other side, I again stopped, looked and listened. Only then did I climb back up and lift the bag over the chain link. I climbed down once more and then got hold of the free end of the cord and pulled. The bag came free from the fence and I took its weight. Then squatting, I watched and listened again. Working alone on a job takes a lot of concentration, because you can't look and work at the same time, yet both have to be done. So, you do one or the other. You either get on with the job, or you get on with looking. Try to do both and you'll fuck up.